Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Learn to Win 2025. As I was saying to the judges and volunteers when they arrived this morning, it only seems like yesterday we were wrapping up at Silverstone at July at the end of the 2024 event, and here we are, kick-off for 2025 season. First session, we've got a few things to get through, welcome and housekeeping first, but primarily introduction to the 2025 competition and rules. And then we've got a very packed schedule today, so if you haven't picked one up already, grab an event guide from outside. And as well as all the sessions, please make sure you go and visit all of our partners and sponsors and exhibitors, both downstairs and upstairs as you go through the day. I'll have to start with a massive thank you to our partners, sponsors, volunteers, organising committee, and IMEC staff, and all you teams for coming and attending the event. You know, it wouldn't be possible without all of that, bringing that together. This year is my 21st year of being involved in Formula Student, either as a student or helping organise and run the event. And there's several on the organising committee who, they've been involved right from the very start of Formula Student in the UK, or even before that, of doing the demonstration event over in America that brought the event to the UK in the late 90s. The reason I mention that is across all the judges and volunteers, I haven't totted it all up, but it must be literally thousands of years nearly of experience of Formula Student. And so this is the one opportunity in the year before the competition that you get to pick everyone's brains and get the advice of all of us who've been there, seen it, done it. We're not perfect, nobody is, but we've got that wealth of experience, and there's no such thing as a stupid question. Don't be scared of asking. We'd much rather you ask something and that we're not going to belittle you or make fun of you for not understanding something. That's the start of us helping you to understand something. There's nothing to be ashamed of on that side. Please, use everyone who's here today and all the workshops to make the most value of your time here at the event. Those of you who've been to Formula Student before or some of the other events know that I tend to do a bit of audience participation from time to time. I think it also checks whether you're awake for this first bit of the morning. So please stand up if this is going to be your first time at a Formula Student event this year. That's about half the room. Okay, you can sit back down. And then next one. Is anyone moving to EV for the first time this year? If you are, please stand up. Oh, interesting. Anyone doing low voltage hybrid for the first time this year? No? Okay. And is anyone first time doing FSAI? No? Okay. That's just as much for my interest as anything else. But across all of those different disciplines that we do at the competition, they're all covered in the different workshops and with our volunteers here. So without labouring the point too much, make the most of your day. If you've got overlapping workshops, plan it with your team that you get some representative going to. It might be on structures or dynamics, and make sure you get all bases covered. So a couple of housekeeping points before we get into this year's competition and rules. First of all, we've got provisional dates for the competition of the 16th to 20th of July 2025 at Silverstone. That should be confirmed in December. Essentially, we're waiting for the World Motorsport Council to ratify the F1 calendar, and then once the F1 calendar is confirmed, that confirms our slot with Silverstone for the Formula Student event. But not expecting it to change, but keep an eye out around December time for confirmation of that. There aren't any planned fire alarm tests today, so if you do hear the fire alarm, it is genuine. So if that happens, please exit through the nearest exit, and there's an assembly point in the car park. It's got a green sign above there. It's just out to the right of the building over there. Should go without saying, but no smoking or vaping inside the building, please. If you do smoke or vape, there's both a shelter outside if it's raining, but a bit closer than that, as long as you're on public pavement, then it's okay to smoke or vape there. And hopefully we won't have any incidents, but if you do need first aid today, there's 4 qualified first aiders on site and they're wearing a green lanyard. So yeah, if anyone in your team needs help on that, look out for the green lanyard. And if you can't see that and you can't get to them, then shout for help and someone will go and get someone to come to your aid. So on to the 2025 competition and rules. Starting off with registration and design concept specification. So details for registration went live on the FS website earlier on this week. There's the link at the top. If you go to the landing page on the Formula Student website, registration's first thing on the home page, and it's got links to all the documentation that you need. Registration is formed of 3 steps, and that starts with you, the pre-registration, which you need to submit your DCS or design concept specification. The deadline for that is the 6th of December. I say a deadline, it's not a target. Make sure, it's like lots of the submissions for, there's no penalty, well, there is a penalty if you're late for the DCS in that you might not actually be into the competition. But the reason I mention it is more for your later ones where there's points penalties. Make sure you leave plenty of time. The website tends to get quite busy with people submitting 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes before the deadline. And at that point, it can take a long time to upload or the website can crash and then you can end up with penalties for just being ideally a day or 2 earlier. But yeah, just plan that in, and that might be a consistent message you hear from other speakers through the day. So the documentation for the required document for the design concept specification, I'll go through more detail of that in a second. On the FS website, there's guidance of how to set up the team account or reconfigure your team account if you're a new team or a returning team. If you get stuck having run through that how to register, then you can contact fs at imec.org and investigate the particular problem that you're facing. But all of the kind of common problems should be covered in the documentation. After we've been through stage 1 of registration, we then have selection, payment and confirmation, which will be completed in January 2025. And then part 3 is completing the indemnity forms for Motorsport UK. But really, the key part at the moment is getting your design concept specification complete and submitted, and then being selected and getting paid by the deadline to be confirmed for the 2025 Formula Student event. This slide here looks quite a complicated diagram, but the reason I pulled this up, this is the rationale of why we ask you to do what we do in the design concept specification. So the systems engineering methodology, or otherwise known as the V diagram, is a common approach taken in industry. We use it in F1, where I work at Mercedes AMG HPP. It's common in the automotive industry, aerospace, nuclear, across. It's applicable to lots of areas. And essentially, time is the x-axis, working from left to right. And then as you go across your project, you go increasing in detail as you go down the V, and then going back up the V is validating from design, producing components all the way to a finished car that you're testing and then running at the event. So at the moment, we're here right at this start of the project. And for you to be able to run a project where you're designing a car against targets, you need to know what your top level car targets are to understand what's the target performance for your powertrain. How big do my brakes need to be for your target performance and your target mass? And so everything should really start with this high level vehicle specification. And new for this year, it should also start with a high level project plan. For a lot of people, project management can be a bit of a dry topic. It's quite like FMEA in that done wrong, it's horrible, it's laborious, and you don't get any value add out of it because you do it too late or you do it without putting, with too much detail, and it's laborious and you don't keep on track of the plan, and it's just a piece of paperwork that you don't do anything with. But there's a session in this afternoon where we'll go through some more details on project management principles. But at this stage of the project, we're asking you to submit a high-level project plan that covers work packages, resource requirements, key phases and key milestones for your project from now until the competition itself. At this stage of the project, it's not going to be the most detailed plan in the world, but starting out now with an idea of, you know when the competition is. Ideally, you want to have a finished car that is well tested before the competition. So when do you need to have the car finished by? Basically plan from right to left, working back of when your key milestones, when does my detailed design finish, when does my manufacture finish, etc., to feed into all of that. And then your resources, it's the people you need to do the design, the manufacture, actually running the car at the event, as well as money, what machines, what partners or sponsors that are helping you out with making stuff. We're not expecting this to be the most detailed plan in the world at this stage, but it's just to encourage you to have that thinking about the overall plan from here until competition in July. It's not scored in any way on the registration. We're still working on developing it, but we are going to do an optional program management competition this year. It won't be scored in the main event, but we're trying to sort out a prize with a project management company, and we will use the high-level project plan for that optional project management competition. But within the next few weeks, we'll hopefully be able to announce that on the website and on social media channels. The rest of the design concept specification is the same as in previous years, and this is where you're giving us an early indication of what's your target market and target vehicle. We'd all love to be able to have the fastest, the lightest, the cheapest car all together, but it's one of those hierarchy of needs, or on the Venn diagram overlapping in the different areas. You can't achieve all of those. So at one extreme, you've got low volume, high performance, high cost, and at the other extreme, you've got high volume, lower performance, low cost, and then there's positions in between. So this is where it's given an indication of what your target market is, which can feed into your business plan presentation, but also it's influencing your design choices. If you're going for a low cost, low maintenance basic car, but then telling us that you're going to do a monocoque four-wheel drive EV, that doesn't fit. So everything has got to be cohesive in the choices you're making at this stage. And then it's also then identifying your top level targets. And so these are, in that V diagram, your top level vehicle targets. For, say, road cars or for motorsport, in F1, our goal at HPP is to win races and world championships. To do that, we have a good idea how good our competitors are, how good we are currently. And so you set a target, what does the engine power need to be for the chassis, what do the downforce and drag figures need to be in the following year, and then stuff cascades down from there. For Formula Student, if your objective is to win the event, you've got years of results to know to win the event. Typically the winner gets X points out of 1,000. And you can look at the breakdown of the points that you need to get in the different static events and the different dynamic events. And from that, you can say, okay, to win the acceleration, I'm going to need to have a vehicle that can do the 0 to 75 metres in 3.5 seconds-ish. It's a bit harder for the sprint or the endurance, but with some simple vehicle simulation, you can start to get an idea for the influence of your car parameters to achieve a target lap time around the Silverstone track. And so at this stage, starting off with what's my mass budget, what's the target performance from the powertrain, am I running aero or not? And if you are running aero, does it pay for itself in terms of its mass versus the additional performance that you get? I'm not so sure, but someone might convince me the other way in the future. But it's these top-level targets for your vehicle that you could then cascade down into your different sub-teams who are responsible for designing and developing the different areas of your car. And you'll start off with an idea of your targets. If you've got a previous year's car, you've got a baseline to know what you've got. So you might say, last year's car was 210 kilos. I've got a good idea that we can get 20 kilos out of it by weight savings in these areas. If you're starting afresh, or you're moving into a different category, then it's a bit more difficult that you've got to develop an initial concept, mass budget, etc. for the different areas and cost budget for your different areas. But this ties in with the plan If you start off with these high-level targets, but then as you progress through your project, are you on track? Do you need, so you might go, you've chosen your engine, it's 5 kilos heavier as the engine in the gearbox than you initially predicted. Feed that back into your maths. What does that mean for how big your brakes and everything else need to be? And as you go through the project, go down the V, you're just adding more and more detail till you then validate coming back up the other side. So the 2025 rules, the FS class and concept class rules version 1 were released yesterday. That release covers all the areas required for you to define your vehicle concept at this stage. We've now got a 4-week window for feedback from the teams from reviewing those, and first points to Nottingham for spotting a duplication in the changelog. Well done. Thankfully, it was only the changelog, but we do set, the rules are checked carefully, but it's inevitable. There might be some typos or some things in there. If you spot anything, please do raise it to us, and we'll capture that in a version 1.1 update. We're also, FSG were quite late releasing their rules this year, so there's a couple of items on EV that we're still going through, but we're confident that there's nothing that no changes coming on that side that would affect your design decisions at this stage of the project. The main one to warn you about is there's a possible change to the T-cell requirements if you are on an EV. So at the moment, the rules are the same as last year. We're trying to get FSG to move to a different light that is an improvement over how we run at the moment and is aligned with other forms of motorsport. But if we can't get them to change this year, we might stay as we are. We're going to get that resolved one way or the other within the next 4 weeks. And so with version 1.1, that will be the clarity of whether no change on the T-cell or there is a change for your design for the T-cell for this year. And we know from the last couple of years, FSG tend to release a version 1.1 of their rules late November, early December. Normally that doesn't have any major changes that affect the car design in there. It's often clarifications, but we then have to review those and see which ones we're going to merge and adopt into our rules. So there'll be a further 1.2 late December, early January, we expect. But if there are any fundamental changes to car concept in there for the UK event, what we'll do is defer that to a future change for the 2026 rules. But if you are planning to go to European events as well as here in the UK, it's something you'll have to be aware of to conform to both rules. There have been some changes to both the cost business plan presentation and FSAI rules as well. I'm going to go through some of the details of the technical rule changes in a moment. All of the changes to the static events in FSAI are going to be covered in other sessions, in the other workshops and presentations later today. On FSAI, in the workshop later on, we are also going to announce a new event that we're planning on doing this year. We're looking at doing a concept class within FSAI, and that's going to be a build-up to doing a new subclass of FSAI in 2026. So if you're doing AI or interested in doing that, that new class is going to be an interesting way for teams to ramp up to ultimately getting to a full driverless vehicle at Formula Student. So it goes without saying, thanks to Chris Smelt, for our social media executive, for putting that piece of history on the internet. Joking aside, the rules are your Bible. We get lots of questions on the Formula Student question database, and I would say 60–70% of them, if you'd read the rules, and by when I say read the rules, if you've read the rules and made sure you understand what they're saying and asking for, you could have answered the question yourself. And I'm not saying it to be narky, and lots of the times I won't just give you the answer. I'll say, why do you think that? Or why don't you think what you're proposing is legal? And try to get you to answer the question yourselves. And most of the time, that's possible. So we're happy to be there to help, but at the same time, please don't come with obvious questions that are in the rules, or with a quick search on Google or look in a textbook, you can answer yourselves. Really, it's there for clarifications. So the rule says this, our design is this. is it legal, or we think it's not legal because of this, what do we need to do to make it legal, rather than I don't know what I'm doing on this part. But yeah, I'm not trying to be unhelpful, but we are all volunteers, and it helps us if the questions that come in are sensible. So for the 2025 rules, our rules committee, we reviewed, I think, 200 odd changes for this year. The ones that have made it into the rules this year, they're all documented in the changelog at the start of the rulebook. On the admin side, there's nothing particularly interesting to draw attention to now. In the technical rules section, so I've highlighted ones in red to talk through today. First one, since last year, Motorsport UK, they now prohibit single-use plastics for sustainability reasons at Motorsport UK events. We ran that as an advisory this year. Last year, well, this year's event, but 2024. So for next year, we are falling in line with that, and we won't accept the use of single-use plastics for tyre covers. So no cling film on your tyres. Please make something, whether it's cloth, don't buy them because they're super expensive. You can make them out of relatively simple materials, but something that you can reuse. We've added a minimum static clearance of 5mm to the wheel rim, so that's any suspension, steering component, brake caliper, and that's as a static clearance because you'd be amazed at the dynamic deflection of the wheels themselves or some suspension components, particularly if they're not quite as stiff as you anticipated when you designed it. And that's to try and avoid the wheel rubbing and being damaged when you're running out on track. Small change is adding the requirement that the steering rack is attached to the primary structure. I'm struggling to think of an example where it's not. It normally would be, but please make sure that it is, because that is now a firm requirement. If you have a monocoque chassis, and you're familiar with the SES process, so lots of the SES is based on a flat panel equivalence for your chassis, comparing to the steel baseline. We have always allowed you to account for the form in your chassis that introduces geometric stiffness as well as the fundamental stiffness of the panel, but you can take that to an extreme and have something that meets the letter of the rules, but in a sort of actual real-world loading case would struggle to actually perform as the equivalent flat panel. So we've added some limits on how far you can go on using the curvature of the panel to achieve the equivalence to the flat panel. There have been some clarifications also on if you have an asymmetric layout, so different thickness skin on the inner skin, on the outer skin, on the testing requirements around those, and the minimum thickness of the skin. Minor change, it shouldn't make a big difference if you're doing that already. And then if you use composite panels for your T-sack, at the moment you would have to use the same size as the side impact structure, so 500mm 3-point bending test for the T-sack, because it's generally smaller than a monocoque chassis. There's been an allowance for smaller panels and narrower supports for the physical tests for T-sack. Then also some additional requirements gone in if your layup in your skins isn't quasi-isotropic, then you have to define the 0-degree direction, do your testing in a prescribed direction where we can identify that on the panel, and then how you orient the 0-degree direction versus its actual layup in the car, so we can confirm in your SES that it's giving the required stiffness and strength where it's expected. On impact attenuator attachments to a monocoque, we've added a requirement for backing plates similar to the other primary structure attachments for your main hoop or roll hoop bracing. The load requirements for the impact attenuator and anti-intrusion plate are quite high, given it's there for an impact, and so that's just to try and address the concern of pulling out the insert without the backing plate behind and it not performing as expected. If you have non-steel harness attachments, again this is mostly monocoques rather than space frames, the rules previously allowed 1.6mm steel and 4mm aluminium to be used without testing. Now the steel remains, but if you've got non-steel harness attachments, then they're still permitted, but it's now mandatory that you do the physical test to prove that they meet the required load. One thing we've seen over the past couple of years, and we've had to point out to a few teams in scrutineering, if you're using a cart-type seat in a space frame chassis, if you've got framework that's coming up, those shells, some of them aren't very strong, and we've seen some supports that are pointing right where you wouldn't want on the driver's body. So if those were to punch through in an impact, they could cause quite a serious injury. So ideally, if you've got a seat like that in the first place, you design it so it's got rails or attachments where there isn't something that can punch through to the driver. But if your design really does require something like that, we've now added in a proof of the punch-through strength that's equivalent to a 100-kilo driver decelerating at 60 G. So I think it's 60 kilonewtons for the punch-through on each bracket, details in the rules, but if that's applicable to you, please be aware of that one. Yeah, and then we found out that things like gaffer tape aren't great to use for seat coverings. They're not fire retardant, so we've added in a requirement for any seat coverings to be made of fire retardant materials. And then if you're using lap belts with eye bolts, we're no longer going to allow the anti-sub belts to be attached to the same eye bolt. So you're fine to use lap belts and sub belts with eye bolts, but if you are using those, you'll have to have an independent mount for the anti-submarine belts as well as the lap belt. On low voltage hybrids, we've added in a requirement to prove mitigation of unintended acceleration. The simple way to achieve that is by having an APPS on your low voltage hybrids, similar to that on the EV vehicles. But because that's not mandated in Europe, we've put it as a suggestion rather than a requirement. There are other ways to mitigate it. As long as you can prove to us that fault is mitigated, it's acceptable. But yeah, adding an APPS will be the easiest way to do that. For EVs, there's been no fundamental changes in the structures rules, but there's been lots of change to harmonise it, try and make it simpler if you've got side impacts and all of the other impact structures. And there's a clarification that your TSAC must fall within lie completely within the impact structures. For testing of non-metallic items in the TSAC, there's now a 60° C ambient temperature requirement. One to draw attention to, FSG have made a change on the TSAC structure that the internal walls now have to extend all the way up to the top of the lid. We've chosen not to adopt that for this year at least, because it's enforced change, and that if you already have a TSAC from last year that you were planning to update or carry over, that would have meant having to do a new container. So for UK, there's no real change, but if you're competing in Europe as well, it's one to be aware of, and you might have to update your TSAC if you're planning to compete in European events as well. We are going to feed back on that to FSG and see if we can get them to roll back to the 75%, but I'm not too hopeful on that one, so just keep an eye out on that side. If you have pouch cells rather than cylindrical cells in your TSAC, there's now, so by the rules, it has to be retained by friction on the sides of the pouch. There's now a requirement to do a physical test to prove that your attachment method holds onto the cells well enough to meet the required loads. And there's a minimum number of attachments of 2 for the TSAC to the primary structure now. And lastly, if you're an alternative fuel vehicle submission, which is quite rare, but if you are, we just added a clarification that once you've told us what alternative powertrain you're going to do, we might ask you to do an FMEA to run through the risks associated with that. But it's a very specific case. I think that's the last slide. We started a little bit late, so we haven't really got any time for questions now. There's lots of different sessions in the different areas. I'm not in all of the sessions through the day, so if you've got any questions on that, please come and find us and speak to us in the other sessions through the rest of the day. Otherwise, please enjoy the event, and I look forward to speaking to you either here today on the FSQD or see you at the event at Silverstone in July. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Yeah. I can't see up in the lights there, but now we'll see where we go. Okay then, chaps. Okay then, I'm just waiting on this live link to start up with a team. Yes, excellent. Ashley, how are you?
Excellent. I'm good, thank you.
Very good. So, very pleased to introduce this year's winner, 2023 winners all the way from other side of the world in Australia, where it's a much later time at night now. And Ashley's going to spend a few minutes with a very brief presentation, if the IT works, to show how her team basically went from a team that had done Formula Student before to winning both the Australian event and the UK event. And then we're going to have a little sort of chat discussion. If you're willing, we might have time for literally one question or whatever at the end. But the idea of this is, rather than me boring you with how to do Formula Student, this is literally from the winner's stable. This is direct from the students that have done it. So I'll let Ashley take the screen, and hopefully this will all work.
Excellent. All right. So I am aware that I have very limited time, but I thought I'd cover a few of sort of the main things. So just a little bit of an introduction about myself. My name is Ashley Ewer. I was the team leader of Edith Cowan University Racing for both the 2023 and 2024 events that we attended. A little bit about the team and the history of the team. So who are we? What you see is pretty much what you get. We are a very, very small team. We took about 17 people to competition last year. We do have a few more people in the background working on projects through our motorsport degree. But these are majority of the students that contribute to the vehicle. So we were established in 2008. We've built 11 internal combustion cars since then. We've attended 11 Australian competitions and 4 UK competitions. So we have quite a long history. Where are we from? Perth, Western Australia. We're quite a distance from you guys. So we both us and our car fly in order to get to the competition. So it is quite a logistical feat for us to manage to get there. And as for our local competition, we also have to travel right the way over the other side of Australia to Victoria, Melbourne, to attend our local competition as well. So there's a lot of logistics involved in that, but the UK was definitely a step up for us to achieve to go there. So we are very well supported by our university. We have an excellent motorsports workshop, which I am currently sitting in, but just a few extra pictures to show some of the places that we have available and things for our students to use. So yeah, we basically have a workshop which is open from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. at night. And we have access to all of our sort of team management. So as long as one of them's in there, anybody can come in, work on the car. We try and get as many people involved, hands on the tools and learning as possible. We also have a manufacturing workshop that's actually situated directly next to our motorsport workshop. So we are very, very lucky that our university supports us with access for that and also in training, which means that we get very, very regular access to all of the machines in this workshop, bar the CNCs, which only our technicians use, but we still design for the manufacture of whatever parts we require. This is really important for us. We are quite isolated in where we are, and we also don't have as much motorsports directly around us. So that means as the more manufacturing that we do, the better we get it designed, but also the less lead times that we have on whatever parts we require for our vehicle. So in 2022, we obviously came off the back of COVID. Australia hadn't had a competition in 2 years at that point. The last one we had attended was in 2019. And we really went back to basics. The team hadn't made a space frame vehicle in about 9 years at that point, I think. So we had a really cut down budget. We had very fresh team members, only a couple of which had actually attended a competition before. And we've just set out to build a car, to make it to a competition. We wanted to compete in the dynamic events. We hoped that we would do well, but we were trying to be quite realistic about our targets. And it was even an achievement for us just to be able to build a car that year. So essentially, that car outperformed our expectations. We did unfortunately end in a DNF, but it meant that next year we were very motivated to do better. We also, due to our reasonably good performance, had a higher budget. So that car was done on about 30,000 Australian dollars, so about 15,000 pounds. And our previous car, or our current car, was about $80,000 Australian initially, so about a 40,000 pound budget. So what we set out in 2023 to do was to actually come back to the UK. So we knew that that was a goal for our team. Once we got back here, it was about 6 years since the team had been. But first, we had to perform well in Australia. So we wanted to win the IC class. We don't have a combined class over there, but we still wanted to match the dynamic performance of the Australian EV teams, as that meant that gave us a little bit of an idea of how we would go over in the UK. And then on top of that, we had the aim to place top 3 in the Formula Student UK competition. As well as all of that, in our first budget meeting that we had with our Dean of Engineering, this was a very intimidating goal that he set for us, but he said to us, I don't care how you do in the rest of your events, the main thing I want you to do is finish endurance. And as some of you, or a lot of you might know, that is very, very difficult to do. What is the main key to finishing endurance? And honestly, the thing that we thought about the entire time was reliability. How do we achieve reliability? So it really starts with your decision-making, how you set your goals, how you set your car concept at the start of the year. Even if you don't have a long team history, a lot of experience, start with the basics. Look at a go-kart even. Our car is, basically a go-kart with suspension, just a little bit fancier and it got some aero to it. But really start with the basics and build up. Look subsystem by subsystem. One of the examples here is actually a comparison to our previous car, which we were iterating upon. What did we want to keep the same? What did we want to do an iteration to? And what did we want as a new design? Now, things don't always go to plan from the start of the year. As you can see here, we really wanted to keep the same engine, and unfortunately, we couldn't achieve that. So we used a different form of decision-making, and we actually looked at what other teams did to inform our decision on what would be a reliable engine to use as a replacement. So we did that, and as you can see, the Yamaha WR450, which is pretty much the same as the YZ450F, was one of the most popular choices of the world top 50 teams. So that was quite a reliable metric for us to use in terms of an engine that we didn't really know much about apart from its specifications. On top of that, there are other ways that we can do decision making as well. So we actually pulled apart our entire car. We did your inertia study, but that's a little bit more on the higher level side if you've already got something to work off. And that informed what parts of the car did we want to change. So we figured out that aero and chassis were a really high contributor to that, and that was one of the things that we really wanted to focus on. Project tracking. So project management, massive concept, can be very, very daunting when you're first starting out. Us as a small team, we don't have a huge amount of time to be spending on Gantt charts or Microsoft Project. It takes up a lot of time. So choose something that's efficient and suits your team's needs and experience. What we use our own project tracker. It's actually done just as an Excel spreadsheet. We list every single component on our car, and then we track our cycle, basically design, purchasing, manufacturing, and installation across the year. This is done through weeks. So if you see 1, 14, 16, 18, whatever, that's the week of the year. Our week goes from our weeks of the year go from January all the way to December, because that was our main sort of car build time. Now, what does this tracking show us? This shows us how we're actually traveling throughout the year. We can see if we're halfway through the year and we're not 50% complete, then we need to make some changes. This means that what you really need to do is you need to assess when you set your car concept. So for us, that's usually around April or May that we know we cannot make any more major drastic car concept changes, because we won't have time to manufacture or actually finalize the designs for that, and still have enough time at the end of the year before the competition to test. That's where the reliability comes into it. You may not be entirely happy with the weight of your car or how the car looks, but I promise you that reliability trumps all of that in the sense of accomplishment at the end of the year. Just managing to get through events, compete at the competition is, yeah, fantastic feeling. For us, you can see here.
Just to butt in very quickly there, you're saying your aim of your car is to freeze the design in April. This is for a competition event in Australia that is in December. So
yes, exactly.
Take away that gap. Do the maths in your head or get Excel or your phone out, but April to December, and extrapolate that to our event, which is in July. This lot would have started building the car already. So, sorry to interrupt you. You carry on.
Good. No worries. Yeah, so April, May, very, very soon. We know that, especially in terms of ordering components as well, a lot of our stuff actually comes from the eastern states of Australia, which means that sometimes we'll have to wait weeks just to get a component as well. And sometimes that takes months of planning in advance for that delivery time, that lead time. So we've got a lot that you need to consider throughout the year. And also this gives you a really, really good record of what happened in the past, where the sort of delays came into everything. It really sets your team up for the next year. You don't have to do it specifically like this, but just having a record of what went well, what went wrong is really, really important. So mid-year for us, you can see that when we actually have a semester break between our first and second semester, it's about 5 weeks. That's when a lot of our car progress really ramps up. You get that steeper progress incline there. And we also had a really ambitious goal of getting the car running by the end of August. We didn't hit that goal, which was okay, because at the time where we were at, we had our engine on the dyno already. We were already running in terms of, we had a rolling chassis. So between the two of them, we knew that we had a car that we didn't want to rush to put together, because we still had to get the chassis painted. And that was important to us, that we sort of didn't waste extra time assembling, then disassembling, having to do the prep and all of that. It was explainable, and it was a sponsorship as well. So that's all very important things to consider, that your deadlines don't always work out, but rescheduling for that and managing around it is very important to learn how to do. So for us, we had a car that was running at the start of November for a competition that was from the 14th to the 17th of December. So we had quite a solid amount of testing before then, and we generally travel to Melbourne a week or two in advance, and we spend a lot of that time actually testing, tuning, getting any of the fine bugs out of the system. All of your planning allows you to be able to do innovation as well. So for us, that was iterating on the solid axle that we'd implemented the year before, and creating our integrated powertrain suspension system. And that was one of the things that really allowed our performance to sort of show. We actually have taken a lot of weight out of the system. Most importantly, as you can see there, a lot of components have been removed as well. So less component count, less time, lighter weight. Ideally, you're sort of designing for simplicity. You're not designing trying to make one component extremely complex, but it allows you to, if you decrease your part count, but increase some of the complexity of the part count, then you can increase your overall innovation as well. So yeah, some things to remember: read the rules and reread the rules. We have multiple different sets of rules because we obviously have to go off the Formula Student rules in Australia and the UK ones. I haven't written any details about that, but between the Australian competition and the UK competition, just to give you a little picture of the time frame for that, we essentially submitted, the first submission was while we were over in Melbourne, and then we had 6 months to make any changes to the vehicle necessary to meet the UK rule requirements, which there were a lot. There are about 17 major changes, including a completely new impact attenuator, moving the positioning of the engine, all sorts of stuff that we had to change that was in sort of the finer details of the rules that came out from a lot of times rereading. Planning milestones is extremely important at the start. I already heard Dan talking about that a little bit, and that's excellent that that's now included as well. Track your progress. Make sure you know where you are at any point during the year. Prioritize reliability. Don't have to put a system on the car if it doesn't work well, if it hasn't been tested, because that is a massive risk for all the time, effort, money that's been put in. We actually had an entirely custom cooling system that we did not include on our vehicle since we didn't have time to test it properly. So that was a huge amount of time and effort, and also some money that we put into that and didn't end up implementing. We obviously keep it as spares, but that was quite a tough decision to make, especially on the person that created that system. And then document and record. You will thank yourselves when it comes to design event, when it comes to business presentation, having all of that there, and also for the team's progress in the future as well. Excellent. So this is a little bit of an overview, but I would like to, open it up to questions.
Thank you very much for that, Ashley. And I think there's a couple of things that I suspect will become the running theme of the day. And like the last few years, it probably won't be read the rules, which stands to reason, I hope. It'll probably be more that I make support this because this is an educational event. It uses the glamour of a car, but it's not really a motorsport competition. And the key to that is that it's a big project and it needs planning. And the only thing at the beginning that's 100% fixed in stone is the date your car has to run on the track at Silverstone. And I think what's apparent from this, and without doing these wonderful Australians a disservice, they haven't focused forever and a day on the theoretical performance benefits or economy score that could be achieved. Anybody who's been to one of these before, who has judged before, will have heard the same thing. Pretty much if you look back at the UK results, if you finish endurance, you will finish in the top 12, okay? Which is a sad indictment of the reliability of the cars that do run. And the point being, you cannot by definition have a reliable running car if it is not finished and if it's not finished early. And whether you believe me or not, you will be wrong, because you can't have a finished car tested and done early unless you stop designing it early and start making the damn thing. And it's a fact that we see it so often, and it is soul destroying to a team, I'm sure, to get a car to the competition that isn't quite running. And the only way you'll get it running is to have started building it earlier, because there's only so many hours in the day. Mistakes happen when you're tired. You don't want to be there all night, every night. I've been there, I've done that in the past. And you can't finish designing it early enough. And the second part to that, I suppose, is, it sounds terrible, but one of the phrases I write a few times on design reports is, good enough today beats perfection tomorrow, every time. And I also say there's no single answer to the challenges posed by the rules. There is one that is a definitive answer. The best part on the car is the part that isn't on the car. It costs you nothing, it weighs nothing, and it won't break down. And this vehicle has a very good approach to that, in that a lot of the parts that cost money and are sometimes difficult to get, particularly for overseas, little CV joints, expensive diffs, just don't exist. They're not there. And there are compromises to that from a performance point of view, but they can be engineered around, and fair credit to them, they have some experience in that. But equally, the parts that aren't there cannot let you down. And that's a key point. So you save weight, you save cost, and you gain reliability by simply not having X number of parts and bolts on the car that you don't need. And for sure, nobody's saying this is the only solution, but it's a different solution. And it is, without being risky, quite innovative. And that is very rare. So if anybody's got any questions, because I'm conscious we're probably running a little late, and I'm conscious people don't like asking questions, but I hope this team has showed that and yeah, they have a fairly reasonable budget, but remember, travel eats up a lot of that when you're that far away. But they're a small team, and they have access to reasonable facilities, which is great. But that's an achievement to do that in the timescale. So has anybody got any questions? Come on now. Anyone? Okay. Oh, there's one at the back. I'm sorry, the lights make it difficult to see. If you can sort of shout loudly your question, perhaps.
How many sort of hours do you think an individual team member puts in to the car, actually?
Okay, I'll repeat that for Ashley so she can hear. He's asking, do you have a rough guess how many hours each team member may have given up to build that car over the last 8, 9, 12 months?
Rough estimate.
Yeah.
I would say, in terms of weekly hours committed, there are probably about 5 to 6 of the 17 team members that are in pretty much as many hours per day as we possibly can be. Like in terms of, I wouldn't be able to tell you exact, but it takes up a lot of our time. We spend weekends in the workshop, absolutely. We obviously have an enforced curfew with our access, but yeah. Thousands of hours.
I think
a lot of it's a massive commitment. Yeah,
it is. There's a takeaway from that as well, is that, you know, if you're interested, you'll be committed, and maintaining that interest requires progress. And as Ashley was pointing out, you need a plan in order to be able to sort of make that progress. And in order to help the team that follows you on, you need to document that plan and keep it so they don't suffer the same struggles. That's part of your responsibility to your institution. And secondly, if you're aiming, once you've finished your degree, to go into motorsport, well, trust me, all-nighters sometimes, particularly at the junior end of it, are very, very common. I did a 6-month stint at one point, very early when I was young, and I had 1 day off for Christmas in that 6 months. That was 7 days a week, and every week, at least once, we would do an all-nighter. Work all day, work all night, work all day. And that was because we were young, not as young as you are, we were stupid, and we had a point to prove. And very lucky to have a mad boss who took the risk and let us just run with it. And it was great. So, Ashley, thank you very much for that. And we'll try and sort of keep to time. Absolute pleasure, and hope to see you back in the UK soon.
excellent. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Take care. Thank you.
Right, good morning. Can everybody hear me? Cool. Hi, I'm David Webb. I'm Head of Innovation for the Centre for Connected and Autonomous Vehicles. So I work for the government and we put a lot of funding into the research and development and deployment of self-driving vehicles here in the UK. We're sponsors for Formula Student AI, so I'm here to just give you a bit of, hopefully, excitement as to why we're interested in self-driving vehicles and why you should be interested in self-driving vehicles. We're running a little bit late, so I'm going to try, and I say try, to go very fast. But are you all Formula Student AI teams, or are you teams that are interested in joining the Formula Student AI work? Or are you all confused and you don't know why you're here? Okay. Well, let's focus on the excitement. So, as I said, I work for the Centre for Connected and Autonomous Vehicles. We've been in existence since 2015, so next year is our 10th birthday. And with industry, we have committed around £600 million of funding into the development of self-driving vehicles here in the UK. We have, make sure I'm on the right side, we have put the foundations in to change the law so that over the next few years you'll be seeing more self-driving vehicles in the UK. That will be the person in the driver's seat not being responsible for the driving of that vehicle anymore. The vehicle itself will be responsible for its own safety and its own performance. You will be able to sit in the driver's seat of a vehicle and watch TV inside that vehicle and have no responsibility for driving. So we spent 4 years looking at the law in the UK and developing the recommendations that have been made into an act as of this year. So King Charles officially affirmed that we have the UK Automated Vehicles Act in May, and now we're working towards how we put that act into law. So that will cover liability, who is responsible for things when things go wrong, and as engineers you should know that things do go wrong. How we set the safety framework for self-driving vehicles, what is our expectation of them, how should they be performing and how should they not be performing. We are looking at misleading marketing, so when you watch stuff on TV it can't tell you fibs. Tesla full self-driving beta, for example. We are setting up the law so only people who have been approved by us will be able to call their systems self-driving, but it also means a very clear guidance to the public as to what they will or will not be able to do while they're in the vehicle. And we will be licensing passenger services, so you will be able to go and catch a bus that will drive you wherever you need to go along that route, and it will be self-driving. There will be no human interaction. So that's the law, that's where we're setting that out, and that's how we're getting the future of transport in the UK to include self-driving vehicles. On my side of the house, as I said at the start, I'm responsible for the research and development. IT support, can we play all the videos at the same time? They just need to run through while I talk, that'd be great. Bonus points for people who recognise Bill Gates, bottom right. So I've been funding research, development and innovation since 2015, £600 million of joint funding, industry and government, so we're both bought into this. Currently there's lots of modification of current vehicles, so the bottom right hand video, if it starts playing, is Bill Gates in a Wave Jaguar I-Pace. So they went and bought Jaguar I-Paces and then aftermarket modified them to self-driving, and he is sat there and the vehicle is doing its job. It's driving him around London and actually taking him for fish and chips. He decided he wanted fish and chips, so they took him for fish and chips. Top left of that video is a company called Origo. They're deployed on airports and they're moving the luggage baggage and the cargo baggage around an airport in a custom designed vehicle. Bottom left is an Australian vehicle, not designed by Edith Cowan University, which is basically a skateboard, so you can put anything on top of it. It could be passenger, it could be cargo. You can do last mile delivery, first mile delivery in that. And then top right of the video, do I try and click these to get them playing myself? Let's do that. If they start playing. Top right is a project that we funded a few years ago called AidCav. Similar small chassis-based platform, but they were showing the performance, and in this video you can see simulation of that performance, the path planning and the trajectory planning of that vehicle, and it doing 1G donuts, because why not? So we're doing all sorts of research and development in this space. We drive in the real world environments. We've got vehicles driving down motorways. We've got A-roads. We've got controlled campus environments. We work with Nissan up in Sunderland, and we move HGVs around their platform for them. So everything is being developed to have self-driving in the future. We don't just do physical development. We've got companies and teams working with simulation, artificial intelligence, data tools and services, all trying to get us to a point where self-driving vehicles are safer and better than any human driver. Right, let's see if I can go to the next slide. I am no longer moving forward. There we go. Right. Cool. Whoever designed build in PowerPoint needs shooting. So, passenger services. You all catch buses, I hope. Here are some examples of the here and now of self-driving vehicles. Top left is Cav Forth. They operate out of Edinburgh. They run a 14-mile route along the motorway at 50 mile an hour, self-driving. The middle one, the bottom left, and the bottom right are deployments in America. Obviously, that minibus doesn't look very sexy, but the Beep vehicle, bottom right, is futuristic. It's got no traditional vehicle controls in it. It is all computer controlled. There's no steering wheel. There's no brakes. And the e-Versum vehicle in the middle, the one that says e-Shuttle, that does have traditional controls, but again, that is being designed for those traditional controls to be removed in the future. And then here are some of the more futuristic examples of what passenger services could look like. The sector at the moment is obsessed with smaller vehicles, so not your big 30, 40-seater buses, but like 6 to 8 seating standing buses. Glideways, top left, and Dromos, bottom right, are quite small vehicles, 2 to 4 people. Beep vehicle and ZF shuttle in the middle, and Omeo on the left, bottom left, are 8 to 12 people stood up. But again, higher speed, the Dromos and the Glideways will be lower speed. Higher speed can operate in mixed traffic, but this is one of those opportunities where if you've got a train station and it doesn't have good bus links, you could run services like this to hook people up and move them around. We've got self-driving trucks. Unfortunately for me, top right is a company called HVS, Hydrogen Vehicle Solutions. They are a UK-based company, and we are trying to work with them to deliver that as a self-driving vehicle. Unfortunately, their vehicle delivery timeline went from 2024 to 2027. Don't over-engineer your vehicle, and don't take 5 years to build it, because you lose funding. Everybody else is a traditional US truck. They have all been aftermarket modified to be self-driving. Uber Freight in the middle and the company in the top middle, they are running routes in Texas today, hundreds of miles self-driving. What does the future look like? Top left is a company called Einride out of Sweden. That vehicle is designed not to be human-driven. There is nowhere for you as a human to sit in that vehicle. That's not quite deployed yet. They're buying electric vehicles now and deploying them. They're bolting on top the self-driving system, but that is their future. That's where they look to go. The two bottom ones, more your traditional towing a 42-ton shipping container, but you don't need a cab anymore. So what does that look like? How do you do it? And obviously the Scania truck, top right, which again, for mining and construction, fully automated, no need for any human to be out in nasty, dangerous conditions, driving that truck around. It can do it all itself on its own. So, autonomous racing, as much as Formula Student is not about racing, it's about the education you guys get. Here is some examples. I am trying to get this video to work. Maybe that will start playing. Top left is the American autonomous racing here and now. They are running in the States, and I'm trying to bring them here to run at Goodwood next year. Top middle and right is a company called RoboRace, who unfortunately have imploded. Somebody mentioned Arrival earlier, but the bottom video, which you can find on Google, is the Arrival Robocar running at Goodwood Festival of Speed up the racetrack there, the route there. And if you watch that video, you will see some of the huge complexity they have, where it goes from bright sunlight to pitch black shadow, back into bright sunlight. Sensors get confused, humans get confused. You watch a few of the time trials up that hill and you will see people hit the barriers straight after they go through the shading. So really important understanding of your sensors and your performance there. Okay, so that's all very good and exciting, and shows you the wide array of vehicles we're interested in and the services we want to be able to deliver. But it's not, when you're designing a self-driving vehicle, it's not just about the vehicle. You've got to design the driver. You've got to have a driving system, an AV stack, autonomous vehicle stack, or an ADS, autonomous driving system, that can handle all the things that humans handle. Driving tasks. Are you driving a truck? Are you driving a big dumper truck? Are you driving a really wide load that's got police escorting you around down the motorways? Are you about to go into Cornwall and get stuck between a wall and a house? And how the hell do you get out of that? I don't want to do that. Weather impacts, rain, sun, snow, all these things are going to confuse humans and cause incidents, but they can confuse your sensors as well. So how do you cope with that? How do you design that into your system? And then what about the odd things that you would never expect to see? Humans are quite good at dealing with the unknown. We drive down a road and a tree's fallen into it. We know how to deal with it. How do you make sure your system does? Google bouncy things on roads. The amount of inflatables that find themselves on roads. Unfortunately for this one, there was actually a kid holding onto that bouncy castle as it flew across a road. There have been inflatable moons bounce along roads. There has been all sorts. I'm going to have to fund a research project to identify how sensors detect all this sort of stuff, because it happens far too often. But then there's simple things like your highway code. It tells you how to handle a policeman telling you what to do. I can guarantee that the grown-ups in this room will not raise their hand when I say, do they recognize all these signals and know what to do with them? But we should. But we'll go off intuition. We'll be like, oh, it's okay. So how do you design your computer, your ADS, to handle these sorts of things? So it's not just about the vehicle. You've got to be able to design the driver as well. So why am I excited, and you can tell how I'm excited, hopefully, about Formula Student AI? Apart from the last vehicle on the right being called Dave, which is me, I'm going to go scribble out the E and put ID on it at some point. It's applied learning. You are solving problems in Formula Student AI that I am working with industry now to solve in industry. Your experiences that you've occasioned, we've got to get the roads safer, we've got to get them more efficient. We lose lives and time on the road every day. Electrification is not going to help that. Automation is. Putting in a safer driver in those vehicles is going to change the future. So you can help me disrupt that sector. That's a good thing. It's a wicked problem. I love the wicked problem. Physical and digital technology, businesses and business models, governance and governments, and a public who are really shy of self-driving vehicles until they go in one. And then they over-trust it massively because it's really good, it's comfortable, they don't have to think about it, and suddenly they're over-trusting it. We have already had to do some education pieces with people in Tesla. Somebody was done with dangerous driving last year because they set their Tesla onto autopilot, which is not self-driving, climbed into the passenger seat, and ate a bowl of cereal down the motorway. That is not safe and it's not allowed. So we have to deal with how we educate the public. How do we bring people onto this? As I alluded to previously, humans are brilliant. You're really good at driving, but it can go wrong. You are fallible and things go wrong. So how do we take self-driving and make sure that it is brilliant, it learns from your brilliance and takes your brilliance and applies it, and it's not fallible? That's the future we're looking for. That's the excitement I want to bring in, and that's why I support Formula Student AI, and hopefully I've encouraged some of you to show an interest in Formula Student AI. There's a couple of sessions today, one later this afternoon, one just before this one on simulation that you've missed, but the one this afternoon is going to, again, talk about Formula Student AI and how you can get involved, and it is not too late to get involved. So hopefully I've given you some encouragement and some excitement about self-driving. I'm here all day. I'm going to be in a couple of the other sessions later, and when I'm not in sessions, I'm just going to be sat working. So feel free to come and talk to me. But thank you very much for your time.
Can you guys hear me? Ah, there we go. I can just about hear it now. Excellent. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about the type of mindset that you need and some of the softer skills that you might need to take part in Formula Student. Just before we start, as a quick show of hands, who are first years here today? So first year in Formula Student, they've not done the event before. Okay. So I'm assuming then the rest of you guys are all, you've been to the event before and this is your second year and you're team leaders and that sort of stuff. So I'll tailor what we're going to talk about a little bit. So quick bit about me. My name's John Dangerfield. I sat exactly where you sat in 2002. So I was a participant, one of the first people to come back and be a judge, and I've been a cost judge ever since. Up until July this year, when I actually resigned from the head cost judge, passed that over to Lee, who's going to come in next, and I've now taken on a different role within the committee, where we're going to be developing some of the more commercial activities and making the event as amazing and as wow as it can be. So that's the alpha team that we're doing. I've also had quite a lot of experience going to some of the other events around the world. I've just come back a month ago from the Japanese event, which was fantastic. Over the summer, I went to FSG. I've been there a couple of times. Also been out to and judged at the American event in California when it was in California, and the Italian event. So I get around a little bit and I've seen lots of different things. Hopefully had a fair amount of experience, and that's some of the stuff that I'm going to try and impart with you today. Objectives of today, though, is we want to talk a little bit about the type of mindset that you're going to need to adopt to be successful. So just to touch again on that brilliant presentation that you've just had from Edith Cowan before the CCAV guys. If you didn't see that, please go back and watch it. It's one of the most valuable things that I've seen at Learn to Win over many, many years. But you'll see that she's definitely had the right mindset for approaching Formula Student. How to get the most out of yourselves while you're doing this, maximising your own performance, and most importantly, protecting yourself. This is going to be a really difficult task that you're going to embark on, and the people that have done that in the room already can validate exactly what that's going to involve. Life lessons that might help you on that path as well. Everything that we do and talk about today is about getting the right balance between your performance, the actual product that you're going to put out on the circuit at the end of the competition, and just making sure that we get the right values and get you to where you need to be. So a quick one. We did a little bit of a matrix here of the type of things that you're going to experience in terms of frustration, desires, and fears. Now, I realise there's a lot of things on there, but as a quick show of hands, does that feel roughly the type of things that you're experiencing or that you will experience? If it's a yes, just give me a quick show of hands. And there's a very good reason that we're validating this. So that seems about right. I whacked that into ChatGPT and said, tell me exactly what Formula students are going to be feeling, and that's what it came out with. And I think it's relatively accurate, actually, for the type of things that you're going to be doing. So there's a good thing to start with. ChatGPT is your friend, but also I think that gives a really good summary of what we need to be focusing on as the IMechE and Formula Student to make sure that we're delivering and tailoring information and content for you guys, because these are the challenges that face you. So we're going to talk a little bit about a winning mindset. Now, these are a range of teams and people, but they're all going to have a different approach to how they define winning and how they set themselves up to win. There are some traits that they will have that are common across the board, though. First one, focus. Okay? They're all going to be able to compartmentalize their tasks and focus on the things that give them the optimum output. They're all going to be very resilient people. Now, that is something that you are going to have to practice and learn, because this task is going to challenge you. You're going to have to be determined. You're going to have to fight through the challenges that are presented, your own demons as well. You are going to have to work as a team. Now, I come from a perspective of I like to do everything myself. not very integrated into a team, but I have learned through my life that it's the only way you're going to achieve the outcomes that you need. So teamwork is absolutely critical. We'll talk a little bit about that later on though. Accuracy. It's so simple to just make a little mistake, and that little mistake can actually be quite dangerous, but more annoying is when that little mistake ends up to a failure and you don't finish the endurance as a result of that. And while it's frustrating, you've got to be able to manage that disappointment as well. So the best way of managing it is actually to apply the accuracy early on and not make the mistake to start with. But it is a learning curve, and it's an event where we want you to learn as well. It will be relentless. It's going to be an attack on your senses. Okay, this is really difficult. If I say that, I can't say that too many times. This is a difficult challenge, and you'll see again from what Edith Can was talking about. They are in the workshop all the time. It is relentless activity that you will need to be successful. All of these skills are what you're going to need to take part in Formula Student. Okay, so you need to know what you're going into right at the start. So what's the benefit of the experience? So there's my ugly mug when I was your age, 2002, with my team. We had lots of conflict throughout the way, okay? And it wasn't, you know, we were quite successful. We finished 4th overall back in the day when a lot of the teams used to come in from America and take the top spots. This was early days of Formula Student. So there was a lot of conflict with there as well, and we had to manage that, and that was the biggest thing that I found was actually managing the work with the team. But I tell you something, we sure as hell had to learn time management. Time management is what is going to kill you with this. You think you've got lots of time, you have no time at all. Right? Neil Anderson said that. He said, if you follow the path what Edith Cow was doing, you should have been building the car now. So we're already behind the curve, and we've got to catch up on that. Goal management, really important, okay? There are some teams in here that are doing real Gucci cars and everything, and they've got targets that they want to win this event overall. It is an absolute legitimate goal for you to say, we want to finish the endurance, we want to pass scrutineering, we want to turn up at the event, we want to have a rolling chassis. You need to think about the resources that you've got, which isn't just money, that's time resources as well, and set reasonable goals. Okay, you can't fail if you set a target that is right for you with a little bit of a stretch. You will still benefit just as much as the guys that are making these rocket ships, okay, because you will be testing yourself and pushing and maximizing the resources that you have. You need to build trust in each other and use that trust. Again, back to teamwork as well. You can't do this on your own. You're going to have to, at some point, just work on the trust basis that your team will deliver things for you. Got to plan the unimportant stuff, okay? You are going to be stressed out, so you've got to plan downtime. You've got to plan team events, so you've got to have fun, because these things will serve you better when it gets to the dark days in June, when you're going to be working long hours to get that car finished, okay? So make sure you plan in your Christmas dinners, your socials, and the things that go with it. It's really, really important. Work fast and think slow. Now, a lot of people can argue with that, and it's different for different people. For me, I wanted to get the tasks done, but actually I just wanted to think slow about if that is the right thing that I'm doing, so I don't waste my time when I actually get to it. But of course, you've got to work safe. I don't want you working fast when you've got a milling machine and ripping arms and fingers off. That's going to be counterproductive anyway, all right? So find the right methodology that works for you. Have one eye on the future. I can't stress this enough. This is so important. We are not building race cars, we are building engineers. That is the point of this. So if you do not go out and make your interviews and apply for your grad schemes and you don't have a job to go to in July, I don't care if you win the event, you failed, or we failed you. So make sure that you spend enough time and dedicate that time to make sure that you get into your next careers and leverage everything you've learned from Formula Student to get out into the professional world. Really, really important for these final year people, even though you want to build this car. I get it, but don't waste your opportunities. Smile and have fun, okay? It's a great thing, and it's going to change your life. I still, every time I have a job interview, I use Formula Student as an example, like even now. it is a great event that you're really, really going to enjoy. So make sure that you do enjoy it and you have fun doing it at the same time. Plan your sleep, it's an obvious one. Again, you need to be hitting those final couple of months as refreshed as you can do. You're going to have exams and everything else that goes with that. So you really need to make sure that you are as physically fit as you can be, and sleep is so important. Another important one, admit when you need help. Okay, if you just keep going down into that pit of despair, the deeper you go down into it without asking for help, the harder it is to get out. And that's for mental challenges as well as physical challenges as well as car problems. Stop, get help. There is always a solution to it. Don't punish the others that ask for help. There's ribbon and team spirits that go with it, but you need to know where that needs to stop. So we had a guy that we would always rib for making mistakes, and it was the wrong thing to do. Okay, you've got to be very careful about how you bring team members with you, and make sure you support them. There's a time and a place to know when that's ready to stop and actually to lift it up. One up, all up. Okay, you will win this as a team, not as an individual. The experience, one of the best things that you will do in your life. It's one of the most valuable things that you will do. The network, the connections, and the acceleration of learning. When you get to your, especially because I come from cost, so I'm going to talk about cost. When you get out into industry and you are enforced to start thinking about cost and accelerate that sort of mindset, you will be so far ahead of your counterparts that have not done Formula Student, it will be frightening that they're allowed to do the same job as you. And you will only see that when you get out into industry. So while you're doing the pain now and some of the documents that we're asking you for, trust me, it is going to serve you so well for your promotions and advancement in the future. You're going to make friends for life, networks around the world that are valuable, and I use them now. When we were in the middle of the pandemic and we were having to reverse engineer some things for the NHS, I was calling Formula Student mates that still had manufacturing open. So literally we were saving lives because I had these connections for Formula Student. It's a really awesome, awesome thing. Rocket ship for your career, I've spoken about. The buzz from the event is intoxicating. This is why I'm still here 20 odd years later, and I hope you guys will be as well as judges and volunteers. Doing well and winning is a high hard to replicate. Remember what I said about goal setting. It's not about winning the event overall. It's about achieving your own goals and pushing yourself. So you can win this event without winning this event. There is a downside though, and that's the balance, where there's black, there's white, and there's many shades of grey. What's the downside? Well, you are going to have a major challenge here, and that is essentially the work-life balance. Work being your Formula Student project, and the balance being your final years in university. You want to have fun. You've got mental capacity that you need to think about as well. You are going to be fatigued. There will be conflict. You are going to doubt yourself, mentally, technically. There will be disappointment. That's a fact of reality. There is only going to be one overall competition winner. So the vast majority of you, if you judge yourself against that goal, you will be disappointed. But there'll be disappointment as you go along and you produce things that don't fit the car and the work and effort that you've put in. So think about that. Relationships and family. It's a really tricky one. When I did Formula Student, I didn't see my mum and dad for 9 months. I was too head down, focused on that car. And it was only afterwards I went, Christ, that's 9 months out of my life, the final year. I missed my mum and dad, my sister and everything. So it's something that you need to think about and try and plan these things in so you can manage that, but not only manage it at the time, manage the effect afterwards. There is a cliff at Formula Student as well. So when you get to the end of the event for your final years, that's the end of your university career. And there's so much preparation to get you into university. There's very little to actually send you out into the real world. So you have to manage mentally leaving that team that you've worked so closely with for the year and actually transitioning into something new. Sleep, physical health, wealth and well-being. You might not have time to do your part-time jobs. Everything else that goes with that as well, factor it in and try and minimize the effect on you. One of the things I would say is long-term stress, and Formula Student is definitely stressful. The cortisol that produces shrinks the hypothalamus. That's the learning center of your brain. That is not a good place to be in your final year of your university degree. And I have lost count of the number of people that said, yeah, I lost a classification because I did Formula Student. Okay, so you need to be a bit careful. Now, by the way, and I'll say this, your classification has very little impact on your career and everything that goes with it, so don't sweat it. The stuff that you're going to be learning is just as important, if not more important. However, the political people out there will say, no, you still need to get your degrees. So take that with a pinch of salt. How do you mitigate this, though? Well, it's about finding a balance for everything. It's about trying to plan ahead and fit all these aspects in and around the manufacture of your car. Okay, and that I can't give you a formula for. It's what works for you and what is important for you. But you need to take even 20 minutes to just sit down with a piece of paper and go, right, what does my life look like for the next 12 months? How do I fit these things in and around the project that I want to do and I've chosen to do? Why does this matter? Now, I'm going to show you a little video of a car fully through scrutineering, and it certainly didn't run at the event. However, 2 weeks later, and you're not going to work for me now, are you? There you go. 2 weeks later, they'd work on the car, take it tested, and it's working fantastic. Okay, they could have finished the endurance. They did a simulated endurance 2 weeks later. So everything else you're going to hear today is time management. There's the proof. If you set everything with a 2-week contingency, you're probably going to get there. So if you are setting your goals, think about this right now, because it's the difference of being successful or not successful. So in terms of managing resources, you've got to think about yourself as a primary resource. You have a fixed amount of time, capacity, and output, and you need to plan that in to deploy it so that you can make realistic goals and achieve them. It's very, very important to treat yourself as a resource. It's not just cash, it's not just money, it's not just machine time, it's the ability to actually resource yourself out properly. Again, out in industry, this is what we're doing. Input in, input out. Team leaders. Anyone here that's a team leader? Could put your hand up for a second. Okay, excellent. You think your role is to be an example to the team and get in there and build that car and everything. If you guys are building the car, you're in trouble. Your sole job this year is to manage that team and manage these resources. Yes, I get that you're probably very good at actually manufacturing and stuff like that, and you will do it, and that's right. But your primary goal is to manage the team, not manage the car or build the car. The team will build the car for you. You need to be that leader, okay? And it's going to be tough for you. So what will stop you? So I've got a couple of minutes where I just want to talk a little bit. You are going to face a lot of challenges. This will be an assault on your senses. It will be so tough for you, okay? And you are going to have all these sort of things: anxiety, stress, potentially depression, panic. All these things will exist in your head. And there were, quite rightly, people will say, don't worry, it's all in your head. That's one of the most toxic things that you can say, though. Yes, these are feelings and emotions that are internalized, but they are real, and they have dramatic effects on people as well. Mental health and moving through this event is really, really important, okay? The biggest cause of death in males, 20 to 49, is suicide, which means statistically, stood here now, if I was going to die, statistically, it would be because I would take my own life. We cannot, in the world that we live in, with all the resources have a situation where that is prevalent. I implore you, within this difficult task that we're doing, to go out and seek help, okay? Teammates and anything else that will go with that. And what are some of the resources that we can use for this? Well, there are professionals, and I know a lot of your institutes have facilities where they will give this to you for free, and absolutely you've got to go and use it. It is one of the best things that you will do, seeking help through counselling, neuro-linguistic programming, or cognitive behaviour therapy. All these things will actually make you a better person, and the further you go in your life, you realise that they are just tools to optimise your performance. It is the same thing as tuning an engine, you're just tuning yourself. So please go out and seek these sort of things. Medical professionals, GP, drop-in locations, again, it's what works for you. Self-help, mindfulness, meditation, education, hypnotherapy, there's loads of stuff out there that are unexplored, and also resources that we provide and other people provide throughout the internet. Another book that I can't recommend enough is Steve Peters' Mind Management, The Chimp Paradox. It's a game changer with the way that you think about your life and stuff. So I would strongly recommend getting a copy of that if you can do it. Last slide, because I'm running the touch over. Things that will just help you a little bit with managing this, especially Formula Student. But it's my take on a good life, a general health and well-being. Things will never be as bad as they seem. There'll be nights when, and we've had these as well, when you'll have been there, you'll have blown the engine, it's 3 weeks out from the event and you think it's all over. It's not. That's when you shift gear and you actually start to perform and it tests you. Life isn't fair, but it's in your power to mitigate that as far as possible. Okay, so you might have challenges and things that are impediments. It's in your power to overcome those. There's normally a solution to fix any problem. Okay, it might not be immediately apparent, but actually it's there and you can get that from talking to people. Conflict is wasted energy and emotion. You will have a problem with your team or family or relationships. You'll bounce around the house and you'll be back with the same problem. So just start fixing it. Worry is wasted energy as well. Planning ahead is good, but worrying about it is not. The best solution in that scenario is just to start and find the solution will present itself as you go along. And trust me, everybody in this room, by the nature of being here already, you are way smarter than you think you are. Okay? Over-planning is bad as under-planning. Sometimes you just got to start on these things. Okay, we'll schedule it, we'll do our Gantt charts. But like Neil said, sometimes you start building the damn thing. Regret is a cancer that left unchecked will grow and be very harmful. That doesn't mean that you have a caveat to start doing four-wheel motors on your first year EV car, okay? So you're not allowed to do it. Build it simple, but also make sure that you have the opportunity to do stuff that's important to you as well. The ear of a good professional, I can't recommend it enough, okay? If you are struggling, it is so beneficial. Counselling is nothing to be ashamed of, and it is the only thing that will get you through some of the darker times. And remember, when you hit those darker times, the darkest moment of night is right before the dawn, okay? So that's the end of my presentation. And all I want you to take away from this is make sure that you get the right balance in what you're doing and as you move through your Formula Student experience. Good luck with it. I hope to see you at Silverstone. Say hi to us for the rest of the day. I'm going to pass over now to Lee, who's going to talk to you a little bit about cost of manufacturing.
How'd you get it to go up? Do you just...
So put it into presentation mode.
Brilliant. All good? Good. Can you hear me? Hopefully that's coming through. Good morning. Let's go forward one. Good morning. My name's Lee Wall. As of, I think, July, as John said earlier, I'm now the head judge for cost of manufacturing. Just a quick, brief introduction to me. So I've been involved in Formula Student now for about 10 years. I never competed. I come to it as a volunteer, and I've been doing custom manufacturing for all those years. So what do I want to talk about today? So cost, why do we do it? The rule changes for 2025, hopefully you've had a good chance to look at those. The cost tool workshops, the videos that are out there to do with costs, what to expect at the event, submission deadlines, that's a really important one, penalties, and then talk about concept class, real world scenario, and then some easy wins and silly mistakes. So why do we do cost? I'm sure you're aware, you can't escape it, has a big impact on both life and in work. Some big examples up there, and in fact I think cost cap, there's been a couple more this week. I think engine manufacturers have been caught out not understanding their cost packs or submitting their costs on time, so even in motorsport it has a real big impact. It's arguably the most important factor in business, and without cost discipline, businesses fail. To be able to understand cost discussions with commercial people from an engineering background is really a massive and important skill. And it's a critical skill to engineers. You might not think that, but it is in the real world. Engineering and cost go hand in hand. So, rule changes for 2025. So the big one for both concept class and FS class is we are now asking teams to evaluate greenhouse gas emissions associated with their construction of their prototype vehicle and calculate the global warming potential in CO2 equivalents. So what that means is we're going to ask you to calculate the carbon footprint based on a cradle to gate life cycle assessment. So that would include things like extraction of raw materials, processing of those raw materials, turning those processed materials into a physical part that you're going to use, and all of the transportation between each of those steps. So this change is quite a big change. It's a big sustainability element, which is, I think, really good, but it's going to require quite a bit of work from the teams to understand that. That in itself also drives some changes to cost in some other ways. So we're replacing the D-BOM and the C-BOM with a new costed carbon bill of materials, so the CC-BOM. So if you see that word and you think, oh, what is it? It's effectively your D-BOM, your C-BOM with the added carbon element added to it. In terms of the systems that we're asking you to cost and produce carbon information for FS class, we've not announced that yet, so that will be announced and you'll get to see that on the socials. For concept class, it's as previous years, so it'll be chassis and body. But once the tool goes live, we'll make sure that you know which section we want you to produce the CC BOM for. Something else we've updated for 2025 is the bought out part definition. So in the past, we've had teams say, well, I bought my chassis from someone, they manufactured it. That won't count as a bought part. So a bought part is something from a catalogue that you can purchase. So if you've outsourced your chassis, that's still a unique part. You need to cost that as you've cost it as though you've manufactured it. So make sure that you read that and understand that. Systems, so based on feedback for the last few years, we've updated the systems, or about to update the systems, as you'll see that within the rules. So we've split out drivetrain from engine. So drivetrain is now on its own system, and we've added tractive system into engine, so EV, for the EV teams. And the electrical section is now renamed as low voltage system. So hopefully that, for the EV teams, it will make it a little bit easier when building your bill of materials. And last one, the scoring has changed to factor in that global warming potential. So there's, I think, 15 points on offer in both concept class and FS class for the global warming potential. So cost tool workshop, this is really good. So there's Ollie, he'll be up in, I think it's room 8 this afternoon, doing some information about the cost tool. If you can, I'd suggest you go along and visit that, because I think it's worthwhile to understand. And when we come to cost videos, there's a wealth of videos on the IMechE website, from everything from documentation overview to the cost tool, cost explanation file, supporting material files. There's guidance from previous years. What I would say is read these in conjunction with the rules. So some of the rules have changed since we've produced these. So just need to check against today's rules or 2025 rules. But in general, these are a fantastic resource. There's a lot of hours of videos there, so I definitely would check it out. So what to expect at the event? So the picture on the right is the cost of manufacturing judges from last year. Most of those, I'm sure, will be back this year. I think once you're in, whether you're a competitor or a judge or in any form, you kind of stick with it. So many years experience, not only in industry but formerly student there. They may seem a bit scary on the day, but they're all pretty friendly. They don't bite, not much anyway. So for FS class, what can you expect? So you've got a 45-minute judging session, and that includes a review of the pre-submitted documentation. So things like the BOM of the vehicle. They'll look at the vehicle and they might pick that Gucci part that you've made and say, well, show me that in your BOM. And if it's within that CC BOM section, they might ask you to talk about the cost or the carbon footprint, the global warming potential of that part. And then that will then go into a broader discussion on your cost knowledge. So things like your manufacturing, how do you talk about labour rates, burden rates, all of those type of things will come up in that 45 minutes. Concept class, very similar. Again, it's a 45-minute judging session. The first 30 minutes are spent talking about all those things, so chassis and body, the team structure, your manufacturing knowledge, your greenhouse gas emissions associated with the chassis and body as well, and how you constructed your prototype vehicle. The second portion of the concept class, which is what differs to the FS class, is the real world task. And that's a presentation that we're asking you to provide to the team. You don't need to pre-submit that with your cost report documents, but you need to be prepared to present that on the day to the judges. How you present that is totally up to you. It can be flip charts, it can be PowerPoint off a laptop, it's totally up to you. But just be mindful, you've got 15 minutes to present that in quite a noisy environment, so just be prepared. And just to note, both FS class and concept class will have live finals. That's something we've done for concept class for the last couple of years and works really well. What I would say is hopefully you'll be successful in being one of those finals. If you're not, come along and watch. It's quite interesting to see, and we'd like you there to watch so you get an experience of what that is, but hopefully you'll be in the cost final, you won't need to watch. So, submission deadlines. This is always an interesting one. So, as you can see there, 5 o'clock on the 16th of June is the submission deadline. Please don't leave it till 4:55 to submit. I think Edith Cowan were late. I think they got the time zones mixed up. So that cost them a place in the cost final. Otherwise, they would have been in the cost final and got even more points than they already did. So please submit early. Do it a day early. Set it to the 15th or the 14th. That's when you're going to submit. So if there's a problem, we can help you. But if you're 2 minutes late, you will get a penalty. And which is, if you've spent a lot of time in work, it can be quite demoralising. So don't do it. Make sure it's early. In terms of documentation, it's all in the rules, so please understand the rules, but the 3 files that we need you to submit, whether you're FS class or concept class, are the bill of material file. That includes your costed carbon bill of materials. It includes your supporting material file and your cost and emissions explanation file. Please make sure they are in the right format, in the file. We have teams submit in weird and wonderful ways, But if you was in the real world and you were submitting these and it wasn't what we'd asked for, your bid would be thrown out. So just bear that in mind. So if it asks for a PDF, make sure it's a PDF and not a Word file. And make sure that I can read it as well and open it. So we have a lot of teams on the supporting material file where they'll submit drawings that are tiny on an A4 sheet. So just make sure we can read and understand what you submit as well. Penalties. Last year we had around 40% of teams incur pre-event penalties. 40% of teams come to the event with some form of pre-event penalty. So just, again, reiterate, don't be late. Make sure it's in the right format, make sure you've got the right documents in there and none of the files are missing. And please don't submit empty files just because you haven't done the work. That is a penalty as well, because you just can't accept it. We've had teams do that over the years. So you can get a maximum of 100 points, penalty points, pre-event. So again, I don't want to give them out, but please just submit on time, the right documents and the right files. So concept class, the real world scenario. So what we're asking this year is that you've been approached by a single seat racing league that's setting up a global competition in multiple countries, and they've seen your chassis and body design and are interested. And they'd like you to present to them how you would modify your current manufacturing setup for that one-off car and make 9,000 units over 3 years. So things you might want to consider there are the materials used, your cycle time impacts, labour impacts, make versus buy, the manufacturing processes that you're using and feasibility of those manufacturing processes, the assembly processes, any tooling. So you might want to think about the types of tooling that you've used on your one-off versus the 9,000, how that will affect your cradle-to-gate life cycle assessment, any capital investment, so things leasing, buying, etc., and what risks and opportunities do you see in scaling that up. As I said, that's a presentation only for concept class, and the expectation is you'll present that on the day. So, finally, easy wins and silly mistakes. So, as John said, enjoy it and learn from it, because it is a fantastic event. Please read and understand the rules, and read them again once you understand them, just to make sure. Be on time and in the right place, especially if you're an FS class. You need to bring your vehicle to the pavilion. Now, for those that have done it in previous years, will know that you have to get it in through the doors, up the ramp, which can be quite interesting. So make sure you're there in plenty of time and know what judging bay that you're going to. I think we have 20 judging bays. So when teams turn up and we say, where's your judging bay? And they say, oh, I don't know. It's really hard for us to help you know where to go. So just make sure you understand where you're going, bring the right people as well, and your equipment and documentation. We do have teams turn up without their car, which means we can't judge. We need your car, the people, and your cost documents with you. What not to do, as I've said previously, don't submit late, don't ignore the rules. Think about what the rules, we only ask you to cost 1 or 2 sections, so don't ignore that and do everything, because we don't need you to do everything. We just need you to follow the rules and do it. Don't ignore cost altogether, and don't turn up not prepared or without your car. And I think that's probably the most important thing, is to enjoy the event and take away and learn from it. And that's it. Thank you very much. One thing to add, don't forget the free money presentation. I think it's 12:30, because that's really important as well. But thank you. If you've got any questions, either speak to me during the day or one of the cost judges, or in your cost one-to-one breakout sessions. But thank you.
Cool, hi everybody. I just want to start, so I'm Helen, I'm from MathWorks. So who are MathWorks? We are the makers of MATLAB and Simulink. So MATLAB is a programming environment for algorithm development, data analysis, and then we have Simulink, which is our graphical environment for designing, simulating, and testing systems. And then we also have more than 100 add-on products that go with MATLAB and Simulink, so things like the computer vision toolbox and things like that. So lots of things that can help you during Formula Student. So MATLAB and Simulink is used by absolutely millions of engineers around the world. You can just kind of see some numbers there, and we have tons of key customers. It's not just the automotive industry, we also are in aerospace and defense, biotechnical communications, electronics, railway systems, neuroscience. There's lots of different industries that we're here for. So automotive is definitely one of our major institutes, and a lot of the fellow sponsors that are here, so Jaguar Land Rover, Mercedes, AMG, HPP, they definitely also use our tools. So if you were here in 2023, we had Graham on our booth doing a talk. He's also written a blog about how important kind of having Simulink knowledge coming out of university was for him in getting that job at Mercedes AMG. But I'm going to hand it over to Harry. So Harry did the talk this year, and Harry says some great things. So hopefully this works. Hopefully this plays. Oh, will it play? My video is embedded. I'm going to have it on Instagram. Follow us on Instagram, and I'll put this clip up there because the video is just not playing right now. But basically, Harry goes through the whole F1 Power Development Unit, and he talks about how data analysis is really
really needs to have in their back pocket and to use at any moment. So for us, this is our thermofluid simulations. This is looking at getting as much bang for our buck out of the fuel, because we are fuel limited by regulation in F1. You then have your product engineers. You go and design the parts and turn this into reality, something that we can make, we can build, will be strong enough and everything. We then crucially have this test team. This is a really big part of F1, and it's probably one of the key differentiators of F1 from other industries. Because we work so rapidly, we happily spend a lot of money on making parts very, very quickly, and we need to go and test them quickly, and those tests need to be reliable and repeatable, and that's kind of the area that I sit in. And then we go and race at the weekends. I put the word execute here because really for me what we go and do at the weekends is not just turning up on the Sunday and racing the car, but it's about delivery of the powertrain to the event, installation, working with the teams, setting up the calibration, iterating that calibration through the weekend, and then going and executing that on a Sunday. And I have to say at each of these steps, start to finish and background again, is data analysis sits fundamental to everything we do. So there's not really this concept anymore, at least at HPP, of being a data analysis engineer solely, or being a coder, or being someone who can use MATLAB. It's a tool that everyone has, or really needs to have in their back pocket and to use at any moment.
I'm going to carry off there, but he's basically saying that everyone needs to know it in like the tool chain, and it's super important. So we just want to make sure you have those skills, so when you're ready to go into industry. So there's quite a few more of the Where Are They Now articles on our website from lots of students that have come. These are just all the ones from Formula Student that have moved into industry, and they talk about what skills that were important for them as they moved into industry. So how do we support you? We have a huge student programs team over at MathWorks. We work not just on student competitions, but also hackathons, project ideas, ambassadors, how-to videos. There's lots of things that we do. Like I said, we sponsor 77 competitions around the world, and there's over 5,000 student teams that we support in lots of different areas. So we really want to make sure that we're preparing you for your career no matter what you're doing. So we have lots of resources for you. There's lots of self-paced resources. So if you're completely brand new, there's lots of MATLAB on-ramp, Simulink on-ramp, lots of courses if you want to get a bit more in depth when you look at computational mathematics, data science, a lot more things. And these things really do help you win. So we have our winners circle on our website, and you can see there's just a few winning teams. All of these teams that have kind of won either a Formula Student event somewhere around the world have used MATLAB and Simulink. And I know that the talk kind of after this is all about free money. We do offer you free money as well. I know some of you are already using Simulink. We have a Simulink Student Challenge, which is running right now on our website. If you're using Simulink, upload a video to YouTube. Tell us how you're using Simulink. The top prize, I think it's like $1,000 for the Simulink Student Challenge. There's definitely some money that can be had there. This is a team from Italy that came second in the Simulink Student Challenge last year. And also we have capstone projects. If you're looking for kind of like a final year project, we have one about path planning for autonomous race cars on our website. And there was a member of the Formula Student team again that used that for his final year projects. There's lots of things that we can do there. So as I said, we support 27 automotive competitions around the world. We pretty much do most of the Formula Student events that we have, plus a few of the more electrical events that we have. So there is a whole team of us behind the scenes supporting everything. So I look after all of our competitions, but then we have Sam, Veer, Akshra, Nobu, and Li Ping, who are all on the student programs team, who solely look after automotive competitions to help building these things. And then we have George here from the UK. He definitely works with universities on how they can use MATLAB and Simulink. So what I'm saying is, if you need help, email us, racinglounge@mathworks.com. That comes through to all of us engineers, and we can definitely help you with whatever your problem is. We have our website, mathworks.com/FSUK. You can find the software offer, tutorials, videos, training, access to all our support on there. And the new license is out now, and that definitely includes access to Simscape Battery, Roadrunner Scenario, and lots of different things on there. We also did a webinar series that's still on our website. We did this last year all about vehicle dynamics and simulation and visualization. You can definitely scan that and watch all the videos on demand. We also have a YouTube channel. You'll find an entire series on there about improving your race car for development in the MATLAB and Simulink Racing Lounge. These are all built by people that work on just Formula Student, so a lot of them are kind of relevant to Formula Student. So student teams, we look at some of the student teams there. You can see one with TU Fast. We work with some of the other teams and try and share how they're using it, so you can learn from them as well. We also have our how-to series. These are super short videos. They're kind of maximum of kind of like 5 to 6 minutes long. Really show you how to do something super quick. And then we have our Instagram channel. Do make sure you follow us on Instagram. Whenever we have a new demo, whenever we have a new how-to video, we do something called Tip Tuesdays, where we try and just help you out with tips on easy ways to use MATLAB and Simulink. There's lots of resources on there. As I said, we're always trying to help support kind of the UK teams that we have, and we'll do as much as we can on that one. I'll pass over to George now to kind of go into some of the bit more technical details.
Awesome. Thanks, Helen. Green button? Green button.
Yeah.
Okay. So as Helen said, we want to support you in your competitions. We want to support you as students to get impactful careers in industry when you graduate. So most of you, if not all, already have MATLAB licenses from your university. But in case you don't, we have these competition licenses. So this is all that's included in your license. It's a bunch of different stuff. So we've highlighted certain parts that might be of specific interest. So in blue here, I've got the powertrain block set, Simscape battery, and the vehicle dynamics block set that will be potentially crucial for modeling your vehicles. And in red, we've highlighted other tools such as a deep learning toolbox, navigation toolbox, sensor fusion and tracking, and LiDAR that might be more useful for autonomous driving and path planning. There we go. So let's think about your systems that you'll be working with, right? So of course you've got your vehicle itself, and you'll be having data coming out of your sensors, and then you'll be feeding those through your algorithms and your controllers and so on, and that will be influencing the decisions that you'll be feeding to your actuators. So we want to support you in every part of this process. So when it comes to modeling the physical parts of your system, we've got, as I mentioned earlier, the vehicle dynamics block set, powertrain block set, Simscape battery. And of course, we've got different tools for your control design, sensor fusion, path planning, LiDAR. So any sort of algorithm development you can do in our tools. Something that I try to highlight in every talk that I do is this idea of model-based design. So if you're not familiar with the idea of model-based design, so this is what I like to call the bad old days of engineering design, where each team does their own development independently. So you have your systems engineers getting requirements from your customers and then feeding them individually to specific engineering teams who develop their prototypes and their models in isolation, in their own silos. And then they have a software engineer that will deploy that into a microcontroller, for example. With model-based design, we try and encourage this system-level design aspect where with Simulink and Simscape, you can have a single source where all of your modeling can happen at. And you can link this specifically to requirements as well. So the specific requirements will link to specific parts of your models. You can have automatic code generation as well. So any algorithm developed in Simulink and in Simscape can be deployed directly onto embedded devices like microcontrollers and FPGAs. And of course, there is a constant feedback loop in all of these stages. So if you figure out there are some missing parts of the requirements from a system level design, you can feed that back. At the deployment stage, if you figure out there is something wrong with the, let's say, the sample times of your microcontrollers, your algorithm doesn't work, you can feed that back and so on. So this is some of the reasons why a lot of our industrial customers use model-based design. I'm not going to have you read the whole lot, but the idea can be summarized with, I can work with others, it extends our capabilities, I can scale my applications, I save money, and I save time. And I think these are the same things that you guys care about when designing your vehicles. But it's not just the big customers, it's also startups that are really trying to get into market quickly. So very briefly, some words on the modeling techniques. So my colleague Sam in the afternoon, he'll be going through this in a lot more detail, but you can do equation-based modeling in Simulink. You can do data-driven modeling, but you can also do physical modeling as well. So if you're modeling suspension systems or if you're modeling powertrains, we've got specific tools catered for that. So you'll be modeling different domains, perhaps, of your system. So if you'll be modeling the electrical domains, you'll be modeling the mechanical domains, thermal, fluids, and also the interactions between those as well. Oops, one too many. So as I said a few times now, we have specialized libraries for large electrical machines, batteries, fluids, drive lines. We've got Simscape multibody for analyzing the dynamics of your system. And something I'm trying to make sure a lot of people hear about it is that MATLAB and Simulink are not just for prototyping. You can automatically generate and deploy C and C++ code to your microcontrollers through MATLAB Coder and Simulink Coder. You can create HDL and VHDL code for your FPGAs. You can get structured text for your PLCs. And you can also get CUDA code for your GPUs. And you can deploy this code directly onto those devices. So for MATLAB and Simulink, you can connect to a bunch of different hardware. So that can be your microcontrollers we just discussed, but it can also be things like webcams and LiDAR and so on. And we support a bunch of different devices, and there's a list of these online. And just want to draw your attention to this so you can use your MATLAB and Simulink for a whole variety of different things that it's good at. The other thing I really want to talk about is this idea of technical computing. So most engineering problems can be simplified to this little workflow. So we start by accessing our data. And this accessing can be, your data can be like in a spreadsheet format, for example, if you run experiments, or it can be coming from a different software if you're doing co-simulations, or it might be coming straight from hardware and sensors that you've got embedded in your systems. Once you get your data, you want to potentially do some exploring and discovering. So you might want to look at trends in your data. You might want to create your algorithms like closed-loop control systems, or you might want to create standalone applications. You can do all that in MATLAB and Simulink. And then once you've done this, you probably want to do some sharing of your data. That can be, let's say, reports when you're trying to report these out to your colleagues and your boss. But it can also be generating systems that can work downstream. It can be deploying C and C++ code, as we said, or deploying standalone applications for tooling for your colleagues to be using in their day-to-day. And this rarely is a single pass. So a lot of this needs to be automated because you'll get new requirements from your customers and you want to rerun your experiments or optimize what you've done. You'll be potentially getting new data. So you want to have this being fully automated and repeatable. But a lot of these processes can be quite tricky, especially if you're not an expert in the field. So we also provide you with, alongside MATLAB and Simulink, a bunch of different apps that you can use to interactively work with your data. So in this case, I'm just highlighting a specific one, which is for identifying key features in our time series signals. And I tend to use this for machine learning models. But in general, there is a variety of these apps. And once you've done your process in the app, you can also generate MATLAB code from it to have it, as I said, repeatable and reproducible, and have it run again and again without needing to go through the app. So this is really good for not getting bogged down with the code, but actually focusing on solving engineering problems. Next thing to mention, co-simulation with Unreal Engine. So in this simulation environment, you can work with pre-built scenes and place your vehicles within the scene. And you can also have simulated cameras, radar, and LiDAR as well on this. So this example is perfect for developing and testing and verifying the performance of perception, path planning, and control algorithms. So here we've got an example of the skid pad test, which is very similar to what's in the formation competition, right? So in this example, we have a vehicle that starts at rest. It goes into the track, does 2 clockwise loops, changes direction on the steering, and then does 2 anti-clockwise loops, and then exits and comes to rest. So I've given you a lot of information, Helen and I, and if you come to the booth, you get even more information. But these are some resources to get you started, because I've just shared a bunch of different stuff. So for physical modeling, we've got this webinar series. You can learn more about vehicle dynamics and modeling 3D suspension systems on this. Similarly, for code generation, if you're looking more into deploying your algorithms from Simulink and from MATLAB into your microcontrollers with C++ code, you can learn more about that here. And very similar for computer vision as well. So if you're looking more into feature extraction or object detection and performing autonomous recognition and obstacle avoidance, there's some resources here. We also have these self-paced courses. So these are interactive courses. Helen briefly mentioned these as well, where essentially you have a combination of videos and tutorials that you can answer, and you can get feedback, so you can learn the fundamentals of our tools. And these are not just those that I mentioned. We have about 60 of them now, I think, that cover a variety of different topics, including control systems, signal processing, machine learning, image processing, and so on. So I would say this is where you'd start if you are new with our tools, or if you just want to learn more about a specific aspect of our tools or an overall workflow. So a bunch of different stuff, but if there are 3 things I want you to remember. Firstly, go to mathworks/FSUK for all of the tutorials and access to our tools. Join Instagram for tips and tricks that we'll be sharing. And if you need any sort of support, email us at racinglounge@mathworks.com. But that's not all. Also, I'm available outside at the booth if you want to have a more in-depth discussion about anything that you're working on. And also, my colleague Sam has a talk that will be going into more in-depth on the modeling techniques that you can have with our tools. So that is at 3:25. Now that's all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is that coming through? Hello? Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear us at the back? Cool. All right. No problem. So, yeah, hi, I'm Nathan Vosper, and we've got Julie Chung as well. So we're from the IMAKI Awards Committee. The whole purpose of the next 25 minutes is to tell you how you can get some free money from us. So we'll do a quick introduction. So yeah, awards committee member, project manager for Babcock. I've also did Formula Student, started about 10 years ago, graduated 6 years ago, and I've done it seen it from your side, and now obviously from the awards committee side as well. Submitted an award and successfully got one, so kind of seen it from what you need to do as well. So if you've got any questions at the end, if we can take it in these sessions, if not, we've got a stand outside, so feel free just to come and speak to us after. So.
Yeah, I'm Julie Chung. I've worked for BAE Systems. Been part of the cost and manufacturing judging session for about 17 years actually, but been part of the award committee for the last 3 years.
Cool. So yeah, today is all about basically telling you the process for applying for the IMAKI Formula Student Awards, what we look for, and your ability to ask us questions around how you can submit a successful application. In essence, the change for the last couple of years, we started it last year, has been quite successful. We've changed the way the application runs. So we used to essentially say you could apply, I think it was up to, you could get 8 awards up to, or an award of 8 up to £3,000. We've changed the way we do it now, so we will award a number of awards up to the value of £4,500, and that can range from £1,000 to £4,500. Depends on the strength of the application, and we'll go into a bit more detail, and again, come and ask us questions throughout the day. And what we tend to ask is, applications go live, they close in about a month's time, details on the next slide. And then we mark throughout Christmas. We'll essentially tell you if you've been taken to the next stage, which will be a virtual interview, and then depending on the outcome of that interview, it'll be if you get assigned an award or not. So, do you want to talk through the process?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The application form is actually on the website, so if you can just navigate to that, and as Nathan alluded to, we do have a stand outside which we can show a bit more of the detail on what's in the application. The deadline is the 1st of December. Please do submit that on time. There's usually quite a lot of universities that apply to these. We had about 50, 60 applications last year, of which there's a few of us that mark these applications. So we'll give some hints and tips later on in the slides just to make your application a bit punchy so it really stands out. As Nathan said, as from these applications, you'll get shortlisted through a marking process. We have a criteria for that. And then you'll be invited to an interview, a virtual interview session, and that'll be through Teams. And that's generally around February time. Award winners will be notified, and once the team has completed a successful entry to the FS 2025 event. In terms of the finances, the award will be sent via internet banking. We do ask that the universities provide us the official information to our committee secretary. But should you be successful, what we'll do is send you guys a mentor as well as a point of contact. We'll come and visit you at the university. We'll have generally about half a day to a day with the team. It'll be nice to see the car and the lab and the progress of that throughout the year at that time. So that's the commitment that we provide to you, is that should you win the award and be down selected, we will come and mentor your team. Pass it over to you, Nathan.
Yeah, so like we said, application process, we'll go into that in the next couple of slides. We'll then go to the virtual interview. So the virtual interviews are generally Microsoft Teams meeting. Essentially, it's a discussion for us to get the confidence that where you are with the project, so with your progress throughout the Formula Student year. We tend to give you a essentially a brief to say, look, you need to prepare, like say, a 10-minute presentation to demonstrate as a minimum how you'll spend the money, the quantitative means of demonstrating how it will improve the performance of a team, and I'll go into that in a bit more detail in a sec. Project progress, so we'll speak to you in February. We're now obviously the start of November, so obviously you probably started September, about 6 months worth of project progress. We'll just see how you're getting on, how confident are you that you'll get to Silverstone, are you ahead or behind? And it's a bit of an open conversation really, just to say, how do you give us the confidence that and almost give the confidence to yourself that you're on track, and just have a bit of conversation. Previous experience in performance and how those experiences will result in a better entry. So, based off of, was there any learning from experience this year that you've taken in and all that sort of stuff. And ultimately, what we really want to learn from the virtual interview and from the application is why you should win an award. So when we over the last couple of years, we've really refined the process. And what we've asked for is, obviously, being in your shoes, I really understand that Formula student teams need money. So it's really, and if we could, we'd try and give money to everyone. But we have a finite budget, and how we allocate that, we need to demonstrate that there's some form of objective criteria. So what we try to say is, how can you demonstrate that by us giving you money, it will lead to an improvement in your performance? So a couple of ways that we've seen that before. We can define, we can have a conversation around what performance means. So, how do you quantify your performance? Is that via an improvement in your lap time, an improvement in the reliability, an improvement in point score? And essentially then what we're looking for is to say, if you were to give us £1,000, we could spend that on a component that would improve our reliability or our lap time by X, Y, or Z, and therefore you get some form of metric. And I think in recent years, those have been the applications that have been most successful, because you kind of understand why you need the money. You've demonstrated how you're going to spend it and what the improvements are going to be. And when we can clearly see that thought process, it makes it really easy, rather than seeing applications that have said, I've got a long list of components that I need to buy, because ultimately what we try to say, this should further improve the standard of your car. So for example, if you're, it doesn't matter if you're an internal combustion engine or an electric vehicle, if you tell us that you need to buy tyres, just use that as an example, well, every car needs tyres anyway, and that's something that we've kind of said you should have scoped out in your project already. So if you put a list of components that you need to buy, it doesn't really give us the wow factor of why us investing money in the team is worthwhile. So that demonstration around performance, what it means for the team, we can clearly see that you've thought about it, and that's what make your application stand out. What we're also looking at doing this year is looking at we're going to call it a bit of a wow factor. So why we should ultimately support whatever Formula student team that you're sending the application in. So we want that justification to begin with, but if there's anything else that you do on top, please let us know. If that's getting out into your local communities, engaging like the STEM agenda and all that sort of stuff. Why we should give the money to your Formula student team. So that's hopefully a couple of good ideas there. I'll just pass over to Julie, who'll talk about the do's of our application.
Thank you. Part of the application process, as you would with applying for a job or applying for funding from a bank loan, is that we need you to complete all the sections that we asked you to do, and to do it correctly as well. As Nathan alluded to, at the wow factor, there is a section at the back for further information. Do make the most of that, because that allows you to provide supplementary information and further justification. It could be analysis from your cost-benefit analysis. It could be to say, if we were awarded this amount of money, what would that change in terms of your performance of your car and the competition itself? So we'd like to see some quantifiable analysis in supplementing the application. Make sure all the core team members are identified in the back of the form and its role as well. We do ask for that type of information. There's a section around the budget and also the budget, sort of the business plan, projected performance and objectives, making sure that it's realistic and achievable and explaining that in the application as well. Part of the application process, you need to apply references as well to either academics or sponsors or professional staff members of the university. Quite a lot of the time in the don'ts, we're missing one referee, for instance, and with most applications that would make the application non-compliant. So we'd like you to be at least successful in applying for the award. Make sure the primary contact is available on the details provided as well, because this is an enduring process. So you apply for it, there's an interview, but there's also at the event you get a sticker for your car should you be down selected, and we also ask that you write a report after this. Please do advise the committee if there's any changes after you submit the application as well, so do keep us informed of that.
It's really important to submit that end of year report because in previous years, teams that haven't submitted it, the following year we then even if you were top of the application process, you may be unsuccessful because we don't have that confidence that you'll actually see that process all the way through. Generally, the reason why that happens is because you go to Silverstone, generally teams hand over to a new team and it gets lost in the cracks. So it's just making sure that obviously if you're, say, the team leader this year and you're not planning on writing that report because you'd have graduated and moved on, making sure that if you're successful that someone else in the team picks that up to make sure we get it delivered, because it can hinder you in the consequent years as well. So then if we start to look at the application form, just out of interest, has anyone, if you have, just put your hands up, has anyone looked at the application form before today? Cool, no, good. What you might see on there is a section that says basically we want to see your budget. We've put this in the slides for today because it will say like consumables, equipment, travel, accommodation and all that sort of stuff. I think it's section 4. We don't want to make your life any more difficult than or do any more work than you've already done. Put your hands up if you know if your team's got a budget and how that's allocated. Perfect. What we're essentially saying is just put your budget as your appendix, and that's all we really need to see. We just want to see basically how you break your work, your budget for the team down into like subsections. So we put that there as a bit of an aid. In recent years, when we've questioned people on their budgets, it seems to get a bit complicated around understanding how we've asked for it versus what you do. So essentially, you've probably already done the work. Just feel free to put in the appendix something like this that allows us to really see how you break your budget down. So that's just a bit of hopefully a useful tip for you for this year. Anything to add, Julie?
No, again, if you run out of space in the application form, there is the back end where you've got additional information, and any supplementary information was always a bonus. It gives us a richer picture and makes your application stand out. All right, some of the don'ts. We've seen numerous applications. Again, emphasis of answer the question in the application form. We do ask for an organisation chart of your team as well. That often gets missed out in the appendix. And that we do penalise that as well, because we've simply asked you for an organisation chart and it's not been submitted. So assume that a previous, you can't assume that the previous successful application will result with another one. You do need to learn from what's submitted from last year if your team has submitted. Also look at the history as well, understanding whether your past teams have actually submitted something similar and whether they were successful. The key thing about the report as well, please don't forget to submit it. It's usually around September time, and quite a lot of students do forget it because you've just had the event, you've got your summer holidays, and you're passing to the next team. And often that sets us up, puts a bit of a black mark on your university for the next year's application. So we do consider that. So please do submit that report after the event. Part of the committee, or Karen, you might hear from Karen Frost from sort of a committee secretary. We don't sort of provide updates until we've successfully down selected the university, and we'll send out a letter for that. So please don't chase us for that information in between sort of 1st of December, which is the deadline, and then you'll hear from us, I think it's around January time.
Yeah, so we convene around mid-January to go through the applications and who we think should be down selected, and then we tend to give about 2 weeks' notice for an interview if you are successful to come and have a conversation. Like Julie said, is do not regurgitate. If your team was successful last year and you copy and paste the application, when we've seen that done before, we just basically, when we pick it up, we'll probably mark it, but we'll just identify that it's a copied application, and generally they're unsuccessful because we want to see what you're thinking. By all means, I don't know if any of your teams won an award last year or in the previous years, feel free to reach out to those to ask them what they did, but just copy and pasting that application, it is really clear to us that that's been done. So don't do that because it will be unsuccessful. We do have the stand outside. That's all we've got really to talk about today. I think with respect to time, we've probably got we've got time for a couple of questions. If not, then yeah, please feel free to come and speak to us on the stand, and we can go into as much detail as you'd like. So,
any questions?
Yeah.
If we've had barriers, is that worth putting on application, or are you not interested in that?
What, like for example, like lack of funding or?
For example, if your chassis got sunk by the welding company and then it's all gone wrong, is that something we should put on application, or are you not interested in?
So yeah, like if there's things like that that's going to impact your project and you understand that now, absolutely put it on. I think going to and happy to pick the conversation up after. Think about how we're asking the applicant, what we're asking for in the application to justify why you need the money. Like further information like that's always useful. But I think to what we're looking for things that will help to either develop you as engineers, develop the performance capability of the car, or ultimately we'll see that like a cost-benefit analysis. So how you define your parameters and performance is up to you, and then how you explain to that, by giving us £1,000, if that £1,000 transfers into an extra 10 points, then we're talking like £100 a point, and that's a really good objective as an example for me to go. They've clearly understood what their cost metrics are and how their performance will be on the back of it. So can do, yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Do all teams have an equal chance of getting an award, or is it more for smaller and new teams to get like a better competitive stance on it?
I'm going to say it's a level playing field when you apply for the application. We've got a criteria for the marking scheme, but we do emphasise the strength of the justification for the award. So if you are a small team and you've got low funding, you would expect to see a greater benefit by obtaining the funding. So it's based on the strength of the justification.
The key for us is the quality application. So, the more information you can give us, and the fact that we can see that you've used a logical thinking process, the more likely you are to get an award. So yeah, level playing field, and just because a team might have had an award for the last 10 years doesn't mean you're guaranteed an award this year, because we mark the new applications and we essentially just go down through what criteria we all mark against, and then we compare our notes in January. So yeah.
In the application it goes on to propose sponsorship agreements. If there's sponsorship not known currently, but then in the future months after submission it becomes apparent, is that something that we've penalised?
No, ultimately we just want the transparency in your finances. So we just want to understand where you get your money from, what it looks like, and all that sort of stuff. So I think that's where we've asked for the budget. If you've got like a overall budget and budget allocation, and you understand where your income's coming from, then to me that's more than enough. When we go through the, if you're successful and go through the interview process, or when if you're again successful again and you get allocated a mentor and we come and visit you at the university, those are just conversations we'll pick up. But yeah, we don't really penalise on the amount of sponsorship. We just want to understand where you get the money from and how your project essentially is supported. So yeah, we definitely don't penalise for more information. It's just we just want transparency really. So cool. I think that's probably us out of time. But no, thanks all for listening. If you've got any more questions, please just feel free. We're just outside, so please come and ask us as many questions as you've got. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session, car maker for virtual test driving. So we've got Elliot Heames, who's Managing Director of IPG Automotive UK, who will be delivering the bulk of the presentation. But I just wanted to give a quick introduction first. So lap time simulation we introduced as an element of the competition initially during COVID, when we replaced the actual dynamic events with virtual elements. And we liked it so much, we've kept it in the event ever since. And Elliot will go through all the detail of the different ways that vehicle simulation can help development of a Formula Student vehicle. In industry, motorsport, automotive, aerospace, everywhere, the trend is to do more and more in the virtual world. And for two reasons primarily. One is it's cheaper than making virtual prototypes, and you can iterate quicker, and you can do that in controlled, repeatable conditions. So you don't have to do an ABA or ABCA test to confirm that, with track temperature or air pressure or differences that go away. But what you have to have in the back of your mind, simulation's great, but it needs to be validated. And if you're you can develop your own tools. And in motorsport, we spend a lot of time to develop our own tools, so it's our IP and we fully understand it. But the work that goes on to correlate that and validate it is massive. So some of you teams already have your own lap simulation tools that you developed, but if you don't, then we have the lap time simulation element of the competition, which you have to do to get some points. But a lot of the reason why we do that is to then give you the basics that you can then build upon and go and develop and expand on, and use that to guide and inform the design decisions you make on your vehicle, but then doing setup development ahead of actually going and testing the car. So you've already got an idea of what you want to do with the car at testing. So you can do it in isolation, but to get the most value out of it is how you integrate it in with the whole way you go about doing your Formula Student program. And the skills that you learn will stand you in great stead for your start in industry afterwards. So thanks very much, enjoy it, and I'll hand over to Elliot for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So good afternoon, everybody. So I had a really good look at these slides before I went on holiday, and I got back last night. So we'll see how this goes, shall we? See how much I can remember. So as Dan said, he's absolutely right. The reason we IPG continue to sponsor and continue to push lap time simulation is because that's the way the industry is, and we want you guys to be using it in anger. And I'll talk a bit about more of that in a minute. So real quick bit of background on IPG. So I've been in this role now for 5 years. IPG UK has existed for 5 years, and we set it up specifically to look after our UK customers. We are a spin-off of Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. It's been around for 40 years now, IPG Automotive as a whole. And we've got something like 250 companies using our software globally, 450 people worldwide. So we're a small company, but used very expansively across the OEMs and Tier 1s in particular. We've got offices all over the world, just opened an office in Bangalore, so we've got a very global team, and indeed our support network for Formula Student is a global base. So if you want to know a bit more about the company, then we've got a stand somewhere out there. We've got a little simulator you can drive on as well, and you can have a little play with that. So these are just some of our customers. So as you can see, we are very well established. This will become relevant in a minute. So why are we here? What is the motivation for us, IPG, spending what is essentially millions of pounds worth of sponsorship in licenses and kind of money on supporting this event? And why are we here and supporting you guys? That's a GIF of a world record for launch performance, and it was not a British team. Right? So we want the British universities to be doing better. That's what this is about. This is a UK-led competition, and it goes off, the teams that come here go off to do global competitions, and we want the UK teams to be performing better. My headquarters is German, so it'd be very nice if I could destroy them with some of the teams that we support. Okay. And the other reason, which this laptop image is portraying, is recruitment. Now this is a long-term goal obviously, but very, very simply, we globally recruit a lot of people who've been working on Formula Student and Formula Student AI. So it helps us if you can use our tools when we recruit you, because we have to do a little bit less training. But it also is very important for you as well, because as I mentioned, 250 companies worldwide are using our software, and a lot of those are very, very well established OEMs, Jaguar Land Rover in the UK being just one of them. So if you already have the skills that those companies need, then it makes you more employable. I see a lot of CVs and people like to list thousands of tools that they can use. I would rather they listed 3 that they can use very well. Right, so this is about making you more employable as well. You will find that OEMs and Tier 1s don't tend to use the free stuff because it's not as good as the expensive stuff. The expensive stuff being CarMaker, we're giving you it for free as part of your teams, and we'd love you to use it in anger to help develop your vehicles. So what is CarMaker? Why is it relevant to this? So you can read the stuff on here as fast as I can read it, if not faster. CarMaker allows you to have a virtual environment with a virtual vehicle, and in the 1980s when the company was founded, it was founded around a basis of very solid physics. So the vehicle dynamics is at the absolute core of CarMaker, so that's very relevant to how the vehicle behaves. You can model the driver, and that driver model is completely parameterizable, so you can have a more or less aggressive driver. The driver can adapt and it can learn, so you can change your lap time performance. There's no traffic, of course, but the environment is very important, and if you want to model your own tracks, you can do so you get a better and better overall compromise. You can also model the very specific tracks, in fact they're part of the package, that the vehicle will be running around at Silverstone. I'll talk a little bit more about sensors later maybe, but for the FSAI teams as well, this software is available for free, and you can model the sensors. In fact, the package comes with the FSAI DDT car with the sensors all in the right places already. So this slide just shows how the CarMaker kind of vehicle dynamics are at the core of the kind of basis of the simulation. And you can hook in all the other bits and pieces. Let's say, for example, you've got your own Simulink-based torque vectoring model. You can hook that in directly and have that run within CarMaker, in the CarMaker for Simulink environment. Co-simulation with FMUs, FMIs, also very important, makes it a little bit quicker as well. So we're big MathWorks fanboys and girls in CarMaker, in the IPG team. But sometimes you need a specialist tool, such as ANSYS AV Accelerate. So this is particularly relevant to the FSAI team. So if you want very, very high fidelity sensor behavior, there is now a co-simulation, and the software from ANSYS is also free. There was a presentation briefly this morning on that. So if you missed that, go and see the ANSYS guys. They're in the exhibition space outside. Down the bottom there, we've mentioned NI and DSpace. So this is a little bit more advanced perhaps, but the hardware in the loop status, you can run CarMaker on these kind of hardware basis, these real-time simulation tools. I mention that because particularly for FSAI, we're seeing a lot of teams show up with some fabulous software, and then they put that software into the FSAI vehicles and it doesn't run. So you can test that setup, that link, in the semi-virtual world of a hardware in the loop environment before you get to Silverstone. That is normally quite painful. Okay, I am not the technical expert today, but I've got technical teams online. They're doing one-to-one calls at the moment for FS in general and also for FSAI. So I won't be answering intelligently any questions on vehicle dynamics necessarily, but I wanted to bring up a few slides on vehicle dynamics so you can see the breadth and depth of what's capable. CarMaker is not a core multi-body systems tool, such as Adams, for example. What you do is you run your Adams simulation and you take the results out of that and then you parameterize the vehicle model in CarMaker. There are, however, some reasonably high fidelity vehicle models that can be built within the CarMaker environment very, very much more quickly. And the beauty of CarMaker is it runs faster than real time, much faster than real time for the most part. So we've got a customer at the moment using some powertrain simulations with reasonably low fidelity vehicle dynamic stuff, and it's running up to 60 times real time. That means it gives you an opportunity to run loads and loads and loads and loads of tests, a massive DOE to be able to get the output that you need. That can be beneficial versus running a physical car. Okay, drivers get tired, tracks get closed, the weather changes, things break. Right? So the virtual world is really, really important. And you can see here the kinematics and compliance capability that you can input into the CarMaker environment. So you can build the various levels of fidelity within your toolset. I've touched upon this already as well, but still the basis of the core vehicle dynamics physics is Mesa Verde, and that's changing at the moment. But the core basis is of that at the moment, and this is just an example of some of the stuff that you can change within the environment. Okay. Has anybody? Can I just have a show of hands if you're already engaged with CarMaker? Just a couple. Okay. Okay. Next year, I'm hoping it's the whole room. Did I mention it's free? So why would you want to do it? What's the point of simulation? Well, this slide simply shows the breadth of opportunity within your simulation, right? So we touched on the absolute core foundations of whether the vehicle dynamics works or not. But these vehicles are getting more and more complex, particularly in the EV space. OEMs making traditional ICE vehicles have had to change completely the way their traction control system works. If you imagine a traditional ICE vehicle, you're on a low friction surface and you just boot it without any traction control, or even with the traction control. It takes a little while for the engine to spin up, particularly if it's a turbocharged engine. It's a little bit sluggish, and then you get the revs up, and then all of a sudden the wheels start to move. Right? And that rate of acceleration at the wheel is relatively slow. The traction control system has plenty of opportunity to see the accelerator pedal position, to then see the torque increasing from the engine, and grab the wheels before they spin up. In an EV space, that doesn't work anymore because the torque is so immediate that by the time the stability control system has woken up, it's too late and the wheels are already going very, very, very fast. And then when they are braked, it tends to snap things. So that's expensive in the physical world, very expensive, in fact. And you don't really want to have already built a car by the time you find that out. It's much more intelligent to find that out in the virtual world and see these rate of kind of wheel speeds shooting up and be able to change your control strategy before you've built a car and broken it. Okay, so that's why the virtual world is so powerful. That's just one example, of course. Torque vectoring comes up quite a lot. The rest, I think, is fairly obvious on there. So Formula CarMaker, so what are we giving you? Right, we're giving you CarMaker licenses. We give you a package that comes with the templates for the vehicle. So you start off with a vehicle that exists and then tweak the parameters in there to suit your needs. We also give you a bunch of test runs, including the track or tracks, so that you can immediately run your cars in that world. So I'm going to touch on lap time simulation in a minute. So in the early days of sponsoring the event, what we would do is we'd go to teams and say, right, what simulations are you doing? How are you using simulation to improve your vehicles? And lots of teams said to us, oh, we're using CFD. We do loads of CFD, it's brilliant. We've got the vehicle modeled beautifully in CFD. Fantastic. So when you ran the CFD analysis, what did you then do? And we get a blank look. What do you mean, what did we do? We said do some simulation in the rules, so we did some simulation, we ticked a box, that was it, done. People weren't using the output of that to understand what impact that aero package had on their vehicle. So if they changed it a little bit, did it get better or worse? Right. So what we want to see, the whole point of the Formula Student event is to kind of demonstrate you have engineered your vehicles with some science and some knowledge to improve the performance. Right. So because I did that, the vehicle got faster or slower. Because I changed that parameter, the vehicle got better or worse. You can do that in simulation very, very, very quickly, almost for free. It's just time. You haven't got to build anything. We want to see you engineering your vehicles in the virtual world, like Dan and the team do it in the real world, okay, in the in kind of motorsport environment, and of course the OEMs. So that can be done in CarMaker. You can apply for your CarMaker licenses. You've probably seen the stand. You get the QR code. You register your team, and when you've got your team registered, then you get the licenses per team member. That is completely independent of the lap time simulation event. The lap time simulation event is another part of the competition that is point winning, and what we do there is we give you a vehicle. So you get the vehicle in the virtual world. You get sets of parameters. I think I'm stealing my own thunder here. Hang on. I'll come back to these. Here we go. So you get the parameters. You tweak the vehicle within the parameter space to get the best performance you can get. Right. So you run a DOE to get the best performance vehicle you can get, and you submit that. There was a kind of an environment that we hosted the data for teams in previous years. This year it'll be super simple. We're just going to give you the vehicle concept. You take it away, you run CarMaker, you play around with it, run your DOE in Test Manager, send us back the output, okay? And you just submit that vehicle. It will be launched sometime March, April with the full details of what the vehicle will be, and then we'll close it around about June, end of June, I think, so that you get plenty of time to run it. And it's available to anybody. Okay. Let me go back a couple of slides because I missed a couple of things here. So in terms of the simulation package, we're obviously pushing EV more and more. That's the way the world's going. But it also works for ICE, and you can put in your powertrain, torque curves and so on, however you like. The tracks, the test runs, as we call them in CarMaker, are in there, and they're modelled already for you, so you can just use those out the box. You can create your own tracks if you want to. There was a script a couple of years ago where you could run a script and whatever track you created, it would drop cones for you around the track for FSAI. That doesn't work at the moment. I'm going to try and get that fixed for you so that you can run that in the FSAI world. And then you get your validation catalog in there, and we use a test automation system called Test Manager, which is part and parcel of CarMaker. All the instructions, there's a separate help guide that comes with this pack on top of the traditional existing reference guides for CarMaker. How can you benefit? So this is what I've talked about already. This is fairly simplistic, but I like to show this because it is kind of core to what we're trying to do. Lap time simulation event, great. Static judging, software development, design decisions. This is the big picture. Why did you do what you did? And how did it help? Okay, that's what we're looking for. I'll give you one example that a team talked to me about earlier on today. Sizing the battery pack for capacity and therefore also weight and centre of gravity and so on. You can't buy lots and lots of cars or lots and lots of batteries and keep testing them to get the idea of how big a capacity you need. What you can do in the virtual world is build up your vehicle cell by cell by cell by cell without ever buying anything. And every cell you put in gives you more capacity, but also gives you more mass. It might tweak your centre of gravity. But that's very easy to do in the virtual world. And a very small, simple DOE will tell you what capacity of battery pack you need, and therefore what you need to go out and buy in the real world. Okay, super simple. In fact, Rimac did something similar when they were speccing their hypercar a few years ago. They've published that data. They presented it at one of our events, actually. Does that make sense? Any questions on that so far? Marvellous, okay. Right, just a little bit of admin then. Teams will be provided with the base vehicle, model, and virtual scenarios for sprint, as I said. So you get everything to start off with, and you can tweak within the environment. This is lap time simulation specifically, not just using CarMaker on its own. The rules will be out, as I said, round about March. You might get a little bit of insight before. I don't imagine there'll be a great deal different to last year, so if you've seen those, then you can have that in mind already. You should already be well familiar with CarMaker by then because you can register your CarMaker for your CarMaker licenses now. Teams will be tasked to find the best setup. So in real terms, it's a DOE, right? It's a smart DOE where you run lots and lots of tests and you get the best output. Design of experiments. I keep using acronyms that people aren't familiar with. Apologies. So design of experiments. And you'll submit your vehicle and your data to us, and we'll go and run it in our on our machines and test what outputs you get. And reports to be assessed by the judges as per normal stuff, really. Again, how did you get to where you got to and why? That's what we want to see. Why did you make the decisions you made? We don't want to see things like, I ran a simulation because I was told to, right? That's not a good answer. So I've touched upon this with a few people today. New for this year, no results or no details to be released just yet, but this is the plan as well for March this year, this season. We will do an FSAI lap time simulation. So an autonomous virtual vehicle where you run a stack and see what best results you get. And this will be in 13.0.1. So it's CarMaker 13.0.1. So everything last year should have been running CarMaker 12. Very, very easy to update. You simply open your project in CarMaker 13, pretty much. If you're going from 11, it's a bit more complicated. You have to open it in every version, right? You can't skip a version. But all the software is available to download anyway. All right, I'll just very quickly run through the process, and then we'll do a couple of minutes for questions. On the CarMaker website, the IPG website rather, you go to the company bit. It tells you a little bit about investing in education. You click on that. You get this page. You scroll down a little bit. Click on this link here. Start in pole position with CarMaker. God, love a bit of cheese. And then that gives you this. Scroll down a bit, and then your registration. That's registering your team first of all. You have to register your team first. If you registered your team last year, makes no difference. New team, or every team is registered every year. Okay, so we've got kind of strict control of what's out there. And you get this page. You fill in the form, and off you go. Bob's your uncle. Then when your team information has been registered and you get your details back, then you go to support, Formula CarMaker, and you fill in that form. Well, that looks quite similar to the last form, doesn't it? I'm assuming they're different forms, right? And then that's where you get your individual license. You should put your license on the laptop or computer you are most likely to use over and over again. If you register it to a machine in the library at your university, it will be locked to that, and then you're scuppered if you're not at that machine, right? So assuming you've all got laptops, register it to the laptop you want to use. Okay, and then I believe this is my last slide. Let me just check. Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? So there's a quick start guide, there's a user guide, there's a reference guide, there's a programmer's guide. There are lots of guides, and they are all accessible within the help menu of CarMaker. Please read the manual. They are mostly PDFs, very easy to search. There is also a forum. The link is at the bottom. And the forum is growing year by year, so that you will have your peers. It's not just a Formula student forum, by the way. It's an IPG CarMaker user forum globally. You can pose questions in there. Sometimes the technical support team answer them. Sometimes the users answer them, as with all forums. So there's some useful stuff on there. We have also had a number of webinars over the years. They should be available on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of tutorials on YouTube as well, which you can access through the website under Knowledge, I think it is. Okay.
Playlist for the webinars is in the rules.
Thank you very much. Playlist for the webinars is in the rules. And then there should have been a giant QR code just there, but there's not. You win some, you lose some. All right, the QR code will be on the stand for you to register your team. Still not convinced, I just thought I'd put this up there. An actual race team using CarMaker in real life, and a fairly famous racing driver. Okay, so a reasonable endorsement, I'd say. And there's some squiggly lines. Squiggly lines always mean solid data, therefore very convincing. Right. That is it from me. You'll be pleased to know. Any questions that I can try and answer for you? Yes, sir. Very. Next question. It's pretty intuitive. One of the beauties of CarMaker is it is pretty intuitive. So if you compare it to something like MathWorks' very capable vehicle dynamics toolbox, I personally think it's easier to use than that. If you're a Simulink expert, knock yourself out and go and use the MathWorks tool. I think it's a bit easier to use than that. It is pretty accessible. I think that's one of our company's strengths. Okay, and the guide is also pretty good. Yes.
Are those virtual tracks that you're going to be providing? Is from GPS data from a few years ago, but the track is very similar. It's close enough. And in the LTS event that's judged and scored, it's a completely different circuit. It's deliberately not the same track that FS is actually done on, and we've deliberately put some gradients and cambers in there that force you to challenge the setup. If you do a relatively smooth track, then it's quite easy to optimise, but we've deliberately put some challenges in there to make it not immediately obvious to get to the right answer.
Thank you. Very good point. I forget to differentiate between the two. Thanks, Dan. Yes.
How many licenses do we get?
Officially, 4 per team. But if you need more, have a chat. Okay. As I mentioned at the start, we want you to be using our software, right? So we try not to put too many obstacles in place. But 4 per team seems to make some sense. If you've got, for example, a really complicated FSAI team, then you might want to kind of split off a perception team versus a something else team, localization team or something. Okay. Yes.
Are there any aspects in particular that you'd like to see us highlight in our report?
I'll take that one.
Go for it.
So the report is the model validation test plan. A lot of the clue is there in the title of what the submission is. Every year, I'd say half the people haven't read the brief in the rules, and what they send to me, the report, is instantly 0 points because it's not addressing the brief. The brief is very clear in the rules. It's you're writing a short report as if to your chief engineer to say, this is how we're going to validate our vehicle model. I won't give any more than that because it's it's not a blow by blow, how did you arrive at the optimum setup that you've submitted. And on a related point, if you're not convinced already that you should be doing vehicle simulation, on the LTS event, since we've introduced it, I'd say we're still at only maybe 50%, both in concept class and FS class, of teams who actually complete it and do a submission. It's 3 points versus your competitors. We had, in several of the events this year, differences between positions, some cases less than a point, some cases a few points. And so this is a relatively easy way to get some additional points that could make the difference between you being on the podium or not in the competition. And that's just yet another, that should be an additional incentive. All the other stuff we've spoken about of the skills and experience for you as young engineers, but also of how, if integrated properly into how you run your Formula Student team, you'll see a benefit in design decisions that you make and then execution of that in testing and running at the track.
We have a weird phenomenon where if we run an acceleration test, but about half a second before it's about half a second after starting the test, before the driver even reacts, like the test has started. Any ideas why?
No, but jump on the forum or go and see the team. They will be more than happy to answer the question. Any more? No? Marvellous. Thank you very much. Cheers.
slide deck. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our next session, which is on the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. We've got James Montgomery, who is our event captain, who's going to be delivering this session remotely. But before I hand over to Monty, just wanted to give a quick introduction. So, similar to the last item, lap time simulation, the FS Sim Racing Series is another born of COVID event. We did sim racing as part of the virtual dynamics replacement in 2020, and it was another one that it was such a success and we saw the potential for it, and we've carried on doing the event ever since. We deliberately run it as a more fun event, but it's just growing every year, and there's potential for it to go even further. But as well as being fun, as Monty will go into, we've introduced some USPs for us at Formula Student and tie in the educational aspect and how you're using the sim racing as a tool to develop your skills that will benefit you both in Formula Student but also in certain avenues in your career afterwards. So yeah, without further ado, I'll hand over to Monty for the rest of the presentation, but thank you, enjoy it.
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, geez, just seeing my mugshot come up on the big screen there. Apologies about that, guys. This is the best they could do. Unfortunately, I have a face for radio and a voice for text, but alas, we have to make do with this. Welcome to the FS Sim Racing Series lecture. Yes, my name is Monty. I am the event captain for the Sim Racing Series. So I'm just going to use this next 20 minutes just to kind of give you guys an overview as to what the FS Sim Racing Series is about, give you some ideas about the format details as well, share with you some stories that we've had from other students in the past. What have they done with these skill sets afterwards? How have they transferred this from Formula Student into the industry? As well, as Dan says, there's engineering skills and challenges we're doing here as well. So I just want to explain to you guys about what kind of skills the industry are looking for nowadays and what our contest will be able to offer you guys to ensure that you're fully prepared for the industry as well. And last but not least, I am also very pleased to share with you guys that this whole series is in partnership with Williams Esports, so more to come on that later. But that's everything just for now, so without further ado, let's talk about what is FS Sim Racing. So, in short, it's an esports contest. It runs from October to July every season, and it's exclusive to you guys, Formula Student team members. Now, one thing I do need to let you guys know about straight away, this does not count towards the actual Formula Student contest. There's no points on hand towards the actual contest. This is its own entity, if you like. This is its own contest, and so you'll be rewarded, or awarded, I should say, separately. Now, as I say, we run 7 rounds between October to July. Very open bag of driving talent here. Last season we had from esports professionals to people who had never even heard of Gran Turismo before. So a real mixed bag of talent, but very big, very competitive fields. For the most, largely clean racing with the occasional scattering of banditry driving, but fair enough. We're students, so I'd not have it any other way. And the whole thing is hosted on Assetto Corsa. We do have a unique selling point. Dan has hinted it's about the engineering challenges and the aspects. I'll come on to that later. But for now, what I wanted to explain more so is the actual format itself. It's entirely online server racing, guys, so you don't need to do this. We don't go and meet up in like a central location. You can do this from the comfort of your university labs or even your bedroom. Just join the servers, come join the races. We host them once a month, calendar on the next slide. And yeah, see if you can beat the other universities. Currently, entries are limited to 1 team per university. However, if we get to the deadline, which is the 8th of November for the entry forms coming in, if there are any spare slots left, if you have more people involved and you want to get a B team in there, by all means get those forms submitted and we will see if we can squeeze them in as well. However, please note the team does have to consist primarily of your active Formula student team members and any immediate alumni as well. As I say, this is exclusive to you guys, Formula student teams. And 2 drivers have to be present per round. If you can only field 1 driver for the round, not a problem, you can still enter, but there are penalties involved. There is a rule book on this. We do have a table set up at the event today, so go and have a chat with Tyler, who's manning the table there today, and he'll be able to go through those rules and just let you know what happens and what you need to get prepared. This year, or season I should say, we're running 2 different formats. On the right there you can see there's our 7 rounds. First official round would be in November. We just completed the non-championship test race last weekend, and that will run all the way from November to April. We'll then have a break for a couple of months, and then we all return for the final round at Formula Student. I'll come back onto that in a second. But for this season, we're going to be running 2 different formats. The classic format, which you can see on the left there, basically is 2 sprint races. Each sprint race is 25 minutes long. New for the season, we're also going to be doing a sprint and feature race. So varying race lengths for that evening of racing. You can see on the calendar there which ones are the classic format, which one are the sprint and feature race format. And then for the 6th round, we're also going to be running it to a special format. More information to come on that later in the season. We're going to be running that to a unique set of supplementary regulations. Other things to consider though in the series. So we have just announced the first 5 rounds of combinations. It's mixed cars and mixed tracks throughout the season, guys. So hopefully there will be something there to suit everyone's skill sets. We've got touring cars, we have single seat race cars, we have GTs, and among a couple of other types of things, including good old MX5 Cups. So should be great fun. And we're going to a variety of circuits as well. The first 5 combinations have been announced. As I say, the special round for the 6th one, we're doing that to a unique set of regulations, so we'll give more information on that later on. It's not just about the racing though, there's a strong element to strategy in these rounds, you see, because they may be sprint races, but we've adjusted the settings so you've got double usage of your fuel, triple usage of your tyres. So you may not be able to do this whole thing on not pit stops. Yes, basically we're saying that pit stops are going to be a factor in these races as well. So start getting creative, guys, with the strategies, because they were certainly a deciding factor in last season's races. You do have freedom on your tyre compounds, however. So where we're running the cars with multiple compounds to choose from, get creative on those strategies again there. And the extra thing as well, which we add onto these, are what we call the Joker rounds. So twice in the season, you'll be able to implement your Joker card. Now what this basically means is for each round, we're going to run the cars at plus 5% of their mass. When you initiate a Joker card, we bring it back down to its original weight for that round only. So you can use that twice in the season. And the extra thing, weather forecasts. We'll supply you with a weather forecast of what to expect condition-wise. Is it going to be dry? Is it going to be wet? Is it going to be hot? Is it going to be cold? Are you going to have a massive headwind as you're going along the main straight there? So lots of things to factor in. As I say, it's as much about the strategy as it is about the racing. But not only will you be awarded for points on the racing itself, but it's about the engineering as well. This is the series' unique selling point, our engineering challenges. Because in between each round, guys, we're going to set you a data analysis challenge, let's call it. And within this, we're going to set you a single sheet case study. And it's going to be up to you guys to use whatever tools you feel is appropriate to the situation to try and understand what the data is telling you. Is it vehicle dynamics? Is it strategy? It's not just about hot lapping. I know we all want to be the fastest driver and the fastest driver gets the most points, but because it's Formula Student, because it's about engineering, we really want to challenge you guys in other ways as well. And we think it's only fair that we challenge the engineering side of these things, because it's sorry, just completely lost my thought there for a second, everyone. Yes, basically it's about assessing the data. It's about seeing what is going on there, and what's your rationale like? What's your communication style like? What engineering models are you using to build up these processes to come to your ultimate end conclusion? Engineering, it's all good fun. And these are going to be judged by professional engineers around the industries as well. And we will be providing feedback to you guys for each round so you can understand more of it. Back to the racing though. Each round is going to be live streamed on Formula Student's live broadcast on YouTube. That's going to be fronted by the Formula Student commentating team. So that's Giles Cosgrove and Jess Ball. Yours truly will also be in the background to provide some technical analysis. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. We've had many people tune in last year. We were having about 1,000 people tuning in each round. So great entertainment for a Saturday evening to watch this all happening. A lot of strong student banter going on there as well. Wouldn't have it any other way. But yeah, so come along, join the stream and support your universities on if they've entered a team for the year. This then brings us on to the final round. As I say, we host this as part of the Formula Student event itself. So this runs a little bit uniquely because we run it to separate regulations. Again, we'll provide those documents to you in due course. But the biggest thing about it is we host it live from Williams Esports Centre in Grove, Oxfordshire. Now, obviously, we appreciate not all teams can physically attend. So you have the option of either remotely connecting in for the event, but actually, if you got the chance to come to an F1 facility, that's a nice way of ending the season. So we encourage as many of you guys to be able to join in the fun as possible. And just to give you a bit of an idea, this is what last season's finale looks like. So very high spec equipment there. As I say, we're at an F1 facility. Really good kind of end of year party vibe going on there. You get to tour around the Williams Museum as well, so you get to see all the historic F1 cars there. They have a merchandise store there as well. It's basically, if you like to geek out on F1 as much as I do, then yeah, this is paradise. So I encourage you guys to come and join in the fun for this year as well. Now, if that's not enough to convince you guys to get involved, well, I've also got some student feedback from some of our previous competitors here. And if there's one image I could share with you guys to explain what the FS Sim Racing series is like, this was kindly illustrated by last year's alumni with this image. Peak, perfect. Jokes aside though, this series has been building. Over the last 3 seasons, we've gone from 22 teams entered to 46 teams entered. Last season, we had 53 universities entered in. I mean, look at that list there. It was a bumper grid. It was very, very competitive as well. And from a lot of the universities which we spoke to, what they were able to take away from this, they were able to apply onto their main Formula Student car and provide skills to help out the main Formula Student team as well. As I say, Formula Student may happen once a year in July, but actually if you get a chance to catch up once a month, do a bit of online racing and challenge your skill sets in other ways, fantastic opportunity because you get to do this all from the comfort of your bedroom or from a university lab. In addition to that, 2 high-profile people I just wanted to share with you guys. So from the last 2 seasons have been won by the University of Glasgow. And this gentleman to my side here, Mr. Nev Cohen, has gone on to enjoy a really fruitful career so far. So the last we've heard from him, he was student placement driver development coach at Red Bull Racing. And he's been part of Glasgow's race winning team for the last 2 seasons. It's been great to see him be able to apply those skills that he's learned from this series and apply it into an F1 team. But he's not the only one to have had this kind of success story as well. Year before that, yes, that's still me, just with much less hair. It was for a charity, don't worry, a charity gig, it's all good. Now, this gentleman stood beside me, Mr. Michael Preston from the University of Southampton. Southampton University were the inaugural winners of this series when we first launched it. Michael's gone on to enjoy a fantastic career as well since graduating from university, and the skill sets which he's applied from the FS Sim Racing series has helped him in his current job as a chief engineer at Williams Esports as well. You may also recognise him because he also won Autosport's Young Engineer Award, Young Engineer of the Year Award in 2022 as well. So Michael, yeah, we're really proud to see that students are able to use these skill sets and be able to hone their skills and utilise it and put it to good use in their dream jobs as well. Michael's still active within our community as well. He helps us with the engineering challenges as well, so hopefully you guys will have a chance to meet him during the course of the season as well. As I say, those are just two high profile examples I wanted to share with you. We're actually aware of 5 students or alumni now who have taken part in the FS Sim Racing series who are now actively working within Formula One. And really for us, it's a huge opportunity. I speak with personal experience as well, having been a motorsport student back in the day. Incidentally, if you look on the FS's Instagram page at the moment from their throwback the other day, picture 3, yeah, that was me about 12 years ago. So I can completely relate to you guys on this one. It's really hard to get your foot in the door in motorsport. It's who you know, not what you know. And for me, esports is a wonderful opportunity for you guys to prove your worth, to show what you've got from the comfort of your bedroom, from the comfort of your university labs. You don't have to necessarily meet the contact. You don't have to go to all the races. You can show off your skills from the comfort of your bedroom with your own computer, and you get recognised that way. And this contest, we hope, will provide you with that opportunity to start meeting like-minded people. The engineering challenge, as I say, these are being judged by engineering professionals. This is a chance for you guys to show them what you're made of and be able to initiate those conversations that way as well. It's a very unique opportunity, but as data analysis becomes more and more prevalent in the industry, it's only right that we give you guys the opportunity to try out these skills, because engineering has evolved. Yes, you will need your mechanical engineering. Yes, you will need the maths, you will need the science. That will always remain. But data analysis is, for a better word, it's the evolution of engineering now. And the industries are looking for these skill sets now. And this is where we believe the Sim Racing series will help you guys to not only hone those skills. Okay, maybe the end result of what you're looking at is going to be a little bit different to the results you would produce in a real life situation. But it's still maths and science. You're still processing, you're still going through the data, and you're trying to understand how to get that competitive advantage. Thrown to the combination of that, a high pressure environment where you're having to make split-second decisions on your strategies because a race isn't going according to plan, or because your driver's spun off and now you've got to go and change everything again. Again, this is good, relevant practice for what's going to be happening there, and of course working on your communication with the rest of the team and ensuring you've got a good plan ahead. Not only that, you know, the Sim Racing series as a team, it gives you guys a chance to work together. You've got a chance to do some driver coaching as well. As I say, some teams have esports professionals, whereas others, this is their first exposure into sim racing. There's a great opportunity to work together, use the data from these softwares which we're supplying you to understand how to be more competitive there. It's not just about the driving, it's about the engineering as well. And we also hope from this it will give you a chance to better understand vehicle dynamics. It's open setup, guys, so if you can find a way to adjust the camber or the suspension in these cars to gain that competitive advantage, and the data has been able to help you identify that, brilliant, you've now learnt a new skill from there as well. As I say, it's all about maths and science, the old school elements of engineering. And as I say, all of this is being backed up with our partnership with Williams Esports. What a fantastic opportunity to be able to work with a Formula One team to provide you guys new opportunities, new skill sets, and hopefully a bit of fun as well on your Saturday evenings without having to travel for miles to get that same opportunity. The Williams Esports guys will be helping us to mark the engineering challenges as well. We run webinars. We want to make sure that the information which we're marking you guys on, we can give you constructive feedback. So even if it's not the correct outcome, you understand for the next challenge where you need to further develop on it. As I say, it's about preparing you guys for the industry. As already mentioned, thanks to this partnership, this means we'll be heading to their facilities to host the finals of this season's sim racing series as well. And of course, whilst you're there hanging around in an F1 facility, why not do a little bit of networking with the staff there? Try and showcase your talents, find out what other opportunities there are within data analysis. It's about providing you guys new opportunities. It's very exciting. I'm sure I'm just waffling away at this point, but as I say, if you guys have any more questions, we do have a table set up in the main hall, I believe, fronted by Tyler. We've got some rules there, regulations, some documents. We've even got some samples of last season's engineering challenges there as well. So if you want to get an idea of how we're going to stress test your skill set, go and head down to the desk, find out some more information there. And I believe there's also a tablet there showing some of last season's racing as well. So if not anything else, if you want to go and see a couple of good crashes, head on down to that table there. But without further ado, I will stop at this point now because that's everything I wanted to share with you. I hope that's whetted your appetite, and hopefully see you guys on the servers. If you have any questions, though, there's the email address at the bottom. But as I say, if you want to join for this season's racing, 8th of November is the final deadline for getting those entry forms in. Thank you for your time, guys. I'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Monty. Just a very quick show of hands, so for people in the room, any of you entered already? And any those of you who aren't entered already, are you going to enter? And if you're not entering, why not? No, jokes aside, you can enter it and do it as the fun element, or for the people like Glasgow and Southampton who've won it in previous years, they've done it very professionally with drivers, race engineers, driver coaching, and it is virtual motorsport of the professional motorsport. So thanks very much for your time. We'll now move on to the next session. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Sam Dauncey. I'm the Chief Technical Scrutineer, and I'm going to do a little bit of a run-through of scrutineering in its holistic state, bit of the basics, how we do it, why we do it. I'm going to cover tech mostly, so anything EV specific won't be in this. I think there's a separate talk on that. And I think we're a bit behind schedule, so I'll try and get us back on, but I'll leave a bit of time at the end for questions if there are any. So before I start into the scrutineering stuff, I'll give you a bit on me. So that is me on the far your right of that picture. A long time ago, it feels, at competition with the car and the team that I am still very proud of. I'm now at Rolls-Royce. I have been most of my career. And you can see I competed in 2011 and 2011 I first competed, and then finished in 2013 and have been scrutineering ever since. So I've been involved with Formula Student a good while, and you can see how I keep coming back because I absolutely love it. I'm here today with a couple of people you may have already seen if you've had one of your sessions. If not, you will already see will in the future. So there's Jordan and Farzad here. We didn't bring Percy today, but occasionally you'll see him. And then you'll see me on the end there, often wearing daft hats as a way of finding me at competition easily. So, what is scrutineering? In its more generic, general sense, it's the observation of a process that requires rigorous oversight for technical accuracy and conformance or compliance to a set of technical specifications or standards, or in this case, the Formula Student rules. So, to quote my colleague and friend Dan, read the rules. Why? Why do we do scrutineering? It's about fairness. So it's a formula racing, so making sure we're all compliant to those rules. But the really big thing is it's about safety. It's about making sure you as competitors are safe, we as the volunteers and the organisers and the marshals and everybody involved is safe. That's our primary focus. And when reading the rules, I think the big thing to do is really understand why we've written those rules. And generally, if you think you understand why we've written those rules, that's normally about safety. That will help you understand the rules more generally. When? So we do it before we compete dynamically. So at competition, you'll see us, the scrutineering process. You go through it there at competition. We also do scrutineering post dynamic events. So in parc fermé conditions and after the race to make sure that nothing's changed since we first saw it. It's also throughout the entire competition. So if anything changes or anything happens to your car that requires it to be worked on or changed, we'll often have those cars back in for another look. So you'll see cars have stickers taken off in certain situations. But there's a chance that that car may have to come back to scrutineering at any point. And you also do it in the run-up to competition. So through submission of documents, and we look at those together. But there's also nothing to stop you checking what we check before competition. In fact, anybody who hasn't checked what we check before competition is really missing a trick. The list of things we scrutineer is not secret. You can get that yourselves and you can do the check yourself. And I would encourage you to do so. I'd also encourage you, if you get a finished car worth scrutineering far enough advance of a competition, you can reach out and there may be one of our volunteers that lives up the road from you and would want to come down and in trade for a pint and help you look at your car in advance. Who? So who does it? This wonderful collection of people. So the first thing to note about these people is they are volunteers. So as with everybody, well, almost everybody here, we are volunteers. We do it in our free time to the kindness of our hearts, but it's because we love it. We absolutely love Formula Student. But they're doing that on their own free time. A good portion of those people are Formula Student alumni.
So they've sat where you sit now. They've been through the year of trials and tribulations that you're going through. Generally, they're all really nice people, and I think that's worth noting. You know, they're there. You know, so be nice to them, as it were. They're also these people in blue. So we work side by side with the Motorsport UK. Essentially, they're there with the same intent we are, to make sure that this is as safe as it possibly can be. So nothing leaves the scrutineering bay with all its stickers without both the people in green and the people in blue being happy with that. There's also Pete, so this person in pink down here, another really good face to know and recognise, and he wears a pink top to make him really easy to find, because ultimately he manages the queue and getting teams in and out and seeing to it at the right time. He keeps us all very well organised. So, like I say, they are primarily Formula Student alumni. If they're not, they understand Formula Student and they generally want to see you racing. We all really want to see your cars competing. That's what we're all there for. It's, you know, it's the most exciting part of the weekend, and you know, we really want you to be there. And given that a lot of them are alumni and they all, you know, want you to be there, they also know how hard you've worked. You do work really hard. You know, if you try to explain to somebody when you get into industry just how many hours you've put into Formula Student, they won't believe you. You know, unless they've been there, it's barely credible. It is really quite impressive. So they know that. They know how hard you've worked, and generally how tired you are when you get to competition, and how much it means to you, how much of your life you've poured into this project. So they really do want you to race, and they really want to work with you to make sure you're racing. But also appreciate, you know, when you get to these quite stressful and frustrating times when you know, they're trying to ensure safety and compliance, they often have to give you difficult news and challenge you. But just, I urge you to understand that they know how hard you've worked, and it's not an easy thing to throw challenges at you, but we're doing it for the right reasons and good things, and they genuinely want to help you with that. Okay. So how do we scrutineer? As I said, the first part of it is in advance of competition. So there's submission of documents. The SES is one that jumps to mind straight away. That's really important for chassis scrutineering, which we'll talk about in a minute. But the submission of that document is essentially the comparison of that, and what you bring to competition is the fundamental part of chassis scrutineering. The impact data report, which sorry, where am I now? Impact data report, that's come in again, regardless of whether you're doing your own submission or your own design or off-the-shelf thing. And there's also EV-specific documents, which again, the EV team will have or will tell you about. Then at competition, this is what you're after. So stickers on the front of your car, they change colour every year in terms of which ones are which colour. There are 2 additional stickers for EV, but the ones on here are chassis tech safety. So they're the ones that me and my team are primarily responsible for, and then noise, brake and tilt are the other 3. So the first of those then is chassis. And as I said a minute ago, the big thing there is making sure the car you've brought to competition is the same as the car you've submitted the SES for, so that we know it's, you know, compliant to all the right parts of that regulations. We use a number of templates and a Percy to check those measurements. Those are in the rules. Those drawings are in the rules. Make your own templates. Do all that at home, right? You can do all that way in advance of this. We also weigh it here, and this is where the final aero checks are done as a chassis. So chassis scrutineering can take 3 minutes, or it can take 3 hours. As Dan always says, and I will always say, the rules are the extremes. You know, they are the absolute extremes of what you can bring to competition, not the target. We can look at any part of scrutineering. We can look at it from 6 yards away and say, well, we know you're clearly in the rules. Or you can design it so it's this close to the rules, and we can spend 3 hours with various straight edges and laser levels and all sorts of daft things trying to make sure that it is bob on. That's our time, but it's also your time at competition. And after you've spent how many months getting 2 hours of sleep a night trying to build a car, that time at competition is precious, is really precious. So make it easy. So don't design to be this close, design to be well within. Particularly with chassis, because fixing things on chassis, that will really ruin your weekend. Next is tech. So I quite like this picture. You can see that's our colleague Farzad, very close to some of your bits, and that's it. We get really up and close if we have to. This can take time. There's lots of things we want to look at, and again, none of it's secret. You get the list and you can have a look at what we're going to look at, but it does take time. There are ways you can make it easy. So if we can see it from 6 yards away, it's easy. If we have to get this close to look at it, it's not. Make it so we can tick the box without having to get a measuring device out of our pocket. Make it easy for us. Do it yourself first. I've said it a couple of times. There's nothing secret about the list of things we're going to check, and teams that have been previously should have good notes on what they've seen at this sort of this part of the process. There is really nothing to stop you scrutineering yourself. I mean, we do it on tablets now, but in years gone by, the teams used to bring the tech sheet to us as part of the scrutineering process. We take it off them and then read it back to them, and they were shocked by the things written on it. That for me was an absolute boggles the mind, and I think there's really nothing to stop you doing this yourself first. So please do. We run a policy of three big things to fix, and we'll kick you out of scrutineering. That is essentially to make sure all teams can get through. We're keen for you to fix things as you can in the pits, but when you start getting big things, if we find 3 significant things you can't fix there and then very easily, you've got a long list of things to go and fix. So we send you on your way to go and resolve those big things before seeing you again. We also run a 60 minutes first time round policy. So you come in, we'll give you 60 minutes of time scrutineering it. If it takes us more than 60 minutes to give you a tech sticker, you're not really ready for scrutineering. So the big thing there is making sure we get as many teams through and give everybody a fair chance to be looked at, and we're keen to do that. Last couple of years, the scrutineering bay has not been as busy as it has been previously, so there'll be some leniency there. We may, if we've not got other things, the teams queuing still, we'll work around those, but generally that's our starting principle. Sounds obvious, but you scrutineer a car as that car is going to run. So once you bring it to scrutineering, that's what you're looking to compete with. Obviously, changing wets for dries if that needs be, but you need to bring your wets to scrutineering to see them. But you scrutineer it in the state that it runs. We look at the car in various states of undress. So we try to order our check sheet in that order such that we can look at things and then undress the car and look at the next set of things, and it sort of flows rather than having to constantly chop and change between what state the car is in. We ask that you bring the car to scrutineering with the tallest driver in the car for that reason. So we can do a number of checks that require you having your tallest driver in the car. We'll do those as you bring it in. It's a learning experience. So it frustrates me when teams turn up and don't have a way of taking notes, right? Or if teams turn up and they are all in their final year of time with the team and are going to leave and take all that knowledge with them, please come prepared to take notes and learn and ask questions and have the conversation. Please bring members of the team that are going to be there next year so that you can continue that learning and keep that knowledge in the team so it doesn't just all go out the door every year. As I said, the rules are not design targets, they are the extreme. Make it so we don't have to get ourselves right in there that close to make clear that it's compliant. Give yourselves that margin, not just for making it easy to scrutineer, but also allowing for the tolerances of manufacture. You know, those of you who have space frame chassis will know that you design it to within a couple of mil and then it comes back a couple of inches out. You know, give yourselves that margin that when things aren't as you've magically made it in the CAD. I love this, it fits in the CAD picture. You know, when you see it in the CAD, when you see it in real life, they're never the same. Well, not always, are they? So give yourselves that margin to play with, and again, make your lives easier, make our lives easier. And the final point on tech is it's a discussion. I'm always open to the idea of discussing things, and we're both sides of that conversation are engineers, and we're keen to make sure we can work together. Like I said, no car will leave with all its stickers without the people in green being happy, the people in blue being happy. So if there's a contentious item, there's not a year gone by when the people in green and the MS UK team haven't had an interesting conversation where we have to understand where we're both coming from and learn something from each other around why we're concerned about certain things. So both sides, green and blue, have to be happy, but also you'll be happy. We're not going to send you away without you understanding why we're not worried. And obviously, if you get all your stickers, you'll be going away happy anyways. So we will have that discussion with the students. It is a discussion with the students. We don't let the faculty advisors into scrutineering. Again, it's a student. It's your competition. It's your car. It's your event, right? So it's a conversation between scrutineers and the students. This happens on a weekend when I say a lot of you will have not had a lot of sleep. You'll have poured everything you've got into this. Tensions do get high. And I always say to the team, we empathise with that. But if at any point those conversations become heated or aren't productive conversations or are not going in a positive way, we'll just walk away and put the kettle on. It's fine for us. I love a good cup of tea. But that's every minute of competition. It's so easy to say it now, and because I know. But every minute of competition is absolutely vital. So if you can, that's time you really want back. So please try and make those positive conversations. One of the other parts of tech is egress, which absolutely never fails to be a good laugh. So we're checking loads of things here. It's not just about getting out of the car. The big thing is here, you've brought your car to scrutineering with the tallest driver in it. And one of the big things we are really keen to get our eyes all over is harnesses and low paths on those harnesses and the various driver restraints and safety gear and being inside the right envelopes. We will check that with all of your drivers as part of the egress. So your drivers will get wristbands to say they've been egressed, and that's make sure they can get out of the car, but also when they're in the car, they're in the car. Once we've checked all the low paths on the harnesses and made sure you're in the car as you would be, then we ask you to get out of it as quickly as you can. This is always good fun. I'm sure you all know there is a leaderboard at scrutineering where we have a bit of a competition about who can get out of the car fastest. So you have to get out within 5 seconds, but we see some people get out pretty quickly. We also see some people, again, every year we see people get out and less elegantly than they might want to. A lot of bits of bodywork get broken. So, is the hottest egress time really worth your fancy carbon side pod? My advice here is get out slowly, because slow is smooth and smooth is fast. The teams who do really well don't look that fast. They just simply get up and get out. And it's amazingly quick. But yeah, good fun. We always like to watch the teams come and go for that. Next then is safety. So this, as I said at the beginning of the pitch, is our absolute primary focus, is safety. If at any point you see any of us pulling that face, generally it's because we're worried about your safety and our own and our colleagues and friends, but safety is always absolute paramount. And that is why we check a load of things alongside the MS UK, who seem to check similar things. There is an overlap and sort of side-by-side working, and we won't let any cars go until both MS UK and the Formula Student team are happy. So a couple of things that take a lot of focus in safety. One is driver restraints. We've already talked about that. The other one is brakes. My top tip on brakes is bringing them to scrutineering clean. Right? Generally, Formula Student cars get built the week before, and bleeding the brakes is done minutes before they get to scrutineering. In any case, make sure your brakes are clean. Because we're going to be looking for fluid leaks in there. And if they've already got fluid on them, we'll assume it's a leak and we'll just send you on your way. So save yourself that hassle, make our lives easier, come with clean brakes. We're also on IC cars looking for fuel. I much prefer scrutineering IC cars because you can smell fuel. If you can smell electricity, you're in bad place as it is. So we're looking for, again, clean fuel lines. The general integrity of everything. Things that look like they're going to fall apart will get a good bit of poking and prodding from the scrutineers. And you'll all be familiar with the good engineering principles and practices rule we keep in the rules. That covers everything. So if at any point we see something that we just think is not acceptable for any good reason, and it's just poor engineering, that's what we'll point out until we don't think it's acceptable. And we'll have that conversation around why we think, and it's a good conversation to have. But that's one of the key things in the rules. Safety equipment, always bring your safety equipment with you to scrutineering, all of it. Again, there's a number of rules there that we will check as part of that process. And the final one there is on sticker removal. So if at any point throughout the competition, any marshals or judges or scrutineers think that the car is something happened to it that means it's no longer safe, or will require a change of a component or something that requires re-scrutineering, they'll take the safety sticker off. And that is purely just to make sure you come back to the scrutineering bay to have that conversation around what's happened, what's changed. And generally those are very quick conversations, and this is how we fixed it, and here's your sticker back, and it's not at all a problem. Quite an emotional thing, having your safety sticker taken off you, but usually quite easily resolved in most cases. So next is tilt. Important thing about tilt is you do it with a tinted visor, because everyone forgets about the second increment of tilt, and generally the drivers absolutely brick it. So tinted visor keeps you from that bit of shame. Do it dry. So one of the things we're looking for here is leaks. So if it's raining, as it sometimes is at Silverstone, shock, make sure your car's dry before you come, get it dried in before you go in here, because we'll see water pooling out from the side pods and assume it's not rain. So do it dry. We're looking for leaks. We're also making sure you don't roll over. Please don't do that. That's also a fail, surprisingly. And then noise. Nothing really fancy to tell you about noise. A lot of cars struggle with it, surprisingly. Nothing to stop you doing this at home. They're not particularly expensive noise meters. Someone told me earlier their phone's got an app that does it, But do it at home. Turn up with a car that's compliant. Make that easy. Make that easy conversation. And then it's brakes. So the brake test is surprisingly often the first time some of these cars are driven in anger. So often we see a lot of things braking. Essentially, the idea here is to lock up all four wheels. And I say, if this is the first time your car's been driven in anger, this is often where we find, you learn a lot of things very quickly. So my advice here is try and get your car running before you come to competition. And once you've got all of those stickers, and of course the EV stickers if you're an EV car, you are then ready to race and collect all the cones you possibly can. So my top tips for scrutineering then are preparation. With anything, isn't it? Preparation is key. If you finish early with a simple car and get time to scrutineer it yourselves, come with all the right documentation and not be flustered about it, and know what questions you're going to be asked and what you're going to have to prove, the whole process can be much quicker, much less miserable, much more of a positive, enjoyable experience. Make it easy for us. So like I say, if you design to this close to the rule, we'll have to get out, our various bits of measuring gear and spend ages poring over just how close it is. But if you make it this close, then we can see it from away and makes that whole thing easier. Again, that'll make your lives easier as well as making our own lives easier. Make the most of it. So this is an opportunity to have some proper engineering conversations around certain things, certain aspects of your cars. It's a good chance to learn things for the team, bring that back. Please bring the gear to have that conversation. Come prepared to take notes and ask the questions and really genuinely make the most of it. And that goes for all a Formula student, doesn't it? You can really make the most of it. And then the last point is be that team, not that team. So for me, there are two types of team in scrutineering at Formula Student. One is a team that will get some bad news and then spend an hour disputing it, working out why they think it's fine, and working really hard to drag that conversation out and just generally be rightly frustrated, I suppose, but grumpy and miserable about it, and make that quite an unpleasant experience. Or there is that team that just says, hold my beer, and they go, not doing beer, hold my drink, we'll go and fix that. And they don't just fix it, they fix it and make a good job of it and a tidy job of it. The example I always use on this is nose cones. The amount of cars that turn up and they look stunning, beautiful cars, but have too pointy a nose. And we fail it, and teams are surprised by that, but fine. The fix to that generally is to stick foam on it, and it's embarrassing. It's beautiful carbon tub car, lovely, beautiful thing to look at, with a load of foam stuck to the front of it. All right? There was a team that turned up with a beautiful car with exactly that, but unfortunately it failed, and we failed them on it and said, that's not going to pass. And they said, no problem. They had a couple of other things to fix, so they went away with this car and brought it back to have that re-inspected. And I said, well, I'm sorry, you've obviously not fixed your nose. What are you going to do about it? They said, well, we have fixed it. And they had. They'd put some foam essentially on the front of it, but then gone and got a paint job on it that matched exactly the rest of their bodywork, and I couldn't see it. So they'd gone through the effort of fixing it, but then also retaining their good-looking car. And that's the sort of, that team that we talk about. So you'll see scrutineers talking about the teams at competition, and there's two types of story we tell. There's that team, and then there's that team. So be that team. And then that's it for scrutineering. But I want to just finish on this slide, because this is me, 13 years ago, something like that. A bit less than that, 10 years ago? I don't know. A good while ago, over 10 years ago. And I still look at this picture and feel incredibly proud. Incredibly proud. That's my car, my team at competition. And I look really smug there on the far right again. And it's because I still am really smug. I really, really am proud of this, and I've really enjoyed it. And I think that shows because I've come back every year since. So I stand here and I say this to all teams all the time. I am genuinely envious of where you're sat, right? You have a fantastic opportunity in front of you now. You'll have a fantastic year. No matter what happens, it'll be really something you enjoy and get a lot from. And I suppose the point here is enjoy it. Genuinely enjoy it and make the very most of it. And that's all I have to say. So thank you for your time and best of luck.
Go. Hello everybody, can you hear me? Brilliant. Hello, welcome to the business plan presentation part of today's event. So I'm Rob Wild, I'm the head business judge.
I'm Vicky Correa, I'm the deputy business judge.
And the aim of today is really to equip you with the tools and knowledge necessary to build an effective business plan presentation. And so by the end, you should know how to win this event, so no pressure. So you should really be taking this all in. Okay, so the agenda, we're going to talk roughly through what the business plan presentation is, some of the aims and objectives, the format and schedule of the event, the rules. We'll mention the special condition, and although we're not announcing it today, and then Vicky's going to take you through building an effective proposal, and I'll take you through the how to score some marks. Okay? So hopefully what you've seen is that we've released a new version of the rules. And what has changed in that version of the rules is the business plan presentation aims and objectives. So the objective of FS UK business plan presentation is to assess the team's ability to develop and present a comprehensive business model. Obvious, that's what we're asking you to do. This business model must offer a product based on the team's specific prototype vehicle or a specific core component of it. So those business plan presentation aficionados will notice that there's a subtle change there. And it must provide a rewarding business opportunity that creates profit, and the vehicle or component must be an essential part of that value proposition. So take that in, read it, digest it. It's a subtle change, okay? What we're expecting from you is a clear business proposal. We need a logical and structured assessment of the issues underpinning this proposal, and it's all got to be professionally delivered within 10 minutes. We want a depth of supporting material evidencing the business decisions. What we mean there is that we're not just asking for a presentation. We want you to own this business. We want you to be this business. We want you to believe in it. So when we ask in Q&A, you know the answers around that business, not just about what you've presented on the slides. And we expect you to be in role play. Please don't refer to yourself as a former student team. You're members of this business who are coming to us for an investment. This slide looks very similar, but it's not. This is the FSAI aims and objectives. They have changed probably most substantially. So if there's anybody in here from FSAI who's going to be doing the business plan presentation, please take note. What you will recognise is that it's easier. We've made it simpler. Okay, so the objective of the AI business plan presentation is to assess the team's ability to develop and present a business model. This business model must offer a product or system based on the team's FSAI 2025 ADS hardware and software. And this must provide a rewarding business opportunity that makes profit, and it must be based on the vehicle or system must be an essential part of the value proposition. I'm trying to skip ahead there. The 5 things along the bottom are largely the same, whether it's FSAI or FS UK standard business. So take that in. It's quite a bit different. It's moving closer to the normal FS business plan presentation, and hopefully you'll find it easier to go away and develop that plan. So this is the format and schedule of how the event will run when you're there. So you'll be assigned a judging slot for either the Thursday or the Friday, and it'll be prior to the competition. So you'll know roughly whether you're going to be there on Thursday morning or you're going to be there on Friday afternoon. Those slots will be in the UTC, which is separate from the main track at Silverstone. So try and build that in, have a look at the map, make sure that you build in the time to get there. You'll be expected to turn up at least 15 minutes before your slot. We need to know you're there. We want to make sure that the judging team is ready. You'll have 10 minutes to deliver your business plan presentation, and then you'll receive feedback from the judges once they've deliberated. Expect to be there for about an hour. Okay, you're going to deliver your presentation, you're going to have some Q&A, and then there's going to be a time, and then you'll do your feedback. So don't plan to be doing something 2 minutes after you've delivered your presentation. Once the teams have finished competing, scores will be compiled and finalists will be determined. Finalists are only applicable to standard business plan presentation and not business plan presentation AI. We only have a live final in standard FS class. The finalist teams will be expected to present again to a single judging panel live in front of an audience in the main tent, and that will be on the Saturday. So if you're a finalist, be prepared to do it instead of in front of 3 judges, in front of 3 judges plus a couple of hundred people as well. And all the competitors are free to watch this final, and in fact we encourage you to do so. You want to see the best presentations you're going to see, come along to the final and learn from them. Okay, so the rules. So we're governed by the UK supplementary rules. Crucially, not the German rules, not the European rules, the UK rules. Make sure you're reading the right rules. Read them again. Read them again. Do Dan Jones. Read the rules because they're really important. We've made them simpler this year. We've went down from 5 pages to 2 pages, but there's still a lot of information in there for you to absorb. So if you don't apply to some of the rules, you will get penalties. And they're very, very clear, some of these rules, and they're pretty obvious. If you go over 11 minutes, you're getting a penalty. It's in there. Please stick to these things. And don't forget, FSQD is there if you've got any major questions. The special condition, which is applicable only to the standard FS class business plan presentation, will be released before Christmas. And what is crucial about this is you can go away now and do your full business plan presentation without that special condition. It's the cherry on top. It's a minor detail that you will add to your business plan presentation. So don't wait around for it. It will come out. It's a subtle addition at best, and it will be different from last year.
So we're going to go through around how you actually build an effective proposal now, and the 4 key things we're going to be focusing on is market, product, investment, and credibility. So firstly, these are some key questions that you need to answer in your presentation. Your investors have a series of questions, and you need to inspire real confidence that you know those answers. You're a credible company that actually knows your company, funny enough. So you need to ask yourself, is there a market for the product that you're trying to sell to these investors? What is the product that you're trying to sell? How will you actually get the product to the market? Thinking about manufacturing, sales and support, and then what investment do you actually need and why? There's no point in asking for an investment and not outlining what the investment is for. So make sure you make that really clear, and make sure you also make clear what the investors will actually get out of investing in your company. So firstly, for what is the market, you want to be thinking about who's going to be buying the car or the component and how and where it's going to be used. So you want to think about your target demographic, where they're based, how many potential customers there are, what the requirements are, and think about how much they're willing to spend. If you're making a car that costs 100K for people that are just coming out of uni, you've not thought about your demographic clearly. So make sure that what you're saying makes sense. And then when you think about how and where it's going to be used, you want to think about things like whether it's going to be sold or leased, whether the facilities actually exist for building the car, whether there's competitions that exist for its use, and so on. The next thing is around the product. So this is very much around what you're making. So in this case, what is the car or the core component that you're taking? So think about its key features, what its unique selling points are, whether there's different models or an upgrade package that's going to come in the future, whether there's a competitive sale price, looking at what other people are selling things like this for, and also what development work's actually been completed to get you to this point. So why do you know that this is what you're going to be selling? And then thinking about what competitors there are is really important as well, because you need to outline where your car or component fits into the market. And why someone should actually be buying yours rather than your competitors. So is it because it's cheaper? Is it because it's faster? Is it because it's more accessible? All these things are what you should be thinking about when you're looking at competitors. The next thing is looking at getting it to the market. So the first thing here is manufacturing the vehicle. So how is it going to be manufactured? Is there a process flow chart? What's going to be done? Is it off the shelf? Is it subcontracted? Is it done in-house? And then thinking about the capabilities. If you're saying that you're a startup company and you're going to be building 100 cars in your first year, but you don't have a facility, you don't have machines, and you don't have staff, that's not credible or logical. So think about what capabilities are actually in place to get the manufacturing going. And then think about where. So where are the relative customers and the suppliers and the workforce, and do certain locations have financial incentives and so on. And then think about how the rate of production compares to the market as well, and also at a very fundamental basis how much it's going to cost to build. The next thing is sales and support. So for sales, you want to ask anything that's about selling the product. So how you're going to get it to the market, who's your customer, where it's going to be sold, and so on. And then looking at after sales is really important as well. So does your customer get anything else in addition? Are they going to be able to come to you if there's an issue with the vehicle or the component? So it's selling the product and then selling the service. And the next thing is around what the investment is actually for. So the first thing here is you need to make it clear what you want from your investors. This should be an upfront ask. You need to say how much money and what you're going to spend that money on. This allows you to ensure that what you're asking is reasonable. So how does what you're actually asking for compare with the value of your company? And are the values stated realistic? So don't ask for £5 million if your company is worth £10 million, for example. It doesn't make sense. So just make sure that what you're asking is logical, and consider if you also have any other investors, either through financial or intellectual property. So the last thing here is just around what the investor actually gets back. So is it clear what your investor gets, how much money they're going to be getting? Is it a share? Is it return of interest? Is it actually a rewarding opportunity for them or not? And then think about what the commercial arrangement is. So think about the exit strategy, whether this is a fixed term or temporary, and is it ongoing, and so on. Lastly, and this is probably the most important part, is around whether your presentation is credible. The first impression is the key thing. So do the presenters that are actually presenting look and sound professional? Are they coming across confidently, and are they engaging in an enthusiastic way? And do they actually know what they're talking about is the key thing, because the judges at the panel will know straight off the bat whether you know what you're talking about or not. The second thing is a slide pack. So do the graphics and the tables actually enhance the message? Is there a consistent message or theme? And are there any mistakes on the slides? Things like spelling mistakes, or you've put that you've got a certain type of vehicle, but then the render doesn't match the features that you've actually put down. All these things are really small mistakes that will leave an impression and potentially cost you some points. And the third thing is additional information. So are there backup slides which help to answer any questions? And have you provided handouts which you've also referenced whilst you're talking? I'll pass on to Rob now to go through how
to score some marks and win, yeah. So this is probably some more of the in-depth things and some of the things that may get you some additional marks, adding on from what Vicky's already said. So the distribution of our marks and the way we look at your business plan presentations is it's roughly 40% content, 20% on delivery, 20% on questions and answers, and 20% on visual aids. So it's a good mix of everything. But it may appear that they are all separate because of this pie chart, but ultimately they do all have an influence over each other, and especially how you deliver it. Because you can have the best business plan presentation in the world, but if you really can't get that across to the judges because your delivery is poor, it will affect all of those marks. So, content and visual aids are very important, and as said, they go hand in hand. If you've got a lot of content and your visual aids are poor, they won't come across. So the content, what we're looking for when we're looking for these marks is what has been covered, what is the information that's been presented, how many of the questions raised in the building your BPP section have been answered through the information you've provided. So we're ticking off a lot of things, and Vicky in the previous slide suggested a lot of questions that we are going to be having in our heads as judges that we're trying to tick off. And crucially, the quality of that. You could get a million things into your content, but if the quality of them is terrible, it's really going to affect it. So it's a fine line. And it's one of the hardest things in the BPP to deliver, because there's not enough time to do it effectively. So there is always a compromise between quality and content. At some point you have to decide to do high quality and not as much content, and that's where it makes it tough. And the visual aids. we want to see a good variety of visual aids. So what type of visual aids are being used to deliver this information? And the quality of those visual aids. Do they add to it? Are they almost going without being seen because they're that good? They're just helping you absorb that information. They're some of the best visual aids. And are they relevant? They're not distracting from the presentation. And is the general appearance of the presentation professional? Have you got a really obvious theme? Does it look like something you'd want to invest in? Because you're investing in that presentation just as well as the business. You're investing in those people. So make sure it's professional. So we've got some examples of some visual aids. Here we've got a table, lots of information on it. And here we have example number 2. We've got a nice bar chart with some coloured information. Maybe it's a bit clearer. And I'd kind of ask a question, which is better? Okay, this one, previous one, kind of a trick question, unfortunately. It's probably both, right? It depends what you're trying to get across and at which point of the presentation you're giving it out at and how much time you're devoting to it, okay? If you're devoting a lot of time to it, a table can be very appropriate because you can get a lot of information there. If you're just flashing up something really quickly and you're trying to get across that information very quick, a bar chart is maybe much more appropriate. So some of them may even be very appropriate for a handout. A table is a great example of something where you can give a quick bar chart and say, for more information, look in your handout to an in-depth table. So to the use of visual aids, they all have their place and making sure they're used in the right place, okay? What you're utilising is the attention of the judges, and you are trying to draw the attention of the judges from your handouts to your slides to the presenter and moving between them at all times, and whenever they're in conflict, that's when you'll struggle. So the delivery and Q&A. Delivery is really important. You're in role play, you're delivering this business plan presentation. The confidence with which you deliver that is incredibly important, because if you're confident about that business, we're confident that we can trust our money with you. It's as easy as that. Is the speech clear? Is it the right volume? Are you going at the right pace? Going too fast and trying to squeeze as much content and as many slides into 10 minutes will have a negative effect because it won't come across effectively. So again, it's a fine line. It's a trade-off. It's hard. That's why this is such a good part of the competition. And you know, it says visual aids. It should say Q&A. So that's the first error. So we've lost some marks there. Have you answered the actual question that's been asked? You would not believe the amount of time we ask a question and the person looks blankly at you and answers a completely different question straight to your face. Answer the question. If in doubt, repeat the question you've just been asked straight back to the person. That's the best way to give yourself a couple of seconds and try and have a think about it. Do you only know the slide pack or do you know the background information? This is key. The question and answers is invariably not a question about your slide, it's a question about the business behind your slide. Know your business, and then you'll be able to answer the question. I'm not asking you about the number on the slide, I'm asking you where you got that number from. So you've got to know your business first and foremost, and you build your slides around that business. Additional information. Have you brought any additional information along to your Q&A? Sometimes really useful. And is the Q&A managed effectively? Have you got any questions? It's as easy as that. Make sure you ask in a professional way. So in summary, remember, you're there to get investment for your project or your business. Consider the questions investors have about your proposal and how your presentation can answer them. We've posed a load of questions in these slides. Consider them. Consider answering them. And that will build a good business plan presentation. And some real top tips right at the end. Is there a gap in the market? If there's not a gap, it's very hard to argue that it's a viable business. Have you designed that product to fill that gap? It's all well and good saying there's a gap in the market for teenagers moving from go-karts to caterhams, but if you design £1 million race car, you haven't fit that gap. Okay? Can your product make a profit? A reasonable profit? I'm not expecting 1,000,000% ROI, just something reasonable that's slightly better than my savings and investments account, please. Do you know how you'll advertise it and how you'll sell that product? And then ultimately, what do you want from the investors? And why do you need it and what they'll get from it? Make it really clear. Top tips again, right at the very bottom. Seek advice A lot of your teams have done this before. Go and watch the finals, reach out, ask business professionals in your university, ask your parents, ask your partners. The more people who see this presentation and ask those questions, the better it'll be. So that is about it. Oh, I thought it wasn't about it. Sorry, I thought that was a summary. Oh my God, sorry, terrible. So once you've got a good proposal, make sure you communicate it well. Irony. Coverage and quality. You need to score well in both. High quality, but without covering it, is really poor. The visual aids, they've got to bring something. And practice your presentation. Again, the irony. I should have realized there was another slide. Over-practicing can be a challenge, right? We do not want you to come and read from a script. We want you to just know what you're talking about. It comes across so much better than reading from a script. That is the people who know the business plan presentation. If you're reading from a script, it doesn't come across well. So there we go. This is the proper summary now. In summary, download this presentation. It should give you incredible hints as to how to do this effectively. And use it to inform and develop the presentation. Probably the most important one that we have repeated to every single person who's come and had a one-to-one with us today, keep it simple. We don't ask for the next biggest innovation. We ask for a sensible business that is easy for us to understand and easy to invest in. And that needs to be simple. Previous finals are on YouTube. Make sure you watch them. Crucially, here's the big tip. Don't watch for what makes them stand out. Watch for what makes them common. Those 3 finalists will have done 90% of the same things. That's what got them to the final, not that 1% that made them stand out. Look at what they've done in common. Just because you think you know the rules, read them again, please. 99% of the problems we have when people come and complain is they didn't read the rules. And use FSQD, and we're here to help. You can be in contact with us. We're here today. Call us, ask us the hard questions. We love to tell you to go back and read the rules. That's what we do. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, good, it works. So this is EV scrutineering and implementation. So everybody in the right place? Good. So that's probably most of the people you'll see in July. Quite a lot of experience in there. I've been scrutineering at Formula Student for 20 years, EV and tech before that. Most of the people there work in EV in their day jobs, so that they know their stuff, and especially in the battery scrutineering area, if they tell you something, please listen to them. It's for your safety. So, who am I? Mike Jenkins, EV Chief Scrutineer, been doing EVs ever since the first one turned up at Formula Student. I've been a scrutineer since 2006, that's scary. I'm the only one of the group here. Some of you will have met Matt Briggs, who's upstairs doing the one-to-ones. And we've got 15 plus volunteers, various elements of EV. So main things we're going to cover is some of the rules updates. I know Dan's already done some of that, but we'll just look at some of the key EV changes. There aren't actually that many this year. What the scrutineering process is, how it works, and what we're doing to change it. One of the main things that people tend to fail on, which is water ingress, cable routing, things like that. So up front, let's get you thinking about those things so we don't have any major problems. So the scrutineering process, we're evolving it year on year. It does take quite a long time. There's a lot to check. We are trying to streamline it, but we need your help to do that. So a lot of it is done in parallel. So basically we start off with accumulator scrutineering and LV electrical and tech scrutineering. So we'll split your accumulator out of your car. That'll go in the accumulator bay. The car comes to us. So one of the things we innovated in 24, which will carry on in 25, a lot of the LV and tech stuff we can do at the same time. So don't think, oh, I want to go to tech first, I want to get that done. You can come into the EV bay and get the vast majority of your tech scrutineering done at the same time. And then you've got your safety, your chassis, and any other bits of tech scrutineering we don't get done. Once we've done all the LV electrical and the accumulator scrutineering, we'll get you to put your accumulator in the car and we'll go through all the HV stuff. So that's checking things like your BSPD, your IMD, any insulation issues, and all the systems that we need HV live, so we'll spin the wheels, etc. Assuming everything's gone to plan, which hopefully it will, because you'll have already tested it yourself and you'll have done all those checks yourself before you turn up. Then comes the fun bit, the rain test. Anybody in here already been through a rain test? Successfully? Second time. Yeah. And can I ask why it went wrong the first time?
We got water into a high voltage junction box.
Yeah, so something really simple. The vast majority of the failures on rain test are really simple, but it does prove it works. And then once you've done that, you'll go off to tilt, noise and brake. Little tip, if you go straight from rain test to tilt, you might fail tilt, because a load of water will pour out and they'll say you've got a leak. You haven't. It happens to at least one team every year.
Can't we do the tilt test first?
No. So just think about that and mop up as much as you can before you get there. So everybody does say it does take a long time. However, in 2023, Oxford Brookes, are they here? Yes, see Brookes, were the first car all the way through scrutineering in front of all the IC engine cars. But they'd done a lot of prep. Can any of you remember from 2 years ago how long in advance your car was running? Probably a couple of months before the event, which meant scrutineering was easy for them.
because they'd run their car. Didn't happen in 24. It was probably well into Friday before we got a car through. But it has happened, and it can happen again. And that's as much up to you guys as it is to us. So the classic British summer, that I think was 2023. It was very wet, and we had a lot of problems with water ingress in accumulators, to the point where we pretty much had to shut down everything on the EV side because we were dealing with so many issues. So what have we done about it? Well, we've improved our rain tests. So anybody that was at Silverstone this year will have seen a plethora of new pipes and sprayers and hoses and God knows what. But water now isn't just sprayed downwards into the cockpit and over the car. We mist up off the ground with a fine spray, and we've also now got sprayers behind the front wheels to mimic spray off the front wheels as you're driving along. It's much more representative, and it's better to fail on the rain test than on track. We can manage it better, and hopefully we can get you fixed. But what's even better, of course, is not to fail on rain test at all. So think about it back at the uni. Think about where water can get in. Think about all those joints. If you're not sure, make a dummy, test it. The rain test isn't complicated. You could build your own. Build a dummy accumulator case, spray some water at it, see if water can get in, where it can get in. You'll be surprised the smallest of holes that water will get in, and it'll wick up through things and it will get everywhere. So that's the rain test rig this year. Slightly Heath Robinson, I've got to say, but it worked. So we will have a new one for next year, but you can see circled the sprayers in front of behind the front wheels that are spraying back into the car. Much more representative, but more difficult to pass. So think about that for when you're working on things. And again, just think about how it gets into your HV enclosures. It gets in everywhere. And it does potentially end your weekend. So there's a few examples. So the one on the left might not look it, but that is actually water in there. Very nasty soup of chemicals and water. The one over on the right-hand side, they had quite a lot of water. I guess you can see the damage to those cells. That team stripped their accumulator right down and under supervision, identified the bits that were okay and rebuilt it in a smaller configuration and got back out running. So it doesn't always stop you, but you really need to be on the ball to get something that's actually going to get you there. That was incredible effort from that team. They didn't give up, they didn't say no, but they also worked in a very methodical fashion. They didn't do anything stupid, and they got through safely. If it does go wrong, we've got the facilities to deal with it. We've got quarantine areas, we've got disposal areas, and we will dispose of those cells. And if it does go very badly wrong, we will take over. We have got a number of people who are experienced in dismantling cells and packs. So that was this year. That was quite a major incident that we had to deal with, but we dealt with it safely. Everybody was okay, and the university got most of the content of their pack back in a usable form. If we'd left it any longer, they would have had nothing. It's one of the other things that people always get wrong. Every year we'll find somebody that's routed an HV cable outside of the main chassis. You can't do it. And it's normally down to bend radii. Once they start assembling things, they've forgotten about some ancillary component, they've forgotten about the bend radius, and they can't get the cable around the chassis tubes, and they end up trying to go outside the chassis. You can't do it. And as it says, don't dangle them under the chassis either. We haven't had one of those for a few years, so we're probably due another one. Energy meters. So for the EVs, every EV we'll give you an energy meter to install that will measure the amount of power you're using. They're quite big, but nowhere near as big as the ones you get from FSG. So you can download from the website the dimensions, the CAD model, the instructions of how to install it. So the meter itself is that thing there. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring mine with me to show you the physical size of it here, but some of you will have seen it before. So that's the energy meter, and then the logger itself, you need to mount somewhere accessible. So we can get the stick out to check it. It's got a set of lights on it. Make sure they're lit up. So that example there, they'd mounted it in a nicely accessible place, but right by the driver's shoulder. So when the driver got in the car, he pulled the wires out of it. No data. No points. So check every time. If those lights aren't on, let us know. You also find people will mount it with the lights inboard, not outboard, so you can't actually see them. So mount it properly. The ESF, the Electrical Systems Form, it's about a 100-page document which basically describes your whole system. It's for your benefit as much as it is for ours. So it's there for you to methodically go through all the bits of your system and prove that it meets our requirements. If you come to part of it and your answers don't look like they make sense, it probably means that you haven't designed it to the rules. We're going to change our process this year for reviewing the ESFs, so you'll get feedback in a structured tabular form. So hopefully that will be a bit quicker for us. You'll get things back earlier. But don't wait for the deadline. As Dan said earlier, don't wait for the deadline for putting these things. As soon as you've got your ESF finished, send it in. Get it into us. The sooner you get it in, the sooner you get feedback, the sooner you can correct any problems you might have. One thing we introduced for 24, which we're continuing in 25, is ESO briefing. So whoever your ESOs are must attend that briefing and you will get a wristband. If you do not have a wristband, you are not an ESO and you cannot carry out any ESO briefing, any ESO activities. So if there's no ESO with the car, you cannot make the car live. So if you've got no ESO, you can't do any work on the accumulator. And even if you're through scrutineer, if there's no ESO with the car with a wristband, you cannot run the car. It is hugely important. It's for everybody's safety. Every year we have an incident where people have done something that is against the rules and is unsafe. And the reason we've brought this in is so that we can make sure that you all know about it. So what we'll look at is safe working practices, inside and outside scrutineering. Just because you're not in scrutineering doesn't mean you can do what you want. You cannot work on your HV system, so anything live, especially the accumulator, other than in the accumulator bay or scrutineering. Please, please do not do anything with your accumulator. It must not be open anywhere other than in the accumulator bay. If we see that, there will be sanctions. It will most likely be a points deduction. It could even be disqualification. The other thing we want to know is your procedures for when something goes wrong. So if you do have water ingress, for example, at the rain test, before we'll let you do that rain test, we want to see your procedures. If we don't think your procedures are up to scratch for dealing with that, we won't let you do that rain test until you've sorted it. We used to ask people verbally what they would do. And yeah, they'd normally tell us something that sounded perfectly sensible. And then as soon as they had an incident, they went off and did something completely different. So now make sure that you've got something documented to say what you do. It only needs to be bullets. This is what we're going to do. This is the order. This is why we're doing it. This is the outcome we want from it. And we'll put that up in a nice big picture again Don't work on your HV or accumulator in the pit area. You will get in a lot of trouble. We've nearly had serious incidents because of it. We've got away with it, but if you do it, you will get serious sanction. So in summary, be sensible, be very safe, make good decisions. This is one of them. Sitting down here is a good decision. Read the rules, and don't just read them in isolation. Have a group read of the rules. Sit down, read them together, and discuss what you think they mean. If you all think they mean something different, or you can't agree what they mean, somebody has got their interpretation wrong. Put in an FSQD question to get it right. Don't assume your interpretation is right, especially if it's something a little bit off the wall. Just because you think you found a loophole, don't assume it's a good loophole. We have a wonderful rule that says it is the intent, not the way it's written. So it's what we meant it to be, not what it actually says. So if we've cocked up, don't assume you can do something really off the wall, because you probably can't. Speak to people that can help you. Previous students from your university, other students, each other, us. Ask questions on FSQD. Everybody is here to help you. It's a wonderful event. If you have a problem at the event, somebody from another team will most likely help you fix the problem. It is a really good environment. And take lots of photos. Other parts of scrutineering may not accept that. We understand that we're not going to get you to take your accumulator apart to show us something that's at the very bottom of it. It's higher risk than trusting you. Take photos, video the assembly process so we can see what you've actually done. Bring all of that with you. The last thing is, oh, it's under there and you can't see it. Have you got any photos? No. Because that's the point where we might have to go, well, in that case, we need you to take it apart. Probably going to spoil your weekend if we get to that point. Most importantly, have fun doing it. If it wasn't fun, I wouldn't still be doing it 20 years on. And just as a couple of pictures, this is something that was a first-year team a few years ago. You're supposed to tell us all the cables you use, the specs. This team came up with this. Piece of each cable with a board, QR code to the datasheet. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Everybody started doing it now, but they thought about it, what is a good way to give us the information we need? They handed us that, and I'll always say to teams when they talk to me, if you've done something that's part of your test kit to prove that you've got something that works or something like that, anything that you've done to make it easier to test the car and you've got it with you gives me confidence. Because if you thought, right, we need to test this, it's actually quite difficult to do, we'll make some special test equipment for it, that gives me huge amounts of confidence that you've thought about it and you've tested it yourself. If you turn up, and the classic is the APPS sensors and disconnecting the various sensors, and you go, oh, it's all in that loom there, we'll have to cut into the loom. I know you haven't tested it yourselves. If you've got something that you can plug into it to help me test it, straight away I think, well, you've thought about this, you understand what needs to be done. It really does instill confidence. Anyway, we really like these boards. We keep showing them to everybody. Yeah, I say, make our life easier. It'll help us trust you more. And you'll get through quicker. You'll get a good car through with an experienced scrutineer in 3/4 of an hour. If you haven't got that information, you're not sure how to test it, things are difficult to access, it can take 3, 4, 5 hours. And that's assuming we don't find any problems. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So our next session is a new one for Learn to Win this year. As I mentioned this morning, we're looking at introducing an optional project management, program management event this year. And the three of us, plus Rory, who can't be here today, we're the working group who's been developing the idea for that event, and we'll hopefully be able to announce details on that soon. But in preparing for that, we realised that we could do some content for you here at Learn to Win that will hopefully knit in or pull together lots of the things that you'll have been told in other presentations and workshops that you've been part of today. It's very much a case of do as we say, not as we do, because we failed miserably on one of the tenets that we're going to talk to you about, is putting in enough contingency. So we're running late. And because the next session is remote before the Judges Forum at the end, what we'll probably do is pull the Q&A at the end of this, and any questions you've got related to this will merge in with the Judges Forum section where you got the chance to ask questions on everything else. So starting off quickly with some introductions. So my name's Dan Jones. I'm the Chief Judge at Formula Student UK. My day job outside of the hours of Formula Student, I'm a team leader at Mercedes HPP. My current role, I'm the team leader for the McLaren Collaboration Group, so that means I am the technical contact for McLaren for the 2026 power units that we're developing at the moment. I've got a small team and we look after design, lap time, lap simulation and calibration of the PU specific to aspects of McLaren for the future power unit. I'll hand over to Vicky and Jack to introduce themselves and deliver the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Cool, well thank you Dan. So I'm Jack Burton. I competed for 4 years not too long ago with University of Portsmouth. I've then been a design judge for 2 years, and you've probably seen me here before, if you've been here before at the Learn to Win, talking similar stuff about what we're going to talk about. But I'm currently also a project manager at a company called Sundyne.
And I'm Vicky Correa. I'm the Business Plan Presentation Deputy, and outside of Formula Student, I'm a Business Design Analyst for the Home Office. So today we're going to be going through how you can effectively and simply prepare for, hopefully, what is a successful project. We're going to be running through this flow, and I'm just going to pass over to Jack to start on that.
Cool. Well, to start is the start of your project. So it's these two highlighted boxes here, and we're going to first talk about once you receive that project, which will be, in this case, the Formula Student event, and what you'll need to do to justify why you should undertake that project. So we're going to change the competition slightly just for this example, and we're going to give it a scenario that is more towards what you'll find in real life if you work in industry. So we've got a car supplier, and they're going to contact yourselves. You know, you've got your different teams here, but they're all going to contact you individually, and they're going to tell you you can win 2 bids. One is designing a car along with a business model, and you've got to present costs of what that would be. And the other one is the same thing, but you actually get to build the car and race it. So the first 2 questions you really have to ask yourself is, why would you undertake this project, and what are you going to do in it? And me and Vicky actually had an argument about why does why come first, or does what come first? It kind of gets into the loop of why should you do it? Well, you're building a car. Why? Because it's fun. Why? We're building a car. And it loops back around, but effectively, once you solve those 2 questions, you can then go to look to justify why you should undertake one of these 2 projects. So once you've justified it, and this could be in the form of a project justification document, you should probably look up what that is when you get time to do some self-investigation, you'll find you'll need to consider things about the project. So this is what we'll look at next. We've outlined it in 3 different groupings. These groupings sort of fall into smaller packages as you go through them. The first is a deliverable. Now, a deliverable is the thing that you'll deliver effectively to make the project successful. Now, this could be a car in this aspect. It could be something less tangible like an online manual, and it could be even something complete unintangible in the fact that it's you just attending meetings. Now, it could be any of these things in the real world. It is not something that you actually just have to hand over at the end. Once you've got that, you can then look at your requirements in your work packages. Now, requirements make up a deliverable. You have to deliver a car. To have a car, the requirements would be a chassis, maybe 4 wheels. We don't know yet, but those are the things you have to consider for your deliverable. Once you have those requirements, you can then look at your work packages, and the work packages are basically the tasks that make up that requirement. welding a chassis. But this focuses more on the resources towards it. So if you have a chassis, you'll have a chassis team potentially, and you'll have someone who owns that chassis. That would be a chassis lead, let's say. And their job is to own that part of the requirement for your deliverable. Once you've got that, then you're going to have to look at your enablers. And this sounds like it could be someone, and it could be. They could help you enable things. Or it could be tools, processes, anything like that, that allow your requirements to participate in your deliverable. So we've talked about the chassis. So you've got the car, you need a chassis. Well, actually, you might need a workspace to build that chassis in. And that would enable your work package to be fully completed, and therefore your deliverable to be handed over at the end of the project. So once you've got all these considerations, what we normally do in industry is we form something called a PMP, a project management plan. And what this does is it outlines your whole process and your whole direction of how you would solve this project and how you would deliver it. And it takes into a huge amount of different considerations, your resources. It might include your initial budget. It might also look at a small timeline that you created at the beginning. It will have your project description, justification, anything like that. It's effectively a mark in the sand, a milestone that says, from this moment, this is what the team has constructed, and we believe this is the correct way to move forwards, and this is our direction we're going to take. And the brilliant thing about it is it's a document that you can refer back to if you're having trouble maybe halfway through the project and you're like, kind of lost our way, we're not really sure what we're doing now at the moment. Or if your team lead or your project management manager leaves the project, you can have someone step up, read the document and go, right, brilliant, I know everything that the last guy knew. We can just carry on as normal. And it just gives a bit more confidence to your project that you'll be able to complete the full life cycle.
So once you've considered all of these things, the next thing that you really want to get into the detail of is your plan. And typically a Gantt chart is used because this is just a really good visual and graphical representation of time against activity. And there's a few key components in a Gantt chart that you should aim to have that will help you track your project effectively. The first thing is a work breakdown structure. And this very simply is your work packages and the tasks associated with those work packages. And with each of these tasks and work packages, you want owners. And you might have a group of owners for a whole work package, or you might have individual owners for a task, a specific task within a work package. That's up to you to decide how you're going to do that, but it's just important that you show who the owners are for your tasks that are being carried out. The next thing is just showing the start and end date. So when do you need to start this by, and when does it need to be done by? Because what you need to consider is what that activity is going to be leading into. So if you need to complete one task to get to the next task, when does your next task need to be starting by in order to continue with your project? And a really useful thing that you can use is a percentage tracker for your tasks. This just gives you a very quick look at how far you are in getting a task complete. The next thing is just a daily or weekly breakdown of your activities. And within this, all of your activities should be leading to milestones. And another really key thing within a Gantt chart is a critical path. And a critical path is the longest chain of activities that need to be completed to complete your project. And the tasks on that critical path should be critical activities, because if one of those activities does not get completed, then your project might be delayed or your project might not be able to be delivered. So it's really important that you define and outline what that critical path is so that you are able to build in contingency, for example, to ensure that you can achieve that critical path to get to your deliverable. And that brings us on to some tips for when you're planning from right to left, which is that you need to plan in contingency. So if you're looking at your deliverable, and in this case, you need to be delivering your car by the competition, for example, you need to be building in contingency. So are you allowing enough time for testing? Are you allowing enough time for procurement? Are you even allowing enough time for the fact that you're all university students and you've got exams, for example? So building in contingency to your project plan is going to be number one key thing. The next thing is detail. You need to really strike a balance of having enough detail, but also not making it too onerous that it ends up hindering the progress of your project. So you want to make sure that there is the right level of detail in that plan. And the last thing here is that a plan will unfortunately be instantly out of date once it's been published. And that doesn't just go for the plan, that goes for any project documentation you have. And what's really important is that you set in some regular touch points throughout the year where you are constantly reviewing your plan and all of your project documentation to update it, amend it, make sure it's still actually applicable to what you're trying to deliver. So those are some 3 key tips.
So that was a lot of information. So I'm going to try and dull it down a little bit, and I've introduced cars because that's why we're all here. We've got a race car and a monster truck, and we're outlining that as your project management plan. And that is really your tool to achieve the project. And then on the other side, we've got a mountainous path and a road. And really, that's just the Gantt chart. So what we're effectively saying here is your tool has to align and work coincidentally with your Gantt chart to achieve the project. You might have a project management plan that's very heavy at the start, but if your Gantt chart is not defining that in the fact that your resources actually better spread across the project rather than a massive lump sum at the beginning, that might cause issues later down when you try and use your project management plan against your Gantt chart. So make sure that your project management plan creates the Gantt chart and that your Gantt chart, once finished, realigns with your project management plan. Otherwise, these 2 documents are going to clash, and throughout the project, you'll be referring to both, saying, well, this one's saying this, well, actually, we decided we were going to do this right at the beginning of the project. So make sure that your tool dictates the path, and your path is the right path for your tool.
And that brings us on to step 5, which is preparing. And this probably sounds like the most obvious step, but a step that many people seem to miss quite often. And this is around just preparing all of your documentation and making sure that your whole team has visibility to it. Any project document is only going to be as useful as it is accessible. So if your team can't see the project plan, it's not useful. And what's really important to enable this is that there's a clear folder structure and that there's really clear version control to also make sure that everyone is always working up to the most up-to-date plan or the most up-to-date document and design. So we've kind of highlighted 4 key documents here, project management documents, that we think are at least a bare minimum that you should aim to have. But this is not prescriptive, and there are so many more project management documents that you can use that will ensure that you are managing your project in the best way possible. But firstly is a RAID log. This is a risks, assumptions, issues, and dependencies log, and effectively you're able to track all of these things. And the really important thing here is that you should be thinking about what the cause is. So if we take an issue, for example, you want to think about what the actual cause to that issue is, what the event is. So we've had an issue with something breaking, for example. And then you want to think about what you're actually doing to respond to that. So anything that's going to mitigate any issues, any escalation that needs to be done, any prioritization of issues, and so on. So whatever you're tracking in a RAID log, you need to think about what you're doing to actually respond to it and action on that to ensure that you are responding to those things that are coming up. The next thing is a RACI matrix. And RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. This effectively allows you to track all of your team roles, but it also helps to track all of your key stakeholders that are also involved in the delivery of your project. And if we take an example really quickly, if you've got your chassis, right, you might have a chassis lead who is responsible for ensuring that the chassis is built. You might have a team lead that is accountable if anything goes wrong. You might have your uni who should be consulted. So you need to make sure that you're talking to them about what's happening, especially if you're needing to use their workshop space and so on. And then you also might want to inform your sponsor who has helped provide that chassis or helped fund that chassis. And it's really, I've probably oversimplified it, but this is just a really useful way of knowing exactly who needs to be involved with every aspect of your project. The next thing is a cost tracker. This is simply broken down into 3 things. You want to plan the budget, track the costs, and then update any forecasts. And this is just a really important thing to do to make sure that you're keeping your project to the right budget in a timely condition and to the desired quality standards. And the last thing we've already covered in quite a lot of detail, but I just thought we'd put it again to show how important it is, which is a Gantt chart. So once you've actually gone through all these things, steps 1 to 5, you should be ready to formally kick off your project. And hopefully, steps 1 to 5 should make that a really seamless process. So you've got your justification, you've got your considerations, your plan, and you've got most of your documentation sorted. A kickoff project should take place at the start of a project. It aligns all of your stakeholders, all of your team members, all of your clients, and it just gets everyone on the same page, which is super important at the start of a project. And this should really take place just after the planning phase, but just before the execution phase. So you don't want to start building a car before everyone is on the same page of what's happening. And the really key thing is that people understand the scope, so what they're doing, the objectives, how they're going to do those things, the timelines, to what timeframes they're doing those things, and the expectations. So this might be around resource expectations, workshop expectations, and so on. So these are really important things to establish in your kickoff meeting.
Cool. So key takeaways. We've gone through a lot, but there is more out there, and there's much more out there. The real takeaway is the fact that all your projects will be unique. So make sure that you're making a project management plan, a Gantt chart, and anything else to your project. You can use templates and other things out there, and you can copy good aspects, but make sure that you're making your project plan, your Gantt chart, because if you start taking things and trying to force it all to work with your stuff, you'll realize that actually it's going to misalign, and you'll be stuck mid-project with no plan and no timeline of understanding of how you're going to get through that project. Other aspects is to have fun. Hopefully this is a little tip for you guys in the fact of the why bit right at the beginning of the presentation. We're going to give you that one for free. Why should you do it? Have fun. It can be as simple as that, but please do have fun in this. And the last bit is, which kind of disagrees with the have fun bit, try and do as much work up front in your project as possible. It is so critical that you do as much work at the beginning of the project with your project management plan and everything before the execution phase, as Vicky said, before you actually then start doing it. Because this will make your project so much simpler, smoother to execute, and you'll face less roadblocks. And any roadblocks you do face within your project, you'll be able to mitigate them so much faster and more effective. Because you'll have a vision of how you're going to do it, and you'll be able to execute it. And you won't find yourself again midway through a project going, well, we've got this roadblock that we didn't anticipate early on, we're not really sure how to do it, and it takes up stupid amounts of time trying to resolve it when you could actually be sailing through already down, maybe it's April, you've got your car, you can test, rather than turn up to the event with a car full of, the box full of parts and going, well, we'll build it here and we'll see what happens. So those are our key takeaways for you. We would have questions, but we're overrunning, but that's fine.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jack and Vicky. So I just want to add a bit of a closing remark. So it's cheesy, but there's a saying, fail to plan, plan to fail. Formula students, very similar to Formula One, where I work, the date of the race, the date of our event doesn't change. If you're not there, ready, the event's happening without you, and you're not going to be there to score the points. And using all these tools or other ones, if you go away and do the additional research on what it can do to help your project, it really does help guide the project, but keep it under control and help you know when you need to have completed items by, but also prompt you to often make some difficult decisions. You might, in your design of your car, there are some things that are core elements, but there's other stuff that is nice to have. There's another cheesy saying, but perfect is the enemy of good enough. And if there are fundamental things you need to come to the event with a functioning car, but there's other stuff that is value add. And so you can plan to have that in there, but if it's not ready by the time you need it to go on the car, pull it from the project. Do it to next year. Make sure you deliver the core elements and save all the nice to haves for if your project goes well, it runs to plan, or you've got time to get it on there. Some of you out there might be thinking, it's a very dry topic, I don't really want to do it, the fun bit's building the car, but doing all of this on top in parallel, you will do this out in industry with whatever you end up working on, and done well, this will help you to run a better project and increase your chance of success at Formula Student. So thank you very much, speak to you soon, and look forward to seeing this implemented at Silverstone in July. Thank you.
All right. We can go ahead and get started whenever. Oh, it is weird seeing myself. All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is Sam Reinsel. I am from the MathWorks. I'm part of the student competition support team. Hopefully you got to go to the other MathWorks session that was this morning. I'm presenting to you from our headquarters in Natick, Massachusetts, over in the U.S. So sorry I couldn't make it over there to present in person. But what I'm going to go over here is some different stuff than what they talked about this morning for you. What I'm going to be focusing on is some modeling techniques that were sort of touched on in the morning session, but I wanted to cover them in a bit of detail and maybe give you some ideas of how you can go about modeling your vehicle and starting to use models to actually answer questions about your design before you get to the stage of actually building it. All right. So this is a slide they showed this morning, but basically, right, we've got two parts to any model or system that we're going to be building. We've got our physical system, in this case, our vehicle, and then all of our controls hardware, whether that's something as simple as an Arduino for probably non-vehicle stuff, but other microcontrollers that we might have that we're going to deploy some code to actually operate our vehicle, and these sensors and actuators that we have to actually connect these two. And all of these can be done in MATLAB and Simulink. On the plant model side, right, we might be modeling our vehicle dynamics in a variety of different ways. We probably want to model stuff like our powertrain and our battery to understand, do we have enough energy to finish the endurance event? Can we actually hit peak power on our motor within the limits of the competition with the battery design that we've gone with? That sort of stuff. And then on the control side, it might be more what I'll call like classical controls for controlling torque demand and that sort of stuff on the vehicle side. And then in the FSII world, it might be more path planning, processing stuff like LiDAR and fusing different sensors, or doing some deep learning on video stuff. All of that can be done within our software, but what I really want to focus on, I'm supposed to highlight there, what I really want to focus on is this modeling of our physical vehicle, because I think that's where we can start answering the most questions, not just in terms of is our powertrain going to be appropriate for the competition, is there things that we can do to optimize it, but also because as we start trying to develop our controls in sort of a model-based design sort of way, usually what we want to have is a pretty good powertrain or vehicle dynamics model to start simulating with. So in model-based design, right, we tend to start with, we're designing some model, maybe we've got some requirements on how our vehicle is going to behave, what our target acceleration is, that sort of stuff. We're going to design a model that represents our vehicle that we're intending to meet those requirements. We then are going to probably go through a couple rounds of simulation where we start looking at performance characteristics, as well as starting to refine things. Maybe we start simulating and we realize we have way more energy than we need. Let's go back to our battery pack design and start thinking through, do we actually need that much energy? Because it's clearly just adding mass without needing it to finish endurance. So we might do a couple cycles of that before we start doing embedded code generation. So we can take the control code we've been developing to run against our plant models in Simulink, and we can automatically generate C and C++ code to deploy to our embedded systems. And then we can actually throw that into a vehicle to do some rapid prototyping. So we probably won't get it right on the first try. That's what tends to happen. And so we can then take all of the stuff that we've done with our embedded code generation, we can test it on the vehicle, and we can really rapidly take results back from that and go back to our simulation models. We probably modeled something wrong, to be honest. It's the phrase that gets tossed around a lot is every model is wrong, but some are useful. And that's something to keep in mind, that there's always going to be something you assumed or didn't account for in a model that we can go back, we can improve those models, maybe work out the bug in our code that got deployed in terms of how we've designed our system, maybe we didn't account for some signal noise, and we can actually add that to our simulation, improve it, generate code again, deploy it directly to our vehicle. So that's sort of the cycle. It's also sort of the V diagram, if you're familiar with that. But really, we're focusing on this design and simulate phase, right? Whether it's vehicle dynamics, powertrain, battery, that sort of stuff. I'm going to present probably the 3 most common ways that I recommend students when they are starting to model their vehicle. The first being equation-based, or just sort of core Simulink. The second being data-driven modeling for powertrain and vehicle dynamics. And the last being physical modeling, which I think has, with some of the newer tools in the battery and electrical simulation space, I think has a lot of good things to help you with powertrain design for something like a Formula Student vehicle. So equation-based modeling, this is all done pretty much in core Simulink. You could include some MATLAB code, but generally we're looking at, it's going to be in the Simulink environment. This is sort of a baseline tool that a lot of our other block sets build on top of. So the other tools we're going to talk about are added on top of this. The equation-based modeling approach, really good for code generation because pretty much all of the core blocks have support for code gen. And you're going to have really fine control over exactly how you choose to model something from a mathematical standpoint. If you're just looking to get started, this is where I started way back when I was in undergrad, was doing equation-based setups like this that we had actually adapted from some hand calculations or some calculations we had started doing in Excel, but we wanted to start adding dynamic control to them. So you may have already worked out how a lot of this, how your equations look. The example I like to give is the vehicle dynamics of a glider model. So this is a purely longitudinal model. It doesn't have lateral forces, but for an energy consumption model, this is a pretty good starting point. And we can define, we start with the free body diagram. We can sort of define how these different forces act on our vehicle and resist our ability to accelerate the vehicle. And we start combining these equations and we can build up a Simulink model like this, where we are actually taking tractive force as an input. We then calculate what all of these drag forces are that are going to impact the behavior, and calculate the acceleration and integrate that to get our velocity and position. So this is a really good starting point if you are just moving from some hand calculations or an Excel spreadsheet or something, and you want to start doing dynamic simulations. And then for the powertrain components, usually what we would do is something called a power loss model. In this case, we're looking at sort of the power flow through these different components and setting up an equation that defines how we lose energy as we have that power flow. And the reason that this is often used instead of like just taking an efficiency and multiplying it by our input to get our output is that with electric vehicles specifically, when we do regen, the definition of efficiency flips, because now our P out is actually power coming from the mechanical system back into our motor, and then we're getting energy back into our battery pack. And so doing it as a power loss sort of keeps the loss always exiting the component, whether that's thermal or noise or anything like that. And we can define the equation just to be in reference to the, in a motor's case, motor speed, motor torque, that sort of stuff. And regardless of the sign of those things, we can actually see, okay, we're always going to have some losses, whether we're doing regen or propel. So it's a really good way to sort of build up with these simplified models of each component, is to sort of have a power loss model for each step of your powertrain, including something like a gearbox, and then have a glider model to just start looking at energy consumption of your powertrain. With EVs, that's pretty important since your total energy on board is going to be pretty limited by your battery pack. The other two systems, the physical modeling and the data-driven stuff, I'll get into the specifics here, but I wanted to point out that there's this app in MATLAB called the Virtual Vehicle Composer. It's been around for a couple of releases now, but because the way that we set these models up can start to be pretty complex, the Virtual Vehicle Composer sort of exists to streamline the process of setting up a model. So essentially what will happen is you will setup, you know, we're doing a 4-motor battery electric vehicle, and we have independent gearboxes for each motor and all of this stuff. You'll set that up in sort of the architecture part, and then it'll give you this UI to actually enter all of the data. And what it's going to do is actually build a Simulink model, whether it's vehicle dynamics block set or Simscape. It will generate that Simulink model for you with all of these components connected. So if you're trying to just get a vehicle model, start understanding what sort of simulations you can run to answer some questions about your design, this is a really good place to start. It does require a lot of data for individual components, but it will actually handle the hooking everything up side of it for you. For data-driven modeling, this is mainly done in powertrain block set and vehicle dynamics block set. These are really specialized block sets set up for vehicle modeling. They're incredibly well documented in the documentation that you can see on our website. We actually break down how we're actually choosing to model all of these components. We usually have a list of references for the books and stuff that we've built these models based on. And the blocks themselves, if you're curious how we've actually implemented you know, modeling clutch lockup or something like that, you can actually look under the hood of the block and see how we've built them. So it's not a black box. The big thing is that we're parameterizing these models using data that you provide. So different lookup tables and stuff to represent your component's behavior. And the actual setup of combining all of these, we've got some reference examples for. These also support code generation. So if you're doing like a hardware in the loop type setup, you can actually generate code for the vehicle model and deploy that onto a system. If you're looking for a place to get started with these on the powertrain side, there are some combustion ones as well, but this one, AutoBlock EV Start, if you look in the documentation for this one, it's a really good, it's set up to do a simulation with a battery electric vehicle and start looking at, it does some standard drive cycles, but you could replace that with like recorded data of vehicle speed from a previous Formula vehicle. And on the vehicle dynamics side, vehicle dynamics double lane change is a really good place to look for how these vehicle dynamics models are set up. Part of vehicle dynamics block set includes the way that we link to Unreal Engine for sort of more photorealistic 3D visualizations. So if you're trying to run through a set of ride and handling or chassis control scenarios, or if you're an FSAI team looking to do some camera or LiDAR simulations, the Unreal Engine plugin that we have basically makes it so you're using that to handle the actual 3D scene. And then Simulink is handling the dynamics of your vehicle and how you're doing the processing on that video feed. The other thing I wanted to highlight in vehicle dynamics and powertrain block set is the Formula Student skid pad demo. So this is something that we worked with the developers to build into the product. So it's not something you have to go download from File Exchange or GitHub. It's just built into the software once you have it installed. And this is sort of meant to serve as a starting point for either powertrain or vehicle dynamic simulations, and to sort of show how you can start using these to answer a question like, what is our skid pad test going to look like based on our current model of the vehicle. So definitely check that out. Let the folks who are there in person know if you have questions about that. On the physical modeling side, this is the Simscape stuff I was talking about before. If you're not familiar with it, Simscape is a multi-domain modeling system that can represent a ton of different domains. What do we mean by domains? Usually this is like electrical and mechanical parts of our system that are going to interact in some way. And the really cool thing about Simscape is you basically just build a schematic of what your physical system looks like. In the electrical realm, this is makes a lot of sense because you're just connecting individual components together, how they're connected electrically. But we do the same thing regardless of domain, where inertia is friction between two components, that sort of stuff. We connect up like it's a schematic, and then Simscape actually handles how the equations for those individual components all interact to get one model that'll execute. And there's a bunch of tools sort of built on top of the core of Simscape that are included in the sponsored license, as well as campus-wide licenses if your school has one, that are focused on specific systems. So this might be more detailed electrical modeling for like three-phase systems. It might be fluid modeling or driveline modeling. I think the really cool one to call out is Simscape Battery, in part because it's the newest, but also because I think it has the most potential to help teams that are moving to EV or looking to redesign a battery pack for their existing EV designs. It might be as simple as, hey, we want to validate that the way we're modeling this lithium cell provides similar behavior to test data that we have. And so you can load up data into one of these blocks, put it through the same test cycles you might do on a cell test setup, and verify that, hey, the way that we see the voltage sag and the recovery time and all of that is similar enough to the real component that we can trust this in a simulation environment. But we don't just want to deal with cells, right? We have to build up to a battery pack. In production vehicles, this may be thousands of cells, but it's all going to be based on that one cell model. So in Simscape Battery, we have something called the Battery Pack Builder. This is for visualizing pack geometry and topology, but also how we're going to take that one cell model and scale that to simulate the entire pack. So we might lump a ton of different cells together as a single cell that has 4 times the energy. In the GUI that a battery pack builder, we can also choose, hey, we're going to group a couple cells together just to reduce the model complexity, or maybe we want to have every single cell have its own voltage model, its own temperature model. We're going to cool those cells individually rather than treating it as a lumped pack mass or something. So we can sort of set all of this up in the battery builder and then generate a block that will hook up to the rest of our Simscape model that has all of this information included. And it's going to base all of the behavior of those cells on the data that we provide it. We've got a library of a bunch of pre-made cell models, but you can also import your own instead if you've done some cell testing and you want to include that data in the model. So when we're working with these battery models, obviously we need to define how we're going to stack them and the shape of those. We've got pre-built ones for cylindrical cells that we can arrange either in a square or a hexagonal pattern. If anyone's using prismatic or pouch cells, we can also set those up. And then we're going to parameterize all of these using data that we input in the battery pack builder, but we can also then take a scripting approach from MATLAB and essentially like, hey, we want to check these two 18650 cells or 21700 cells. We want to look at which one of these actually meets our design criteria better. They're pretty similar. Maybe one's got a little more energy, but lower current output or something like that. We could script in that we're actually going to run the same test back to back, with the only difference being the cell definition, but all arranged in the same way, contained in the same pack model. And we can do that back to back using the scripting ability that we have in MATLAB. So if you're exploring like a new pack design or something, this is a really powerful way to iterate on a design really quickly without having to buy a bunch of cells and do tests to figure out what the actual difference is going to be. And like I said, the goal at the end is to generate this one block that you can drop into your Simscape model. So we might add things like temperature dependence, right? We don't have to model them, but we can choose to have like the internal resistance vary with temperature. We can look at battery aging and other cell characteristics. Aging probably isn't as big of a deal for a formula vehicle as a consumer vehicle, but we can also set up how we want to do the thermal modeling. Are we going to have liquid cooling, or is it going to be passive air cooling, that sort of stuff? And you can do this in the battery pack builder GUI. You can also define all of this in script and actually from the command line build an entire pack model. The last SimScape thing that's usually of interest to teams is SimScape Multibody. This is for 3D rigid body mechanical systems, similar to your suspension. So just like all the other ones in SimScape, the multi-body domain tends to be let's build a schematic of our system. And so you'll define things like joints, the bodies that you're going to connect, how they actually interact with each other. And then when you apply force on one end of a mechanism, it's going to, SimScape is going to handle how does that translate to force, to the joints moving and then the force acting on the other end. And we can add properties to those joints, right? If you want to actually define the stiffness of those joints and any damping effects, we can build that in as well. And then it will visualize those effects. There are some plugins for some different CAD programs, but there's also a blog post and some videos going over how to actually import geometry. You can also, if you want a more abstract model, you can start from something that our colleague Veer put on File Exchange. That's less a CAD model and more an abstraction of let's define where the points are on the suspension and how those joints behave. And then we can sort of move those points around and see how that affects what our suspension geometry is going to do. So recap, equation-based, this is when you may have already worked out your system of equations. Maybe you're looking to move from something like Excel or hand calcs to a more dynamic simulation. Data-driven, well, it requires a lot of data. It's very fast simulations. We can get really detailed and customizable models for our powertrain and vehicle dynamics. Physical modeling for our multi-domain systems, our 3D rigid bodies, and our batteries. That's all going to be in SimScape. And you can combine all of these. There's no limit on how you can connect all of these things up. There's some considerations if you're mixing some equation-based stuff with SimScape. There's certain ways you need to think about how you connect those, but you can always combine these together and take your control code written in Simulink that you're planning to generate code for deployment and actually run it against these models. So a little FSAI focused here, but I wanted to talk a little bit really quickly before I wrap up about sort of the sensor fusion path planning side of things. Right, we can do code generation, not just for C code, but for FPGAs and GPUs. If anyone's using something like an NVIDIA Jetson, we can target the GPU on that with CUDA code. And any other hardware that you might be thinking, hey, do they support that? Like STM32 microcontrollers and stuff like that. Definitely check out the hardware page. You can sort by vendor or just see, do we support the hardware that you've got? So on the ADAS side, right, we have a bunch of blocks in the automated driving toolbox that you can check out for stuff like speed control, as well as whether it's a Stanley controller for steering or any other type of controller. We have some reference implementations of this sort of stuff that you can tune. There's some examples of emergency braking, adaptive cruise, lane keep, lane following, all that sort of stuff. The main thing here is that obviously it's not the exact same scenario as what your FSAI vehicle would be doing, but it's solving a lot of the same problems, right? Lane keep and lane following, it's the same idea as controlling your steering for staying within the lines on the track. It's just sort of a different scenario, right? And then we've also got some tools for sensor fusion, whether that's an IMU or you're trying to do detections using LiDAR or radar, that sort of stuff. And then on the deep learning side, there's some really good examples for looking at ground truth data if you're just trying to get started with doing deep learning on some data you've got, doing semantic segmentation, or if you're trying to understand how to post-process LiDAR, we've got some good examples for that. Just a cool demo there. All right, so again, this is sort of what we're talking about. There's tons of different stuff you can do on the hardware side for what controls is going to get deployed, and on the modeling of the plant But then when it comes to sensors and actuators, sometimes you just need to plug into some hardware and understand what it's doing, whether that's CAN, Ethernet, that sort of stuff. We have interfaces for those. Vehicle Network Toolbox, if you're not familiar, can connect up to a live CAN network, and we can read traffic off of that. And if you're using ROS for your FSAI stuff, we can also connect to ROS nodes and read data directly from there. This is a repeat of some of the slides we had from this morning, but when it comes to training stuff, this is sort of my wrap up here, right? Definitely check out, we've got physical modeling training online. We've also got trainings on code generation and computer vision. And then our lovely training team has put together what are called on-ramps. So if there's a topic that you're interested in getting started with, these are sort of short 2-hour courses on learning these different tools, and there's a ton of them now. It's not just limited to basic stuff like MATLAB and Simulink. So 3 things to remember, and then I'll wrap up because I have no idea if I'm actually past time. First one, if you need a license, so I know a lot of teams have campus-wide licenses, but if you need a license for Formula Student UK, or you're just looking for a good list of some of the tutorials and stuff, check out mathworks.com/FSUK. Any of the stuff on our website with the keywords Racing Lounge or Student Lounge is going to be related to some of the stuff I've talked about. And you can always reach out to my team, Racing Lounge at mathworks.com. That's the competition team at MathWorks that handles all the automotive competitions. And that's all I've got. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just let the last people take their seats. So, welcome to our last session of the day, which is the Judges Forum. So, I'm going to start off with a bit of a preamble, and we'll have a bit of a discussion with all the head judges assembled in front of you, and then we'll open up for questions from the floor. I've been thinking in the last session of how to introduce this session and try and help tie it all together. So as some of us have said in the previous sessions, you're in an enviable position. I think all of us would love to have the chance to go back and do Formula Student again with everything that we know now and all the mistakes that we made in going through on our own journey. But Formula Student is hopefully a stepping stone for the start of you onto successful careers in engineering. So that led the train of thought for me of what does it mean to be a good engineer. Engineering is, as you know from your studies probably, is very challenging because to be a good engineer, you have to be a jack of all trades, master of a few. And most of my time in industry, post-Formula Student, a lot of what I did in Formula Student has been in design. And so to carry that one on, there's some core skills to be able to be a good designer, one of which a lot these days is to be able to model things in 3D CAD, produce the 2D drawings. But you can learn the CAD tool of how to create the models, and you can create lovely shapes. But if you don't engineer that, you've just made a shape. You need to understand the kinematics, the functional requirements, the material science of what goes into that. So the component that you're creating has been engineered against a set of requirements to achieve a particular functionality. And then you're doing the calculations, the validation to make sure that that is going to perform as expected. And this is what is really, really good about Formula Student. So a lot of what I said for design applies to all of the other disciplines in engineering. And in your lectures and studies that you do in the labs at university, you're getting the key ingredients of those aspects. They'll teach you how to use CAD software in some of them, but they're not necessarily teaching you how to design something within your mind on creating a shape to achieve a purpose. You'll do material science, but then when you do material science, they'll talk to you about tensile testing, fatigue testing, and everything else. But in the context of designing a car and incorporating that knowledge, you have to consider other things of how's it going to be made. You've got to remember that the test samples that you do, that you get your material properties, they're done on a standard bar, it's polished, it hasn't got the effects of heat effector zone from welding, surface finish, there's loads of other things to consider. And so Formula Student is a complex, multidisciplinary, time-bound project that gives you the chance to put into practice and build upon everything that you're being taught in your lectures at university. It's been an accelerator for my career and everyone else who went through Formula Student who sat in front of you. And without fail, since being in industry, I've seen the benefits personally and also people that I work with. You'll get good engineers who didn't necessarily do Formula Student, they'll be good engineers. But in general, the people who have been through Formula Student, because of the experience that I've just spoken about, they perform better, they design better components, they're a better engineer. And so, like everything in life, you get out of it what you put into it. And in your teams, you're going to have people who put blood, sweat and tears into it. And you can have some people who turn up for the odd meeting, get the team coat, and you might not see them again until the competition. They might have the nice coat, but they don't get the experience that you'll get out if you put every spare ounce of time that you can into doing Formula Student on top of your studies. But please also remember, you're also at university to get a degree. And don't do Formula Student to the detriment of making sure that you still get the good marks in your degree, because if you don't get a 2-1 or a first, most employers are going to, that's put you at a disadvantage compared to other people. So I'm sure you're probably bored of the sound of my own voice already, so we'll move across to expand upon that from the other judges. We'll start off with some quick introductions. So. And kind of our background and involvement in Formula Student. So as I mentioned in the opening, I think this is my 21st year of being involved in Formula Students. So I first competed in 2004 in my second year at the University of Hertfordshire. I did a carbon fibre pedal box for that year's car. We then, the group of us on that team, went out on placement, but we knew we were going to do Formula Student again in our final year, and we met up during our placement years. We had already decided a lot of what our core car concept was, and as we finished our placements, got back to university late July, August, and by September we were already cutting metal and starting the chassis. And then we went on, I did the chassis, suspension and a few other components on the car. Was fortunate enough to drive it, and I was the team leader to try and hold all of that together. And we went on, we came 5th overall, 2nd in the UK, and that was, out of that team, there were 30 in the team officially. There were 10 of us who properly did it. And I'm not saying F1's the be-all and the end-all, but lots of us are doing it as a stepping stone to want to get into professional motorsport. And of those 10 of us who did it, I think 8 of us have worked in F1 or WEC or something like that at some point in our careers, and most of us are still doing that. So just reinforce the message that it's a great opportunity and a springboard for what you may want to go and do to achieve your dreams. So dream big, work hard, and you've got a good chance of achieving it. So we'll work across and let the others, stop me talking. Thank you.
So I'm Chris. I look after dynamic events, so you'll see us all in purple shirts, probably either soaked to the bone or burnt to a crisp at the weekend. My background's very much like mechanical engineering. I think recently I've done more software and electrical, making machines work. I don't work in motorsport. I work on big rock crushers. So the smallest, one of the biggest ones we work on is about 195 tonnes. So it's a big bit of kit. You can just about get it in this room, I think. But it's a different world where you're looking at completing a 25-lap endurance event, and we're looking at 30,000 hours of machine running. And it's knowing, in any engineering, it's knowing your requirements. What are you trying to achieve? What are the forces you are going to look at? We had a team today who was asking about like nut and bolt sizing or sizing their brake system. It's really going back to like first principles and understanding what are you trying to design. You shouldn't really be picking up the mouse or the CAD pencil until you've understood what you're actually going to build. Because actually some of those times you might not even need to design something. You're actually specifying a system where those bits are off the shelf, for instance. So it's really understanding what you're trying to do and how you're going to get there. And then that transcends the testing part. When we see your cars, it's knowing that you've gone through the processes to make sure you've ticked all the boxes. Because what you should be able to do is turn up on a Saturday morning at skid pad or acceleration with a perfectly running car, which is what we'd like to see. But it's ticking all those boxes up till then. We harp on about FMEAs and V diagrams and everything. Get used to it. That's all you'll do. In the things I look after, a lot of engines, and a lot of the broken bits often goes back to the FMEA probably wasn't there at the time, and then you go and look at the validation testing and it didn't happen, and then you're wondering why there's a load of bits in the bottom of your sump that have all fallen off the side of the engine. And you have to go back and do due diligence. You have to work out what the forces involved are, then go out durability testing, and it does cost a lot of money to do it a second time around, so really understand your requirements. And when I say cost you a lot second time round, I think I've currently got a machine out on hire for €3,000 a week. So it's costing me a small fortune to make it right, but that's what you have to do to get it right. And if you don't get it right, you could, worst case, you could hurt somebody. So really think about what you're doing and how to get to the end in the best way.
At the same time, I'll add to that, every failure is an opportunity to learn. And a lot of the time, things will just work and it will go right. And sometimes that's because you've engineered it properly. But sometimes it's just luck. Don't be scared of failure. But when you do have a failure, make sure you properly understand the root cause of it and put in a robust containment for it. And that's understanding, did you design for the wrong loads? Were there loads on it that weren't considered? Is there something about the method of manufacture? And the clues will be there. Some of them are more difficult to find. So like Chris said, if you're presented with a bag of gravel in the bottom of an engine because it's torn itself to pieces, often it's clues and then you've got to put the pieces together. But a lot of the times, look at the fracture surface on a broken component. There'll be clues on that of where did the failure start that you'll then be able to piece back to why did it fail in the first place. And if it's not a failure of a component but you failed to achieve something, why didn't you get to what your goal was? What do you need to change next time to be better? And it's just that continuous improvement opportunity to learn.
Okay, so I'm Rob Wild, I'm the head business judge. Former student competitor since 2010, so went 2010 right through to 2013. I've been a judge and then subsequently the head judge for business since then. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm an engineer within the nuclear industry, so I guess my caveat to that is kind of failure is not an option for me. We have to design quite a bit differently and probably to some level with a lot more robustness in there. So it's a different world, but crucially, a huge percentage of our graduated engineers have come through former student because it's engineering and practice, it's putting your skills to the test. And in both my current business and the previous business, I was head of recruiting for mechanical graduates. And it's something I look for and talk to those people at those interviews about former student. Because unfortunately, everybody at your interview has a degree. Most of them have a first, and some of them probably went to a better university than you, unfortunately. So talk to them about former student, because that's what sets you apart. Working with your friends, delivering a complex project on time, probably not to budget, but doing it. And that's engineering. So it's a great skill and a great thing to be involved with and make the most of it. It's incredibly valuable, and you'll be calling on those skills that you've learned in former student all the way through your career. So you're doing the right thing and you're here learning.
So my name's Neil Anderson, I'm the head design judge for former student. I think I've been doing the judge thing probably since 2001, so 24 years. Probably it's time for a change. Slightly different background. I have an engineering qualification, but I used to work for a small sports car company, so I was very lucky to design, build, make, and then race some small series sports and road cars with some success. And we had a very different way of doing things. I won't try and impress upon them that that was the right way of doing it, but we had a great deal of fun doing it, including an awful lot of all-nighters because our project planning was literally non-existent. Do as I say, not as I do applies 100%, I think. We literally had to do everything yesterday for no money. So it was very different. But we did have some seriously good fun doing it. I remain involved with Formula Student for two reasons, really. I'm an absolute believer that you will be much better if you actually make something yourself than if you simply pay someone else to make it, no matter how well you specify it. And I do believe that I still have some wisdom and experience to pass on that will save you making the same mistakes that I and others have done. So hopefully it will work out for you. All I can say is I'm gracefully retired at this youthful young age, so it can't be all that bad.
I think just to build on that a little bit, about the learning journey with Formula Student doesn't stop when you graduate and finish. So I stayed involved with Formula Student straight away after I graduated, and being a judge, engagement with the organising committee and everything else, that's been a springboard for doing things in the Formula Student context ahead of doing them in my career. Getting to practice and do something or learn new skills ahead of then going on and managing a team of engineers. Or when I was at university, I'm naturally shy, I'm really introverted, and I was terrible at public speaking, absolutely hated it. Still don't really like doing it now, but I'm all right at it. And there's lots of examples like that. We're dependent upon volunteers on the organising committee, but also all the other volunteers who do the judging, dynamics, scrutineering, everything else. And for people who are like us, who get bitten by the bug, we'd love to have you back and continue to be part of the Formula Student family and build afterwards. So yeah, it'll continue, and there's opportunities to stay engaged if you wish to afterwards.
So yeah, my name's Sam Dauncey. I'm Chief Technical Scrutineer. I first competed in Formula Student in 2011, which I think makes up my 15th year. I'm looking at Mike shaking his head. 12, 14, so 14th year in Formula Student, which would be quite impressive. I wasn't sat between Neil and Mike. So I now work at Rolls-Royce, and I think I want to echo some of the points that have already been mentioned. I think one is have in my career spent quite a bit of time looking at recruiting, and Formula Student is something that does genuinely push you ahead of the competition, as it were, when looking for jobs. I suppose there's a bit of we know what you've been through, so it means something to us, but equally, even to people who haven't done Formula Student, the skill sets and the things that you're learning today and through the journey of Formula Student, they're all the things that we want in industry. Talking to some of you today, you've shared frustrations around some of the stuff, outside of the very technical side of engineering, and some of the frustrations of bureaucracy and stakeholder management and program management and all the other things that you have to go through, and they feel like an additional headwind to you today. You just want to get on and do the Formula Student, but actually, the Formula Student engineering is all of that. It's all the other stuff that you're learning. So I suppose just to reflect on that, all the things you're learning, all the soft skills outside the engineering are also the things that are really valuable and you'll bring to industry. And I think the final point around, earlier Dan was asking, thinking about what is engineering. For me, it's that, but it's also the learning piece. I think, the second you stop learning, you're not an engineer. Constantly you're learning from failures, from successes, from changes in technology and all those sorts of things. And I think, that's what it took me a while to realise it, but that's what motivates me today at work is the learning. So, and I think that's a big part of Formula Student generally. So we keep coming back, and again, just to finally echo Dan's point, we all clearly love it because we keep coming back and back and back. And I would imagine many of you will have the same desire to come back next year because you'll get the bug and you'll enjoy it as much as we did. Yeah. So
And that reminds me of another thing I was thinking of. I will shut up, sorry. But so we live in strange times, but the pace and rate of technology development just continues to accelerate. And there's lots of people out there worried about what does AI mean for their job or everything else. And there's no doubt in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, the world's going to look like a very different place. And as technology develops, what you will be engineering will be different products or more advanced products. But one of the great things about engineering is there's no way, or it's a long way off before AI is going to be able to do the complex thing of engineering stuff. And so what you learn through Formula Student and in your career, it's a methodology, it's a mindset and a skill set. And if you have that continuous learning mindset, the world will change, but you'll be able to move with it. And there'll always be a demand for engineering to engineer solutions to whatever problems are coming up in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
So I'm Mike Jenkins, Chief EV Scrutineer. Not somebody that's actually been through Formula Student as a student. I'm too old for that, unfortunately. But I've been a scrutineer for 20 years, so this coming event will be my 20th event. Unlike most of the rest of the panel, I don't most of the time spend my time in an engineering role. Probably half of my career has been outside engineering roles. But I would say engineering it's not so much a discipline to me, it's a state of mind. For me, engineering is all about understanding a problem and coming up with an optimum solution. Maybe not the best solution, but the most efficient and effective solution, which isn't necessarily the best. Too many times I've been offered what in theory is the best solution, but it takes too long to deliver. So come up with something that is efficient and effective, because you might have the best idea for your Formula Student car, but if you don't get it finished, somebody that's built the simplest car will do better than you. And to reflect on the topic of AI, I was at a lecture a couple of days ago, and they said to us, none of you will lose your jobs to AI. What you'll do is you'll lose your job to people who know how to exploit AI.
I think building on what Mike said there, perfect is the enemy of good enough.
Yeah.
And in Formula Student, I said this in one of the other sessions, you might hear we've been repeating myself, but it's like Formula One or other racing. The date of the event is set. That's going ahead whether you're there or not. And so planning to do a simple car that's built in sufficient time, that's tested, you've broken it to know what you need to fix to get through the endurance and everything else, that has a much higher chance of success and you doing well on the finishing board than having that's got every bell and whistle, really, really complex, difficult to make, difficult to develop. If you've been doing Formula Student for years and you've got a platform to develop on, that's the time to start adding all the stuff on top of that when you've got solid foundations. But you need to get the fundamentals right, get them finished early and get out there testing it, get your driver's experience and everything from there.
Lee Wall, Head Cost Judge, new to the role this year. Been volunteering at Formula Student since 2014. Like Mike, I never got the opportunity to compete. I didn't go to university in the standard way. I did an apprenticeship, but came at it from my employer said to me, do you fancy volunteering for a couple of days with young adults building fast race cars? And it was like, yeah, I'll give that a go. And that was 10 years ago. What I will say is the skills, and a few others have said it, the skills that you learn are definitely transferable into industry, no matter what industry you go into. Whether it be speaking in public, standing in front of someone, trying to justify your decisions, are all engineering skills that you need to be good engineers, or even in any business. So those, you may not feel like it's a good thing to do at the moment, but it's definitely worthwhile thing. And I think on the point of keep it simple, and once simple works and you've got a running car and you're able to get on track, then you can engineer the complicated bits into it. We see a lot of teams, especially in cost, where they look fantastic and the teams can justify it, but what benefit are those parts got to you and getting that vehicle on the track? So I'd say keep it simple and enjoy the event.
So thanks very much everyone for the introduction. We'll now open up for questions from the floor.
Thank you. Question for the design judges. Since it's an educational competition, I figure it makes sense in our presentations to admit mistakes, learnings, things like this. In the event where we've made a design decision based on a tool or result that we found that there was a mistake with later in the year, would it be beneficial to us in the design event to admit this mistake and that we would have made a different design decision had that tool been working properly in hindsight? Or should we almost try to justify the decision we ended up making?
I think it's a fairly common question. It's been asked a couple of times, I think, sort of almost off the record in some of the sessions. But our role in the design judging side is really to evaluate your understanding. So if you've learnt something from the mistake and you feel confident that that learning is genuine, then I wouldn't even call it admitting it. I would state that as a positive across the board. If you're trying to cover up some inherited stuff you've got that you never fully understood, that's a slightly different matter. But we fully understand that there are some evolutionary approaches and stuff, and that not everybody's got the time and money to start fully from scratch. But if you've inherited something and you look at it afresh initially and say, you know, why is that doing that job? Why is it made of that material? And can sort of develop an understanding of it and then explain going forward, that's fine. We are a bit wary of stuff that is too future tense, if that makes sense. So, as you say, it's a balance between it, but I certainly wouldn't be afraid of admitting a mistake if you've learnt a genuine lesson from it.
Yeah. And to build upon that carryover point as well, so different teams have different reasons for wanting or needing to carry something over, and you can build that into a positive of understanding your constraints and your resources. You might have X budget or Y number of people. So if you say, if we had unlimited resource or whatever, this is what we would do, but we're using this 4-cylinder engine because that's what we already had. But this is what we would do if we hadn't, and this is how it's compromised our design. As Neil said, it's the understanding of the product that you've engineered and presented in front of us.
Thank you.
At the design event last year, we basically for every single component on the car were asked for simulation and then validation of those simulations. As a team with limited time, members and skills, how do we justify what components we decided to go ahead and do those simulations and validations for, and which one the components that we have decided is not worth it to you when you ask for simulation and validation of those components?
I'll flip the question back first. What do you think simulation is?
Modelling the component
and
its use case.
And what tools do you need to use to do that simulation? Because a lot of the time, a simple Excel spreadsheet or a hand calc that you've then done a simple physical test, that's enough. It's not a complex FEA that, some cases you need that to do the job adequately, but there's the Pareto principle applies to a lot of it. You can get 80% of the answer for 20% of the effort. And so we do that in motorsport because we're time bound. We don't have time to do the detailed work on everything. We know what is risky about what we're taking on for particular projects, and they're the ones we'll analyse to the nuts and bolts in detail, and the other stuff will do a good enough job with the simpler tools and the experience.
I think from a judging perspective, there is a proportionality of where do you focus your time and your resources. And much as I hate project management, I hate even the phrase of it, it is all about prioritising your resources. And do you spend the time, as Dan was sort of pointing out, on stuff that almost schoolboy physics will tell you will be fine? I mean, you're not going to spend time analysing every bolt. You're not at that level. But equally, if you've got the choice between a sort of fairly nasty metric thread and the potential of fatigue or a nice fine UNF thread, which do you choose and why? We're not expecting masses of validation. What we're trying to focus you on really is hinting and saying you don't believe everything that comes out the calculator, the computer, the simulation, without some method in your head or otherwise of sort of proving that the answer is believable. I was old enough to actually use a slide rule at school to do maths O-level. So if you didn't have an idea of the order of magnitude of the answer, you hadn't got a clue. And that's as simple as it sort of gets in terms of validating. It was sort of basic memory.
General question, but a lot of you talked about keeping the car simple, but let's say you want to come up with a new innovative idea. How do you make this new idea that's innovative simple? Design it to be simple.
Well, I'll only butt in quickly, but like I had a great saying that actually got me somewhere in a job interview many years ago, where I think I was quoted at Formula Student that be very careful. Most innovation is actually gimmickry. So innovation by its actual definition implies something new and original. New and original by definition implies serious risk. So you need to be very cautious. But if you go back to the very first thing I was involved with this morning, the Edith Cowan car, with its fairly novel, as in innovative rear suspension assembly, which was a bit like a scooter where the engine actually swung on the rear axle, that came back for other reasons rather than trying to be innovative, mainly from reducing the parts count, improving the reliability, and reducing the cost and the mass. So I don't think they set out to say, we're going to make something trick and innovative. They built on some past experience of a live axle car and the geometric and dynamic limitations that brings with it, but they are surmountable without spending a lot of time and money, and the benefits outweigh the drawback. And in that case, what came out was actually a very simple arrangement that not only was innovative and reliable, but actually saved money, weight, and time to make it.
And on the weight thing, you can simulate it. What happens if we make our car 10 kilos lighter? Well, actually, you might not find that you make a difference to the lap time because it actually may have a knock-on effect on something else, but you might find because you're carrying 10 kilos less weight, you get more fuel points.
Yeah. Innovation is the solution to a problem. Innovation for the sake of innovation to try and tick a box, as Neil said, is unnecessary risk. It's the how have you been inventive. It might not be a new technology or a new solution, but how have you had some lateral thinking to apply a principle in a slightly different way to achieve a goal that you've set within your particular project.
I think it's key to have that goal, to understand what you're trying to solve, understand the requirements that you're trying to achieve. And a lot of former student teams, and we were real victims of this, of going and designing without a true intent. Like, what were we trying to do? What were we really trying to do? Were we really just trying to get a car running around the track? Were we trying to win? Were we trying to make the lightest car? Were we trying to understand what you're trying to do? And that will drive where innovation makes sense and where efforts can be focused with a more efficient point of view. Yeah.
And you can be innovative with a simple car.
Yes,
so it's that innovation of how do I make it even simpler, even lighter, even easier to maintain, even quicker or cheaper to make. It doesn't necessarily imply that it's got all the bells and whistles on there. It's that creative thinking to come up with a solution that hasn't been applied before.
Use different materials. Use for, like, rather than going down the carbon fibre route, there's plenty of other options. We played about polypropylene the year we did it with Lockheed Martin. It's quite interesting actually, because it showed you could have something that was far cheaper to make and far better for the environment rather than using non-recycled carbon fibre. So think of that as well in what you're selecting. So it's not just performance some of the time, it's the other aspect as well.
Question for Lee. So the cost videos on the iMaker website are something that have helped us develop our documents. With the new regulations for cost, are there any aims on the iMaker side to update these videos?
So we've talked about it. As I said in the session earlier on, they're a great resource, but there are, obviously we've changed the rules over the years, quite some significant ones this year. The hope is, yeah, we will do, but whether that's done before this year's event, I don't know. But the definitely what's on there is definitely still relevant to what the cost event now, with some slight tweaks. So I think you just need to use common sense, watch the videos, read the rules, and where there are differences, understand that. So a classic one is fasteners. So we don't no longer require you to put fasteners into the bill of materials. Whereas I'm sure if you watch the videos, it probably mentions about fasteners in there. So it's just understanding that. What we don't want to do is remove them, because I think they're still a great resource. But as I think there's many hours of videos on there to replace or replicate. But yeah, we hopefully will, over time, update some of those for the new rules.
All right, thank you.
And I think the related but broader point, and apologies if I said this already, but we say read the rules a lot. What we mean is understand the rules. So you can read it, but if you're not understanding the intent or how that fits into the particular aspect of what you're trying to do in the project, then there's a likelihood that you might fall foul of the rules. And one of my best lecturers at university, it's maybe a bit tenuous, but thermodynamics lecturer, but what he drummed into us applied to everywhere else. You know, thermodynamics is quite a dry topic, no pun intended with steam tables or anything else, but but there's lots of letters and everything in equations. You can remember what the equations are and all the letters, but when you come to the exam or actually trying to use that in practice, that's useless. So to use a simpler equation, F equals ma, an arrangement of a few letters. But that says, when I accelerate a mass, that requires a force. And it's understanding in that case, it's the physical principle. What does the equation embody is in that case, an equation of motion. And in the rules, it's a similar thing of what are the rules trying to make sure, it might be a simple one like a power limit, or what's the intent of the rule, and what does that mean that you need to do, but also what opportunities are there for you to exploit within your project. Go for it, Ollie.
I've got a question for Sam. Top 3 tips to pass scrutiny in the first time.
Turn up, yeah. No. Scrutiny it yourself. You know what we're going to ask of you, so if you turn up and haven't looked at it yourself, you've let yourself down there a bit. Keep it simple is sort of always the thing. Less things on your car for us to look at, less time it will take. But the big one that Dan regularly brings up at the beginning of the rules brief is the rules aren't a design target, they're a set of extremes. If I can see that your car meets the criteria from 6 yards away, rather than having to get this close to it and get my micrometer out, you've saved yourself a lot of time, and every minute of competition is invaluable. So if you're well inside the rules, I can scrutineer it much faster, we can all scrutineer it much faster, much more simply. And the difference between being this close to the limit and being this close to the limit, in terms of absolute performance, will be eclipsed by the return to you in time at competition, stress at competition, and general heartache, I think, at competition.
It's very easy when you design something CAD to forget about tolerances, both in the manufacturing the components and the stack up of those when you've got an assembly through multiple components. For some stuff, you will need to do detailed tolerance stacks to make sure that the extremes of the tolerance bands, that something will always function. And other stuff, the much easier thing to do is leave a sensible margin, and that's to be appropriate to the method of manufacture. If something's CNC machined, and then, plus or minus 0.1 or even finer in areas, if it's a welded steel space frame, and it's not necessarily been done by an experienced welder, and you haven't necessarily jigged it very well, then you're talking maybe 10, 50 millimetres, depending over the length of where you're trying to measure over.
So that's the point. You could go and, have you got old cars in your workshop that you put together? Has anyone gone and measured them? One of our cars was 20 mil outside to side. And it was like a banana as well. It wasn't just like staggered, it was twisted and skew. So it does show, and that goes into, going on from the scrutineering, you sort of got this noise test part. Don't turn up with your noise limit being 109 decibels. You will fail.
Remember that noise, dB, is a logarithmic scale. So 3 dB is an order of magnitude. So it's being very close. There's differences on atmospherics on the day, calibrations of a meter and something like that. That's one where you definitely want to be leaving a decent amount of margin.
Where that Luton van's parked next door to it, because that does make a difference. So it's, just be aware that stuff like that can scupper you. So you can be on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock and roll up to noise and either roll through it or spend 2 or 3 hours there trying to get through it. So, and if you've got wings as well, and if you've done your noise test without a wing on, and you've just stuck a wing on there, be aware it's like a giant speaker, and it will rattle and make a racket really with the noise meter. So stuff like that, it's not worth getting near the limit because it's just a point of failure that's not worth the risk.
There is some performance in it, but it's one where it's not worth chasing the final ounce of performance for something that it's going to be terribly painful if you're trying to pass scrutineering. And I think to come back to Ollie's original question, one of the things Sam mentioned in his previous session is self-scrutineer your car. Don't turn up at the competition without having had a go. The sheets are available online, and you can do that amongst yourselves, but don't scrutineer the bit that you've designed. You'll be blind to the items that are on there. Scrutineer, and it's also the same when you're doing design reviews before you even get to making parts. It's having other pairs of eyes. When I used to do engineering drawings, you never see the error when it's on the computer screen in front of you. And 9 times out of 10, the moment you push print and it's coming out on the plotter and it's printing out and your eye immediately goes, oh. And you spot it straight away. But yeah, helping each other, but that's also a way that you learn. It's what I encourage a lot of the young engineers to do at work is you might not be working on a particular task, but you're within a team that's within a department. And if you are just interested in what other people are doing or how that fits in or where your element of work fits in, you'll absorb information sort of by osmosis and you'll just learn and develop quicker. And so you've got that opportunity of leveraging the learning of the others that you're working with on the team, but also collectively improving the quality of the output of the things that you're working on yourselves if you work that way well as a team.
Hi. We know that design is an iterative process and we have a limited amount of time. how can, as a team, how can we manage and prioritise our decisions to ensure we get a successful project at the end of the year?
So I'll start, if that's okay, because it builds on a point I made earlier on. There are some things that you absolutely have to have on your car to be at the event. And so there are those fundamentals you've got to have. On top of those fundamentals, you can start to add the nice to haves, aero, other bits and bobs that add performance that are on top of the core functionality. And so those are the bits you need to focus on first, and everything else is frivolous, nice on top of that. And you need what's the expression? 80% finished, only 80% left to go. Yeah. So lots of people think getting the chassis built and done, too many expressions and sayings, but Colin Chapman said the chassis is just a frame to hang everything else off. It's a significant milestone, but there's a shitload to do once you've got the chassis done.
I think the fundamental thing is that you have your own unique set of resources. So first of all, if you don't know what they are, you don't know how to use them wisely. So first of all, you need to measure what you've got. And then secondly, you need to prioritise what it is you are trying to actually do. If you're trying to build the fastest thing ever, that's a very different way of working than if you're just trying to finish endurance for the first time. If you haven't got a history of building, preparing and reliably running a car for 2 or 3 years, then you shouldn't be trying anything other than building and running a reliable, prepared car. You've got to start somewhere, and it's no shame to admit that you have to crawl, walk, run. You're not going to become an Olympic sprinter straight off the bat. No matter how many YouTube videos you watch, it ain't going to happen, you know.
I think what's really important about that is if that is a kind of your mission statement, that we just want to finish endurance, have that written on your wall in your workshop. Have it up there, because when somebody is colouring in or painting a bit of bodywork, and we go, is that going to finish endurance for us? Because it's hard to work with your friends, but you just can point at it and go, I think we should be doing something more important, and have that as your focus, and that can really bring everybody together and have it on your wall, because that's what you're aiming for. Do that way.
And how does that cascade down? So what do you need to do to finish endurance? I know it sounds like an obvious question, but that's have a car that's reliable for 22 kilometres. That's a car that will 100% guarantee to restart at driver change. It's a car that you're able to swap between your drivers, that has handling characteristics, that everyone's got a different driving style. If you've got something that is easier for other people to drive, you'll have a lower overall lap time than if it's been set up or it has a really narrow operating window. And that principle applies for lots of things it's good to have that top level goal, but what does that cascade out into? What does that actually mean? What are the deliverables to achieve that thing that you're striving for?
Back on the topic of scrutineering, is there going to be a change to how the scrut queue and the pre-scrut forms for this next year? Because I don't think they were worked quite well last year, we found.
Well, the pre-scrutineering form isn't marked. That's just for us to prove of what I said, that you've had a look at the car yourself first and it's not being looked at for the first time when it arrives at scrutineering. And then we use that to determine the order for the queue in the order that they're submitted. But then this year, there was lots of periods of time where people were, well, I don't want to go in now because I'm about to go and do that. If you've got the opportunity to go in there. And you might only get half an hour before you have to go and off to do static judging or something like that. So open to receiving feedback if you think there's problems to solve, but it's a principle that's worked fine for lots of years. So I don't know if, Sam, you want to build on that.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's a challenge we were asked, and I leveraged back to the student population at competition. If you've got a better way of us doing it, we'd love to hear it. We have previously had allocated times when we'll turn up to scrutineering, but that lasts for about 30 seconds until the team who's supposed to be there isn't there, and then it's a queue again. Two things are guaranteed at competition. There will be times at Scrutineering Bay where there's nothing in and we are genuinely looking for things to do to entertain ourselves. And there'll be the end of competition where we get feedback saying, oh, it was too long a queue, we couldn't get our car scrutineered. So you turn up with a car ready to scrutineer on Wednesday and ready to go, you'll get your car looked at. There's always going to be challenges around other things going on. And we're happy to work around that. Tell us how long we've got to look at your car. We can move things around. But the big thing is there is, we've been a competition when there are considerably more cars than we've had in the last few years, and we've seen them all, we've got through them, got through. So capacity at scrutineering, in my view, is not an issue at the moment.
I'm not trying to say that we're perfect, and as Sam said, we're always open to feedback, but generally the onus is on you to be prepared with a car that you've scrutineered yourselves beforehand and will sail through, and then that means that you're unlikely to be faced with problems.
I think there's probably a bit of self-honesty to some extent on all sides, but if you have at the last minute assembled the car and you fitted the brake pipes and you know that one of them is fouling the wishbone on full lock and have gone, it'll be all right, someone will spot it. You know it's there, you know it's not quite right. And I appreciate if it's the first time you've done it, you may not believe me that you know it's not quite right, but it isn't. And there are things like that, throttle cables with bad routing that cause nasty stiction. Sure, you can put a massive spring on it, but better to have routed the cable better in the beginning. And it does take a bit of experience at assembling a car and preparing a car to know what feels right, what is right. The scrutineering really is the final check in that. You're ultimately responsible for how you put it together. And I appreciate if you've never done it before, it's not immediately obvious when something isn't quite right. But it doesn't take long before it becomes, you can sort of mark your own homework and check it yourself as you assemble it. And believe me, I hate brake fluid. I hate moving brake lines. So even if it's a pain in the ass, I would rather do it right the first time. And we had a great old saying back in the day, it's not original. Oh damn, we didn't have time to do it right, but we sure as hell found the time to do it twice. So.
I think on the self-scrutineering as well, if you'll hopefully have alumni who've been through Formula Student and like us still love it and are engaged with the university, get them to come back in and be that independent arbiter. They haven't, their interest is in you doing well at the competition, and get them to be fair but harsh, and also reach out to us if you're finished, got a car that we can look at well ahead of the competition. Reach out to us on the FSQD, and there's many examples of where we've found a scrutineer who lives near to where your university is and get them to pop in and do a trial scrutineering. Or some stuff we can do on Teams. So some of the stuff on the accumulator, Mike on occasions has done Teams calls with teams to go through with
we've done sort of pre-scrutineering on the EV side, on the accumulator and on the car over Teams. So we can accommodate things like that for you if you're ready. But don't come to us and say, can you pre-scrutineer it to find out all the bits we haven't done properly yet. Be confident you've done it right first.
How can we carbon cost off-the-shelf items which are complex, like a steering rack?
So if it's a buy part, a true buy part, i.e. you can buy it from off the shelf from a catalogue, we're not asking you to carbon cost it. We're only asking you to carbon cost or put a carbon cost down for parts that you manufacture or make parts. So you need to be really clear with the make buy, and we've kind of helped you there with the buy. That if it's we've had teams in the past say, well, I bought my chassis. And we're like, well, yeah, you've bought it from someone, but you've had to design that. So effectively, it's a make part. But if it's a true buy part from a catalogue or off a website, then we're not asking you to do it unless you modify. If you modify, then you need to cover that with the modification in there.
And kind of related to that, but not the question so much, I completely agree with what Neil said earlier on. The best value for you is if you make as much of the car as possible. But there are things where there's that make-buy decision. If you've gone on the side of buy rather than make when it's something you could make, be prepared to justify to us by buying that rather than making it. That allowed us to spend resource on to do something else that we wanted to do. It's really useful to have that sort of stuff in the back of your mind. And there's lots of people out in industry, their job is a cost estimator. And so for that, as Lee said, you don't need to do it, but if there's things that come up where you need to have an idea, you might not get to the pound and pence exactly what it is, but if you know what it's made of and you have a rough idea of how it's made, there's lookup tables for pounds per hour for time on a machine. You know the cost per kilo of the materials that go in there. So you can very quickly get a reasonable estimate of what a part should cost. And that will also give you an idea of how much markup of the development or just motorsport tax that is on the part that someone's selling to you rather than you making it yourself.
Not only to that, if you do have to if you have to ask or get someone to make it for you, ask them what process they used, what did it cost them. They might give you some of that information that you can use then to put into your cost report.
Just a quick one, I guess potentially for Sam. With the 60 kilonewton seat thing, is that going to be, I prove that via the SES, or is it kind of, you know, scrutiny as discretion type deal?
Yeah, so it's gone in because we're thinking about specific examples, right? So the vast majority of the seat mounts you had previously, or the more traditional seat mount is not a problem. It will be at essentially, we'll ask you to prove. Well, if we're concerned about it, we'll put the onus of proof on you. But as I say,
it depends on what material your seat is in the specific design of how onerous does the proof have to be for us to go, that's not going to hurt someone. But the right thing to do is try and engineer it that you don't need something that we think is the risk of piercing through the seat in the first place. But if you're painted into a corner, which can happen, then the punch-through requirement's very similar to the perimeter shear test for other elements of a monocoque structure. And so a lot of that you can do the hand calcs to get you of what size do you need for the area that's under load. But then it's quite a simple test to take a sample and do a pull test on it and just prove what load it will take before it punches through.
Brilliant, thank you.
Hi, so I would like to ask if we were, due to budgetary constraints, if we were to design something for the year after, to be included in this year's design report.
I didn't quite catch the first part, sorry.
So if, say, due to budgetary constraints, we are designing an accumulator that's not going to be used in the upcoming competition, it's going to be used in the next one with the next chassis, should it be in the design report of this year or next year?
If I've been totally honest, I'd say we'd really only be interested in stuff that is at the competition. That said, there's nothing to stop you summarising the learnings, to use very bad English, as to what you learnt from the design process for next year. I don't really have a problem with you trying to gain points from the learning and understanding you gained for something that will actually appear as a physical product next year. And I haven't got a great memory, so you might get bonus points next year for the same understanding display because I won't remember. So, but I really don't like trying to judge something that's not there that's in the future, but I'm happy to judge your learning and understanding you've gained from that process.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're using that to demonstrate why you know that the thing that you presented has some limitations and that, we would have done this if we had infinite time and resource, that's where there's value in that experience of using that this year.
What's a good way to talk about assumptions used for first design iterations that never quite got a second design iteration?
Depending on your level of ego or knowledge, in my case probably ego, it's a guess at the beginning, isn't it? The reality is it's an educated guess, depending on how many times you've done it before, how bright you are, how many software iterations you might have available to you. But the first thing is a reasonable guess. And I think everything starts with a reasonable guess. If you've not done this before, how heavy is your car going to be? Because at the end of the day, you can't at any level analyse the forces on it if you don't know what it's going to weigh. So you have to make an estimate. You can pluck a number out of the air, 200 kilograms, it's as good a number as any, or you can look over past results. There is plenty of data out there where you will very quickly, with You young people are very good at scouring the internet for stuff. You're much less good at determining whether it's true or false. That's a genuine belief. But you can go through that and you will quickly analyse and say, okay, if we want to achieve, and I might get the numbers on, 5-second acceleration time, a certain economy score. Oh look, in the last 3 years, every car that achieved that was all under 200 kilograms. Most of them had a 4-cylinder engine, so we know 200 kilograms 4-cylinder engine, we could probably achieve that. But if all of those required a full carbon tub, carbon or forged magnesium wheels, and you don't have the money, you can then sort of very quickly look around and go, oh, okay, an aluminium wheel is 1.5 kilos heavier. I'll add 6 kilos because we can't afford those wheels. Your educated guess is now starting to become almost factual, and you can move forward from there. What you can't do is any of the detailed design if you have no clue what the car will weigh. Okay, that's the sort of key understanding.
And it's been that reasonable guess. You can do a complete guess with trying to do, as Neil's mentioned, or doing some simple Excel spreadsheet calcs, or put to go, is it a sensible guess? And at the start of your project, when you've got those, you're trying to look at those overall, you've got an overall mass budget. How am I going to divide that mass budget over between the different areas? It's not right at that time to do all the really real fine level of detail, but you get an initial estimate, and then you go off and develop your concepts for each of those areas to say, was that guess reasonable? Then you've got that feedback loop to be able to go back and say, overall, where now do I think I am on the overall car? Am I within the weight budget? Do I need to trade off in different areas?
And to be fair, those, what I might call educated guesses, do change over time, and occasionally there's a genuine sort of step change in expectation. So I can't remember the year that Delft first turned up with their tiny coffin shoebox-sized car with a single cylinder and probably pulled 50 kilos off the sensible guess for what a car should weigh overnight, and that in itself, though, led to a change in the rules because the cockpit on it was, I'm not going to say dangerously tiny, but it was tiny and the arms were outside the structure. So that step change in something that was lightweight led to a change in the rules that the cars then got bigger and heavier again. So you go back over a period and you look, and if you see sudden funny changes when you're looking at that, stop and think, because it probably coincided with the rules change.
So I'm very sorry. Go on. We'll take one more and then we'll have to close.
So, question for Dan. You mentioned earlier today that as a part of the DCS, we will need to include a high-level project plan.
Yep.
You mentioned how this will play a part into the project management competition. What will be the other aspects of this competition, and are there any plans to make this a scored competition in the future?
So exactly what the other elements are, we're still trying to work out. We've got ideas, but it's dependent upon, as the optional event, where we can find the space to put it in the event. But the idea is that it's something that we're going to develop, and ultimately we might put it into the competition. But it's this year is a trial, if you like. We'll take the learning from that and see where it goes. For definite, what we'll be looking to see is a progression from, you had your original plan, we'll have a more updated plan, a more detailed plan at the stage, because you don't be at the competition actually there with a car, but we'll be looking to assess how you used project management tools along the journey of what was the journey from that starting high level plan to the car you brought to competition, and how you used the various program management tools throughout your project. That's the intention.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for everyone's wisdom. And this morning, I forgot to thank High-Vis Media for the amazing job they're doing all day with the visuals, so thank you to them as well. I wish you all the best of luck for the exciting time ahead. As we've said in many of the sessions, we are at your disposal to help. Please help us to help yourselves. If you're asking questions for us, ask sensible, structured questions that give us something to come back to. Because if it is just, I don't know what I'm doing, or what does this rule mean, we'll turn it back round on you. So help yourselves on that side. But really look forward to seeing you all at Silverstone in July and seeing the output of your hard work over the over the coming months. Thank you very much, everyone.